Alright, we're back. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Let me go and open up my channel. And I'll just wait for people to show up. Hopefully, the audio sounds better. Let's hope. Okay, we're live. Okay, we're live. I'll just wait for people to show up. Sounds good? Alright. I'm just gonna wait like 30 seconds for people to show up again. Sorry about the bad audio. This always happens. I always just have to restart my computer and then it sounds fine. So, hello everyone. We are back. I think we're gonna go with oh, we have to listen to ads. Why? Why do I have to watch ads?
No one.
Does my ad blocker not work anymore?
Can hear your personal messages.
Wait, no, this is terrible. Does my ad blocker not work anymore? No way. Not when I'm literally streaming. My ad blocker stops working. That is just... But yeah, I guess we'll react. We're just gonna have to deal with the ads. Why? Why? This is pain. Okay. Let's just watch this video. Firstly, first frame. Why is this so tiny? Why is the text so tiny? What was I thinking with this font? Just everything is wrong.
So I'd like to throw my hat into the theory crafting ring and talk about something that's been on my mind for a while.
Why am I scrolling so fast? Why is it crops? Why didn't I just zoom in so it just shows the videos and not the search bar? The freaking tab. This side, why is it in light mode? There's just... Why is...
It's about these old notes and concept art for under...
Why does my audio sound like that? Just everything. Everything is pain.
Toby Fox posted on Twitter. I know these posts are like over 6 years old and completely old news, but they have some huge lore implications that no one seems to be talking about. I mean, I saw a Reddit post talking about it and a couple of Tumblr posts talking about it.
Lots of undeserved criticism already, girl. No, it's I mean, I'll give the audio quality a break because, like, obviously it was my first video and the microphone I was using cost like $10. I bought it off of Amazon, so wasn't expecting it to sound very good, but I don't know. We live and we learn.
Topic is flying completely.
Another thing, my fucking the toolbar too. Like, I just did not know that I could just zoom into a video. Toolbar. This is out. It's just very unclean.
Under the radar. But before we begin, I'd like to shout out PCO12.
I'm sorry. I've just been shitting on this video. I haven't even been paying attention to what I've been saying. So let's restart.
Welcome. So I'd like to throw my hat into the theory crafting ring and talk about something that's been on my mind for a while. It's about these old notes and concept art for Undertale Toby Fox posted on Twitter. I know these posts are like over 6 years old and completely old news, but they have some huge lore implications that no one seems to be talking about. I mean, I saw a Reddit post talking about it and a couple of Tumblr posts talking about it, but other than that, this particular topic is flying completely under the radar.
It was a pretty good first video. Yeah, I guess for a good video, it's fine. You need to smoke a flat blunt and calm down. I actually love this video. It was really great. Maybe I'm just self-conscious of my own work. I feel like when it comes to your own videos, you become like super like self-conscious and overcritical of it. But yeah, I would definitely do a lot of things differently.
I'd like to shout out PCO12, the author of the single Reddit post talking about this mystery, and To Sleep, Perchance to Dream, the author of another helpful Tumblr post. I use these pretty extensively in the research of this video, and I'll be stealing their conclusions. The links are in the description below. So all of these posts are pretty cool, but this one particularly piqued my...
Although I will say that this theory is completely valid, correct, best theory I've ever made. Like, come on, you cannot deny the quality of this theory. I feel like my points in this video were pretty solid, right? They were backed up by science. I literally analyzed this man's handwriting. So, I don't want to hear anyone hating on the contents of this theory, because I think it's great. I don't think anything in this video has changed by 3 and 4 because it's mostly based on Undertale. Well, who knows? I think it's good to just go back on memory lane anyway. Oh hey, I'm early. Hey hi Mego Hideout. What's up? Backed up by science, LMFAO. Oh, yeah, it's backed up by handwriting science, which I know I said in the video that it's literally pseudoscience, which I'm pretty sure it is pseudoscience, but it is still admissible in court, so it's not that much pseudoscience. I still feel like it's based on some level of science, so.
My interest. The genesis of papyrus, apparently. So at first glance, this post seems pretty unassuming. It's cool to see the early concept art of papyrus, how he was meant to be called Times New Roman, how his bad spaghetti seems to have been a constant in his character, how he seems to have been conceptualized before Sans, and what is that? Why was this done? What could Toby Fox possibly be hiding? Okay,
the editing is a little bit chaotic in ADD, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Also, maybe I should put this into full screen. Yeah, let's put it into full screen.
Try to remain objective here and see if we can figure out what's being censored. Now, you may be thinking right now, what? How exactly?
Times New Roman is a horrible name. It is. I can't. What was bro thinking with that? Like, oh, he's like, I'm so glad he changed it to papyrus, because like, what the fuck?
Exactly, are you going to do that? But it actually wasn't that hard. And that's because there were a few segments of letters that were left unobscured. And because I have a very active social life, I decided to do a painstaking analysis of Toby Fox's handwriting to determine what letters these could be. Now
Again, completely valid, by the way. Completely valid. This is such a based video. I still stand by everything I say in this video.
I am not a handwriting expert. In fact, handwriting analysis appears to be pseudoscience, but just for fun, here are some things I noticed.
Okay, and I'm gonna put this on like 1.5 speed because I don't think anything is contradicted in this theory at all because it's an older theory, but what's your favorite theory by other creators? Oh, I'd have to think about that one. It's probably one of Jaru's theories. I think his video on the shadow crystals was my favorite.
So let's read out the entire sentence first. Has a brother named Comic Sans and a blank named blank. Okay, here are some observations I have. Firstly, Toby Fox's handwriting is inconsistent. He writes between a weird mixture of cursive and print, but one thing that does remain fairly consistent are his lowercase a's. The tails of his lowercase a's are always connected to the next letter in the word. I will leave links to all the Twitter posts in the description below, and I encourage you to check my work, because I'm telling you, this is the most consistent part of his writing. He always does this. Now luckily for us—
The voice is less angry in this video. This was the pacifist arc. Is my voice normally angry? Jaru was on so much crack when he made but ended up being right. Exactly. Like his videos are valid. His videos are low-key like peak.
Yes, there is an A in the sentence, but conveniently there is a small box obscuring its tail, preventing us from seeing if this is a single A or if it's part of a bigger word. You could tell that when Toby had this in Photoshop, he decided that the big boxes weren't enough, that he needed to add another small box to obscure the A's tail. And let's think about why he did this. If it was a single A—
Again, another great point. I'm just glazing myself at this point. I went from shitting on my video to just glazing it, but I feel like that is such a valid point. Like, bro, he really didn't do a great job with this. I mean, that little box was so obvious. I don't know.
That would tell us that
his Photoshop job wasn't very good.
Next word in the sentence starts with a consonant. If it was an, then that would tell us that the next word in the sentence started with a vowel. And because
wait,
the sentence—
Jaru still hasn't played chapter 4. He's trying to find the egg without looking it up, I think. Wait, why though? Why would you do it that way? This video made me sub. Crazy observation right there. I know, I was cooking so bad. I was cooking so good with this video.
Talking about Papyrus's family members, it follows that the next word in the sentence is a family member title. There are only two—
And a grandpa named Grandpa Semi. I think that's what it says. Bro, I literally, in the video itself, I literally debunked that. I debunked that, and we're gonna, you know what, we're gonna watch this video again, and I'm going to debunk your theory in this live stream again, because that's wrong. I heard so many people literally saying, it's just Grandpa Semi. I literally went through the painstaking effort of debunking that it couldn't have been a G. The first letter in the freaking word couldn't have been a G. I can't, I'm crashing out at this point.
Member titles that start with vowels, aunt and uncle, which obviously narrows things down too much. So to keep the mystery going and to be sneaky, he decided to add a box to obscure if this word is a or an. So I would
imagine still not playing chapter 4. Exactly. It's been like 2 weeks. Like, bro, just stop. You're not gonna get any extra points for finding the egg normally. Like, you're not gonna get anything extra, and at least like play through the entire game and then go back and look for the egg after if that's what you want to do.
Both if the word is a or an. So let's talk about what the next part of the sentence definitely isn't. It's definitely not older brother, older sister, younger sister, none of that. The reason is because of a concept in grammar called parallelism, which states that the structure of a sentence should follow a predictable pattern. So if this word was something like older brother, it follows that the entire sentence should be something like has an older brother named Comic Sans and an older brother named blah blah blah. But that's not what's being said. The sentence would say has a brother named Comic Sans and an older brother named blah blah blah. It just sounds wrong. Now you may be thinking this sentence already doesn't follow the rules of grammar.
See, another Another valid point. Another valid point. Oh, I'm just cooking so hard. People in this chat not watching the theories and trying to debunk them here is funny. I think I feel like I remember reading Imperius's comment in this video, but I might be wrong on that. But yeah, you won't believe me how many times someone will try to debunk my theory when I literally bring up their point like 5 seconds later. If they had just watched an extra 5 seconds later, they would have heard me address their point and at least try to debunk it, right? They don't even freaking watch the whole video before getting on their little glasses and be like, actually, did you know this, that, and the other? And it's like, yes, I do know. I literally mention it 5 seconds later if you would just watch the video. Oh my god! Oh my god! You won't believe how many times that has happened. It annoys me.
Obviously, it was just brainstorming, writing whatever came to mind. But if that was the case, when he decided that Papyrus should have an older brother, why didn't he go back and clarify if Sans was older or younger than him? We know that Toby Fox is a thorough writer who works out every little detail in his story, so we know if he was going to specify if Papyrus had a younger or older brother, he would do the same for Sans. So we will not be considering older/younger sibling. Alrighty then, so I compiled a list of all.
I hate when people leave like 50 time-coded comments before watching the entire thing. Exactly. Ah, forgot. Here, let me get my glasses so I can debunk. Actually, yeah, exactly. It's like, actually, did you know this? Did you know that Grandpa Semi exists? And it's like, wow, I had no idea. You mean to tell me you're right, I just didn't do any research for this video. I had no idea Grandpa Semi existed. You really owned me. Although, if I had to redo this theory, I would bring up Grandpa Semi explicitly. I didn't think I had to because I feel like I addressed that it couldn't have been grandfather, the word grandfather, so I felt like that was enough. Yo, passionate self rules. The energy is peak. Exactly. If there's one thing I'm passionate about, it's pedantic comments that don't watch my entire video.
All the family titles in the English language, within reason. I mean, you could have like a 26th cousin, first removed, that's obviously not.
I actually did this in your last video, but deleted the comment. I'd like to formally apologize. No, it's fine. You can leave the comments because it's good for the algorithm. It's just like a pet peeve, like a minor pet peeve.
But let's get started. We know that this family member title is at least 2 words long. This is because if it was something like father or brother, there'd be too much of a gap between that word and named. So for that reason, all single word family titles will be removed.
Exactly. Look, I literally just debunked it right now. Here, let's do a, okay, maybe I should.
Because if it was something.
Look, a grandfather, like that doesn't make any sense. How would that work exactly? If grandfather is just on one line, then like what's here? Obviously something's over here. I guess you could split it up into 2 words, like grand is on this side and father is on this side, but this is not an F. It's not an F. It's a B. This is clearly one of his B's. Like, maybe I should get out Photoshop, but the way he writes his B's, it has this little like it looks like this, but it's like more pronounced usually. This is not an F, so if this was grandfather, this part would have to be an F, which it's not, and I feel like I debunked it. I feel like I debunked it in my theory. Maybe I should have been more explicit, but let's see, what are the comments saying? Funny how Papyrus is like, so 1% likely because of them. Favorite least thing. Some people comment on a video from like 2 years ago with information we got today. Like, wow, cool information. That didn't exist when they made that theory. Exactly. Too slim to be an F. Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. It's not Grandpa Semi. And also, has a grandpa named Semi. You can tell that this word is a lot longer than Semi. If it was Semi, okay, we have Semi, right? It would end right here. What's this part? What's this part? Clearly, this is not Semi. Or what is the full font name? Semi-serifs, I think? Semi-serifs? I don't feel like this would be able, the word semi-serifs would be able to fit here. Again, maybe I should have addressed this more explicitly, but no, it's not Grandpa Semi. I won't accept that.
Like father or brother, there'd be too much of a gap between that word and named. So for that reason, all single word family titles will be removed from the list. I will, however, make an exception for granddaughter,
Which, another thing that really gave me a pet peeve, like, don't you see how, like, kind of hard it is to read this? I feel like I would have either picked a different battle that had, like, a darker backdrop, or I would have slightly blurred this layer so it's a little bit easier. Maybe given this, like, a, what do you call it? A stroke? Like an outline, so it's a bit easier to read. And also, what was I thinking with this font? Like, genuinely, what even is this font? Okay.
Just because it's so long. The next one...
Like, the default font that Premiere Pro has would be better than this. I don't know what I was thinking with this.
I'm gonna remove from the list.
A shadow behind the font could help? Yeah, that too. I would have added a shadow, maybe like an outline. Possibly I would have blurred this a tiny bit so it's a little bit easier to read. Anything like that. But yeah.
First cousin once removed because it's too long and very random. I highly, highly doubt it's first cousin once removed. Okay, so now we're left with great.
I don't even know why I included first cousin once removed. Of course it's not for fucking first cousin once removed. If someone was actually in my comments saying, actually you didn't consider first cousin once removed, that would just ban them from my comment section because, like, what the hell?
Their great grandmother, great uncle, great aunt, first cousin, second cousin, etc. And we're gonna have to use the power of handwriting analysis to eliminate things even further. So as you can see, the center boxes don't obscure the top of this letter. Now as you can tell, the top of this letter forms a bit of a loop or an arc. Several of his letters do this, but two that do not are G and C. Since this is the first letter of the second word that we're looking for, we can eliminate great-grandfather, great-grandmother, first cousin, second cousin, third cousin, fourth cousin, etc. Now all we're left with is great-uncle, great-aunt.
Wait, hold on, I was not paying attention.
And
I was not paying attention. I was reading chat. Hold up, let's see, what is everyone saying? Blur plus choke is fine. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What's your favorite SpongeBob episode? Ooh, that's a good one. The one where they get, where Sandy hibernates and they get trapped in her house. Like the one with Pinhead Larry and stuff. That's my favorite one. Have you ever banned anyone? No, I've never banned anyone. I don't believe in banning people.
C.
I'm a free speech absolutist. I don't ban anyone for my chats.
This is the first letter of the second word that we're looking for. We can eliminate great-grandfather, great-grandmother, first cousin, second cousin, third cousin, fourth cousin, etc. Now I'll order that.
I wasn't paying attention again. Okay, let's try again.
The power of handwriting analysis to eliminate things even further. So as you can see, the center boxes don't obscure the top of this letter. Now as you can tell, the top of this letter forms a bit of a loop or an arc. Several of his letters do this, but two that do not are G and C. Since this is the first letter of the second word that we're looking for, we can eliminate great-grandfather, great-grandmother, first cousin, second cousin, third cousin, fourth cousin, etc. Now all we're left with is great uncle, great aunt, and granddaughter. Looking at Toby's A's, yes, they do have a curve.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty valid. No, the Soph Musk, exactly. The best SpongeBob episode is the one where Toby sampled Sans' voice from. Which one is that? Did you consider brother-in-law? Oh, I did. You're right. I didn't consider the in-laws. I can't believe. Well, that would imply that like Sans is married, right? Or I guess Papyrus is married, or no. Is that how it works? Yeah, it would either imply that Papyrus is married or Sans is married, which I don't think so. But
at the top, but it's more of an upside down V shape rather than a parabolic shape.
I mean, I feel like Sans could definitely get married, but I don't know about Papyrus. What do you guys think? Do you think that he'll eventually find love, or do you think he'll just die alone? Because I think he'll die alone,
so for that reason, we
unfortunately.
can eliminate great aunt. Looking at the top of Toby's U's, they are almost always in a straight.
Also, this one, Premiere Pro is so annoying because, like, when I was editing this looked fine. But when I rendered it, it was, like, all glitched and stuff. I have no idea why that happens. It's just one of those weird quirks. I think I should have rendered it. I should have pre-rendered it and then rendered it again. But again, I was an inexperienced editor, so we live and we learn. What do you think about Kris swooning Susie and Rousey at the end of the night fight theory? Oh, I did see that theory. I didn't watch the entire thing, so I honestly don't have any strong feelings on it. But I feel like if it was Kris, wouldn't Susie comment on it? I mean, she wasn't unconscious when Kris supposedly hit her. Wouldn't she have been, like, aware? Although I guess they could have done it from the back. Like, they could have, like, hit her from the back and she didn't. That came out wrong. They could have stuck up on her and made her swoon while her back was turned to them. And that's how she didn't know it was them. I don't know. Yeah, pause. Sorry. This is what you see? This is what happens when I don't have a script in front of me. I make these silly goofs like that. Hey, Soph, I really liked your Rudy Night video. Can I say a couple considerations about Kris coughing and important? Yeah, I know. A lot of people were saying, actually, Kris was coughing because, like, they were telling the Knight to wrap it up because they were getting washed. Because that particular line of dialogue happens during the no-hit section. If you no-hit the Knight, then Kris will cough and, like, you know, the Knight will finish. And I literally addressed that point 5 seconds after I say it. 5 seconds after I say it. People were commenting about it. I literally say, oh, it could just be Kris signaling to the night to wrap things up, you know? Yeah, wrap it up, buddy. And I wrote in the text, like, I wrote text that says it happens during the no-hit section, so it could be that. I just simply said that maybe my interpretation is correct, maybe your interpretation is correct. I'm gonna go with the interpretation that helps my theory. Though I understand that that point is a bit weak. Maybe I should have clarified that a bit more. Sometimes I wish we had a Vine boom in real life. Yeah, exactly. No hit from the back. I'm never gonna live that down, aren't I? Anyway, let's keep watching. Let's keep watching.
Looking at the top of Toby's U's, they are almost always in a straight line, but I do have evidence of one U that kind of resembles the arc in question. So for that reason, I'm not going to eliminate Great Uncle yet, but it is highly dubious at this point. Looking at Toby's D's, they do consistently have a loop at—
What do you think was your worst theory? Hold on. We're gonna investigate this. Let me look through all my theories. What do I think was the worst theory? Not this one. I don't even remember what I say in this one, to be honest, so I can't say anything about that. Hyperlink blocked. Red Soul. It might be this one, because of how, like, inaccurate it ended up being. I don't think any of my predictions ended up being correct. Except for maybe that I did say that the Church Dark World would be book-themed, which it absolutely was book-themed. Like, there's this one enemy where in order to beat the enemy, you have to proofread a word, like, find the word that, like, is spelled correctly, which is definitely a book theme. Like, that's not a religion-themed fight. That's clearly a book-themed fight. So I feel like that prediction was slightly correct, though you could argue that it's more themed around, like, being an author or writing books as opposed to, like, the actual books themselves. But I feel like that was maybe my only correct prediction. I also predicted that one of the Dark Worlds would be video game themed, which technically chapter 3 is video game themed. Like, there's a whole section where you're playing a video game, right? For some reason, I didn't make the obvious connection that Chapter 3's world would be video game themed because it involves TVs and you play video games on the TV. For some reason, that connection eluded me. So I guess that prediction was correct, but I predicted that it would be like Chapter 6 or 7. Hey Soph, in your new night video, you said that Sans uses Papyrus's theme in one of his themes. Can you please tell me where? I've been trying to find it all day and I'm going crazy. Oh, I should have clarified. It's not Megalovania. It's the song that might play when you fight Sans. If you listen to that song, you'll hear one of Papyrus's, you know what? Why don't we, the song, you know what, no, we'll do that later. But look up the song that might play when you fight Sans. It's the part that goes like, it's in that song. It's in that song. So that's what I meant. I should have clarified that. But I felt like that would mess with the pacing of the video if I clarified that. So I just said Sans' song has Papyrus's themes. I think one of the worst theories I had was that Chapter 3 Secret Boss was going to be a landline phone. Honestly, that was not a terrible theory, to be honest. Anyway, let's continue watching. If I had to guess which theory is my worst, it would probably be this one. I also make some kind of, like, suspect points in this video, but we'll get to that when we get there.
At their stem. But the problem is, granddaughter doesn't make a ton of sense because Papyrus is not an old man. Even in these early concept arts, he's characterized as being young, so it doesn't really make any sense he would have any grandchildren.
I don't understand why I elaborated on this point so much. Like, obviously, granddaughter is not the answer. Like, Papyrus is not freaking 80 years old. He's like 20. Of course he doesn't have a fucking granddaughter.
So from a logic perspective, I'm eliminating granddaughter. So now all we're left with
Wait,
is
also, hold on.
So from a
Pause.
logic perspective, I'm eliminating grand.
I went through the effort of including great uncle and great aunt, but I didn't include great niece or nephew. I just realized that. I went through all this effort, and then I forgot to include these random ass titles, which, like, obviously wouldn't be correct, but I did not include great nephew or niece. I just realized that. It doesn't matter anyway, but...
Granddaughter. So now all we're left with is great uncle. Which
Last girl jump scare.
So does that mean this whole exercise was pointless? No. That's because there's another Ashim we've been ignoring this whole time. Yeah, this one over here is probably another.
Ooh, I cooked so hard with this! Get it? I feel like that's clever.
Which means it logically follows that the next word is brother. Has a brother named Comic Sans and another brother named blah blah blah. Okay, so now we're left with two options.
Another
Great uncle
him,
or brother.
exactly.
Can we narrow
I
things
cooked
down
so
even
hard
further?
with this.
Yes. Looking at the small segment of this letter, you can tell that it juts out in some way. Now, great uncle ends in E, and yes, the ends of Toby's E's do jut out a little, but not to this extent. However, brother ends in R, and the ends of Toby's cursive R's jut out quite a bit. But what about the B in brother? Does that line up with this segment over here? Absolutely. The stems of Toby's B's are either straight or curved, and some of them curve so extremely that it forms an arc.
Like, bro, I cooked so hard with this. You cannot tell me that this isn't a rock solid theory. You cannot tell me this isn't a rock solid theory.
Just take a look at this one. Even a B that occurs earlier on in this sentence forms a bit of an arc. That being said, I'm going to eliminate great uncle, which leaves us with brother. Okay, so Papyrus was originally intended to have a second brother. Who cares? We know literally nothing about this character, and I couldn't even—
This is so schizo, yet it makes sense, LMAO. Yeah, exactly. I locked in for this first video. I locked in so hard. On an unrelated note, Toby's R's are ugly as fuck. Hey, no they're not. They're just regular cursive R's. Come on, man. Bro is not cooking anything? I'm sorry, I'm Diggus. Percy, your name is gonna get me canceled one day because it sounds suspiciously like the N-word. But what do you mean I wasn't cooking? You're a hater, okay? Everyone, boo this person. Boo them. Yeah, after seeing this, I was not like subbing. I was like, not subbing would be illegal. Exactly. Exactly. Honestly, your analysis was a crazy W theory. Thank you. This is gonna be like my only theory that people all agree with, unfortunately. What the heck?
begin to possibly guess it's Gaster. I know. It's basically a meme at this point. Everything mysterious that happens in these games is chalked up to Gaster. Redacted is Gaster. The knight is Gaster. The man behind the tree is Gaster. The narrator of the character select is Gaster.
Man, I so believed that friend inside me was gonna be 100% true to all the details until chapter 3 ended. Come on. I knew from day one that wasn't gonna be a thing. Firstly, wouldn't it be incredibly uncreative and like borderline illegal if like Toby Fox included Woody or some sort of like similar character to Woody, like some sort of knockoff Woody in his like games? Like that would be kind of lame. I think the actual like freedom character was that plug thing, Ramb, was it? I feel like Ramb was supposed to be like the freedom obsessed character, even though, is it a he or a she? I think I read somewhere that it's a he, so I'm just gonna call it a he. I think I heard somewhere that I read somewhere that he was supposed to be the freedom character, the freedom obsessed character. And that does make sense even though he wasn't a secret boss. So, yeah, I definitely didn't think Friend Inside Me was gonna be good. Friend Inside Me chapter 5, guys, trust? Yeah, it was always just like a funny theory to me.
Gaster. I mean, some of these definitely are Gaster, but not everything mysterious in these games are Gaster. But this situation is different. I still think
Another valid point, because at that time when I was theorizing, everything was blamed on Gaster. I think over time, people got sick of it. But when I was theorizing, I swear, every single video I watched involved Gaster. It was getting kind of annoying at that point. Like, but whatever.
I can ring these couple of pages of handwriting for all they're worth. Look at this. This could easily be the top of a T, and this could be the end of a cursive R. Filling in the blanks, we get WD Gaster. Because Gaster is the only character in these games.
Facts. Freedom Incel is so funny. Why are you calling Ram an incel? That's messed up. Slime Woody? Exactly. Slime him. Neo Woody theory? Yeah, I cooked with this one.
That's associated with redactions or censorship. See Half-Red KS's video on Redacted for more information. When Toby agreed to release the official Undertale tarot cards,
and bro, did you hear that? Did you hear that like random drop in audio quality? My goodness. The way I recorded this video was so like scuffed. I think every single time I recorded a line, I would like start the recording and end the recording right after every single line. So what would happen is like every single line, I was like either too close to the mic or too far away from the mic, which made like every single line sound kind of inconsistent. And since I didn't know what compression was, I didn't know that you could like equalize the volume of every line and make it a bit easier. I also didn't know what normalizing a line was. I didn't know about like removing background noise or anything like that, or like using EQs to add like bass to the voice to make it sound a bit better. Like, I have learned so much over these past 2 years, to be honest. Wait, what is everyone saying? Gerson stands up like Peter Griffin here. Exact. True. True. It's right behind me, isn't it? He, Gaster, LMAO. Yeah, exactly. Look at him go. Look at him.
Place Gaster's card with Gerson's, almost like he was redacted. Gaster is the only character Toby Fox
Wait, why is everyone convinced that Asgore is gonna run Des over with a car? Asgore, car emoji versus Des, snowflake emoji in chapter 5 for sure? Where did this meme come from? That, oh wait, I think I remember someone telling me where it come from, but I don't understand it.
To publicly acknowledge. Sure, he roleplays as him on Twitter, but other than that, he doesn't publicly acknowledge he exists. And of course he does this because he could accidentally confirm something about Gaster and ruin the mystery, which is why when he wanted to share the first ever concept art and notes about Papyrus, he had to redact the Gastery bits. Now you may be thinking, why is it WD Gaster and not
Asgore hit and run? Have you seen the gif of him running over Des? Wait, I want to look it up now. I need to look it up now. Hold on. Asgore hitting dress? Why does it autocorrect to dress with a car? Des with a car gif. I don't see the specific video y'all are talking about. Okay, I did see this one video, this one picture. You know what, I'll look it up on my, hold on. Let's look it up here. Asgore hits Des with car gif. Like, I want to see this. Bro, why is that why is that low-key fire? This might be my favorite image ever. No way. No way. But where's the GIF? I don't see the GIF specifically. What is happening over here? Love my family. This is my favorite meme. We need to make this like a huge meme. Asgore just runs Des over with his car. That is like so fire, honestly. Ooh, this knight looks so mad. Why this knight look so mad? No. Oh my god. Click the third one. This? Oh, I see now. No way. Why is this so fire though? Wait, where's the freaking... Here, let me open in new window. No, that doesn't do anything. I don't remember how to... This is like... I love this community, honestly. Hold on, I need to download all of these images. I need them right now. We downloading. I'm gonna find the place to use all of these in my videos. Mark my words. It's gonna not fit at all. It's gonna be super jarring, but I'm going to put these GIFs in my videos. It's in the comments. Yeah, the good stuff is on YouTube. For future vids, yeah, exactly. We're definitely using this. I think I'm gonna unironically make an entire video on why I think Asgore is gonna run Des over with his car, and I'm gonna use this GIF as like the B-roll footage. Anyway, let's keep watching this video.
Wingdings, or Wingdings Gaster. Because if this is the genesis of Papyrus, doesn't it follow that this is the genesis of Gaster? He wouldn't have decided to shorten his name from Wingdings Gaster to WD Gaster. And what I'm saying is, I disagree. I believe he came up with Gaster long before he came up with most of the Undertale or Deltarune characters. And this is because Gaster is clearly inspired by the Yume Nikki character Yuboa. We know that Toby Fox is a huge Yume Nikki fan, and that it influenced him greatly when he was creating Undertale. He's made many tribute songs about different Yume Nikki characters, and he's even interviewed the actual creator of Yume Nikki. That is peak fanboy. Yuboa is a mysterious character with almost nothing about him explained. It allows people to endlessly speculate about him, and it's one of the reasons Yume Nikki is so popular. Gaster is a character in which a lot of his backstory is not explained, and it allows people to endlessly speculate about him. I wouldn't say he's the primary reason Undertale became popular, but he's the reason that people still talk about Undertale 8 years after it's been released.
Alright, keep yapping. Is this really that relevant? Guys, did you feel like this section of the video was necessary to understanding the theory? Yume Nikki mentioned I loved it. I think I just included this because like I learned that this character was that Gaster was inspired by this character, and I just shoehorned it into my video. I don't know if it really matters that much, but Asgore, I remember your hit and runs. Yume Nikki is very necessary? Okay. Trust.
Counter Yuboa is to repeatedly flip a switch on and off. Because you have to go out of your way to summon him, most players will not encounter him in their playthrough. Gaster couldn't be encountered at all.
And bro, why did I choose this fight as B-roll? I literally die in the middle. I die in the middle of it because I was so bad I couldn't beat Jebel, so I just had to like use my compilation of me like dying to him. I couldn't even like. I didn't even have a video of me beating him. I think. My headcanon is that the diddler tickled Asgore's ribs, causing him to demolish Tess in the road. Base. I'm gonna make a whole video about that. About how, like, Gaster was diddling Asgore, and this caused him to swerve off the road and kill Tess.
Of Undertale due to a bug in the code. But even after that bug was fixed, the circumstances in which you would learn about his existence or meet him were incredibly rare. It would involve you getting a specific fun value, which is generated at the start of a save file, and even then, the chances of you encountering Gaster through normal gameplay are so slim that most players use a file editor to get the specific fun value needed to encounter him. I mean, just look at these two. Obviously, Gaster was inspired by Yuboa. This leads me to believe that Gaster is one of the first Undertale characters Toby created, which is why he's referred to as WD Gaster in his private notes instead of something like Wingdings Gaster or Wingdings. He's already had time to flesh out Gaster's character and come up with a name that he likes. So yeah, all the evidence supports the fact that Papyrus was originally intended
Oh, I think that's why I mentioned it. Maybe I was anticipating people to be like, why is he called WD Gaster? Wouldn't he be called Wingdings Gaster? Owned. And I was like, and I guess my argument would be that he came up with WD Gaster's name previously, and which is why he used the shortened version of his name in the notes. Maybe that's what I was trying to go for. You should play Yume Nikki live. It's such a liminal experience. Yeah, I've never played it before, so maybe that's why. Yeah, that's why you mentioned it, lol. Oh. You see, this is what happens when I'm, like, not even paying attention to the video. I just, like... Do you think Asgore and Gaster were friends? Well, of course. Since the badge is on the bunker, which means Asgore probably had access to the bunker at some point, and Gaster is clearly in the bunker, no? Yume Nikki low-key goated? Okay, hype. I'll definitely watch. I mean, I'll definitely play Yume Nikki. Me when I name my son Gaster, then my life restarts when I'm born. True. Oh, we got an AI chat summary? Yeah, I don't know how to turn that off. Sorry, guys.
to have two brothers, Comic Sans and WD Gaster. But the question is this still canon to Undertale? Because as you can see, there are many things in these notes that were eventually changed. Could this be another situation where something was left out?
Another thing I don't think I mentioned in this video is that Gaster is named after a font, and so are Sans and Papyrus. So clearly they're family members, no? I don't understand when people say that Gaster isn't related to Sans and Papyrus. They are obviously related. They look like he looks like a freaking skeleton and he's named after a font. Clearly they are family members. Do you think the angel is the player? Well, yeah. Since in chapter 4, when we're in Noelle's house, we hide in that angel thing, angel toy, I don't know what you would call it. So I feel like that's like a really strong connection between us and the angel. I think wouldn't you call that foreshadowing? Sans blasters are called Gaster blasters. Another thing, I don't know if I mentioned this in the video. I don't think I do. But that's another thing. He uses Gaster blasters. Hey, how's it going? It's going good, chop chop. Plus, all of them worked with Asgore, at least Sans and Gaster. Yeah, true. Alright, let's keep
cutting room floor.
Let's keep
Let's look
going.
at the facts. Despite looking like a horror movie monster, Gaster's appearance does resemble that of a skeleton. I mean, his skin is white like the bones of a skeleton.
Okay,
His
I
blood
do
has green
mention
eye
it.
sockets.
I do
He
mention
has
it.
a monochrome color palette like the talking portraits of the skeletons. He even
Why did I use such a low... The image I used was so low quality. I have no idea why.
little white dots in his eye sockets like Sans. There is a clear connection between Sans and Gaster. According to the game files, one of the weapons Sans
Okay,
uses
I
in
do
the boss
mention
battle
it.
are called
Okay,
Gaster
good.
blasters. Gaster was the royal scientist, and Sans clearly has a background in science. With the machine in his workshop, his books on quantum physics, his ability to teleport, his unique writing style, and some of the entries in the True Lab, and the possibility he's one of the
Oh, this is another thing people were freaking out about. That I mentioned that Sans could be the one writing the entries in the True Lab, which, by the way, today I don't agree with that anymore. I definitely don't agree that Sans was involved in the True Labs. I think it was all written by Alphys, and I think the inconsistent writing style is due to her being stressed. Like, when she's writing these entries in, like, lowercase, she's, like, stressed out. That's why she's not bothering to use, like, caps lock and everything. So, yeah, I definitely would have removed that point from... What I should have mentioned is the fact that the dog food in Alphys' lab used to belong to Sans, so that clearly that clearly means he's been in the lab before. I should have mentioned that instead. How sped up is the audio? I thought you were using text-to-speech or something, LMAO. It's sped up by, I think, 1.7. By the way, is this too fast for people? I like, normally listen to videos at, like, 1.7. Is this too fast, or should I put it back to 1.5? I'm gonna assume that means that means 1.7 is fine. Speed is fine for me, now I can hear it just fine? Okay, good. Also, Comic Sans Papyrus, Wingdings have long been known to be the worst fonts in existence before Undertale came out. These three specifically? Yeah, true, exactly. So I think this is like concrete evidence.
People Gaster is talking to and
My English no bueno, please. 1.5. Okay. Let's see. Isn't there like a custom speed? Let me put it at like 1. Let's find the middle ground. We'll put it at like 1.6. How does that sound?
17. When you go into Sans' workshop and interact with the blueprints, it says, "Blueprints. You can't read the symbols they're written in, almost like they're written in Wingdings. Both Papyrus and Sans are named after bad fonts, and I think we can all agree that Wingdings is a pretty shitty font. So I think there's some compelling evidence that it is still canon to Undertale that Gaster was Sans and Papyrus' brother. But that doesn't mean that my theory is foolproof. The biggest problem with this theory is that Sans and Papyrus don't mention this supposed third brother at all. Since Gaster was shattered across space and time, to them, he's basically dead, and yet
1.6 time for the gas diddler? LMAO, yeah, 1.66. No, we'll keep it at 1.6. We'll just keep it there.
I mean, it's kind of in
But
character
fart
for
jump
Sans not
scare.
to talk about him, but why doesn't Papyrus talk about him? You can get pretty close to Papyrus in the pacifist route, and he would definitely mention if he had a dead brother. There are also no pictures of him in the house, and speaking from experience, even if a loved one died years ago, there will still be evidence of their existence in the house. You may be saying it's because Gaster was wiped from people's memories when he fell into his creation and was shattered across space and time, but that is never confirmed endgame. See Dork's video on Gaster for more information. Honestly, I never understood people who believed in this theory because it doesn't make any sense. If he was truly wiped from people's memories, who did the monsters think made the core? Because it didn't make itself. Also, if they're brothers, did they live together? From all indication, this family is pretty tight-knit, so it would follow he did live with them. And if the notes in Sans' basement were written by him, that would also indicate that he lived with them in the house. But that can't be the case, because according to the shopkeeper in Snowden, Sans and Papyrus moved to Snowden.
You should put the auto captions. It would help the ESL folks. Yeah, okay. Let's put the captions on.
And asserted themselves, but she doesn't mention any third brother. If Sans truly did
Can react to the Russian Sans theory with your audio in the background instead of the normal one? I would, but I don't want to give him any more. I don't want to give him any more like attention than he's already gotten. You know, I wonder how many views do I have on the? How many views does he have on that video currently? Hold on. I'm not subscribed to him on this account. I'm subscribed to him on my other account. Let me pull up my other account, and I want to see how many views does that little thief have on his video. I'm beefing with the Russians forever because of this. Let's see. Let's go on that little thief's channel. Bro, it has 299,000 views. Hold on. Pause. Let me put this. Now guys, when I show you this, you gotta promise me. You gotta promise me that you won't watch this video. Not even to dislike it. Don't leave any comments. Don't dislike the video. Don't do anything. Just look at it with me. Let me show you the absolute, like, audacity this person has. Look at this. Look at this. Here, let me pull up his channel. Okay. Look, I have his channel pulled up. Look at this. Steals my entire thumbnail. Look how many views it has. And look, he's stolen, like, all of his videos are stolen. Look at this. I believe this is like a dorked video. I think all 3 of these are dorked videos. Look at this. 102,000 views. Exactly. Like, here, look, you can hear me talking. You can literally hear me talking. You can hear me talking while he is talking over me. He is so lazy. He couldn't even get rid of my audio. He left the audio in. By the way, I realized I didn't dislike this video. So there, you get a dislike. Actually, psychotic behavior. And the only reason why I didn't copyright strike it is because you have to give your full legal name and your address. You have to give your full legal name and address in order to copyright strike it, so I couldn't do it. This shit can't be real. Do not watch this video because it will give him a view. Don't dislike the video because it doesn't do anything in the algorithm. Don't comment on the video because it helps the video. Don't look at this guy's channel. Don't give him any attention. Oh, it's that kind of channel. Channels also have that kind of issue. And he acts like because he put my name in the title that gives him the right to take my entire video and translate it into Russian. Like, that's not how it works. If I, like, took, I don't know, Harry Potter, or the series of unfortunate events, if I took that book and I translated it into Russian, I don't then have the legal right to go and sell that book and make money off of it. The author would still have the right to sue me for copyright infringement. They put your name in before or after you emailed him. He put it in before. He put it in before he added me. That's how I knew he did this video. He had the audacity to at me in the video, and I saw it, and I was like, I'm sorry, what the fuck is this exactly? You stole my entire video without consent. Dirk is also great. Does she know that he stole her video too? I would imagine so. I mean, look how many views it has. I'm pretty sure all 3 of these are dorked videos. Yeah. I'm starting to tweak out exactly. Like, it's absolutely crazy work. Diabolical work. And look at this. One of these is a donate link. Brother has a donate link on a video on a channel that exclusively steals from other people. The absolutely diabolical work from this guy. Anyway, I'm totally not salty about this. Yeah, what is this shit? All my homies hate this guy. Yeah, I reckon you two could take him down. Yeah, but like, I don't want him to know my legal name. That's a little crazy. Hey, Soph, look, I copied your video. Why did he at you, LMAO? I have no idea why he added me. It was absolutely look, I even left a video on, I left a comment on his, hey, your video is really, really good. Mind if I re-upload it in English? Oh wait, that's one of my videos. Funny, I didn't remember giving you permission to make it. Huh. And look, awesome Andrew Graves commented, I gave him permission, don't worry. Look, and then he tried to apologize. I'm really sorry, bro. I'm really sorry, bro. No. No. Anyway, I just went on a huge side tangent here. I think let's get back to the video. Let's think of happy thoughts. Yeah, let's go. Maybe he wanted to get away with copying it. Like, by the way, the Self TM made it originally. Yeah, I think he thought that because he added it, it made it okay. When it doesn't make it okay. Don't want a copyright strike? Lawyer up? Sue the guy. Man, do you realize how expensive lawyers are? I don't have any money. I don't got no money. Sorry. My bad, gang. I accidentally translated your video, then posted it on YouTube. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's keep watching.
As a royal scientist, then maybe they all lived together in the core, and when Gaster was shattered across space and time, they took some of his old notes and moved to Snowden. I guess that could possibly be the case, but then again, there would be mention of his existence, at least by Papyrus. The only reason I can think—
Do you agree with device theory? Yeah, heavily. Heavily. I think it's one of my favorite theories of all time. I still 100% believe in it. Sue the guy, bro. International lawsuits are expensive. Yeah, exactly. I would have to hire a lawyer in Russia and then sue him in a Russian court. Like, that is crazy. I don't have the time or the money to be doing that. Do you think Kris knows the player is the angel? Well, no, I don't think so. I don't think Kris really cares what we are. I think they just generally hate us.
Think that neither Papyrus or Sans mention him is maybe they had a strained relationship with him, but at this point we're in full fanfiction territory. And all this confusion doesn't even account for the fact that Undertale, Sans, and Papyrus are likely from the Deltarune universe. Ugh, I need a brain break. This is the end of the video, but what do you guys think? Is Gaster the secret third skeleton brother? Or is all my evidence pseudoscience and confirmation bias? Leave your answers in the comments below.
Okay guys, what would you rate this theory on a scale of 1 to 10? Here, I'm gonna make like a poll. Let me start a poll. Did you like it? Did you hate it? What would you rate it? What would you rate this video? One through... You know what? Maybe I should just ask people. Forget about the poll. Let's see. A 6 or 7 out of 10, a solid 9, a 9 and 8, 9.38, like an 8, and I don't know out of 10, Oh, well, thank you guys. I still think this is my worst video. I mean, the theory is good, but obviously we're in the painful to watch territory with this video, but it's okay. Let's go, hold on, why am I zoomed in like this? Let's go and watch the next video. Oh, by the way, I just realized I never put this into a, let me save this to a playlist. Oop, you just saw my playlist. You just saw my Fuck Adobe playlist. Don't worry about what that playlist is for. Hold on. I don't want you seeing all my playlists. Well, I kind of just showed it to you, but whatever. Give me a second. Let me add this video to the playlist. I forgot I didn't add my most recent video to my Deltarune theory playlist, so now it doesn't show up in my main, it doesn't show up in my channel page. Save to a playlist, Deltarune theories, and Deltarune night theories. There we go, we got it. Hey, can we see that again, Soph? Yeah, I got my Fuck Adobe playlist. Actually, you know what? These playlists aren't that bad. Okay. Here, you can see my privated playlist. I have like one playlist that has like voiceover practice, like voice act. It gives you like these tongue twisters that I do. I do these tongue twisters to make like, when I record my video, it makes it easier to record the video, so I just do that. Fuck Adobe. This may or may not contain videos on how to pirate Adobe, but you didn't hear that from me. Allegedly, I pirate Adobe. Allegedly, okay? Allegedly, maybe for research purposes, I looked up a video about that. What do you think about Kris swoon theory? I haven't really looked into that one that much, so I can't really say, to be honest. Who doesn't, exactly? Alright, now, let's watch this video. I know who the knight is! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, Undertale / Deltarune theory. Let's see.
Welcome. The identity of the knight is the greatest mystery in the story of Deltarune. It's greater than the mystery.
Wait, let's watch it at normal speed. Or maybe I'll just turn it up slightly. I don't want it to be like super slow. I want to be able to enjoy this video, you know?
Mystery of who the man behind the tree is, or who drove Jebel and Spantum insane.
The welcome is so funny. Let's see.
Welcome. The identity.
Yeah, it is just kind of like, welcome. And then it just has the little sparkles. Put random slurs in Russian in your video? No! That is gonna like, that's gonna get me canceled, man.
The identity of the knight is the greatest mystery in the story of Deltarune. It's greater than the mystery of who the man behind the tree is, or who drove Jebel and Spantum insane. But what if I told you I can solve all three of these mysteries in one mega theory?
Bro, the incredibly low quality picture of Gangster the SpongeBob with this like high definition like magnifying glass, and like why is the opening a goatsy? What does that mean? Can you open? Yeah, right. Let me turn on subtitles. The music is like super loud in this video. Like,
what if I told you that a certain someone is behind all three of these mysteries? I think you'll find this theory very, very interesting.
I did the thing.
So I think this is going to be the first video in a series discussing different candidates for who the knight can be. Considering Deltarune Chapter 3, 4, and 5 definitely aren't coming out this year unless Toby Fox pulls a Scott Cawthon and releases them all in August or something, I have at least 6 months to squeeze these two games for all they're worth. Basically, in each video, I'll pick up a particular character for.
Oh my god, so do not Google goatsy. Now I need to Google goatsy. Urban Dictionary. Now I need to know, what does goatsy mean? A disgust. Oh. You guys are demonic. You guys are actual demons. Who said goatsy? Guys, if you don't want me to Google something, why are y'all saying don't Google this? If you tell someone don't Google something, it's just gonna make them want to Google it even more. WD goatsy? WD goater? Goatser? I said not to Google it. Thankfully, I didn't Google it on this screen. You shouldn't have said not to Google it. Just don't mention it at all. Don't Google Mr. Hands. Okay, I know who Mr. Hands is, unfortunately. Anyway, let's keep watching.
Evidence as possible that they're the knight and come up with a theory. Doesn't that make your videos ripe for confirmation bias? This first video is gonna be
exactly. This is how you deal with haters. just address their points and then show a video of Markiplier hitting you. That's how you, instead of logically addressing their points, just like, this is how you do it. This is how you do it.
About the most popular candidate, our favorite non-character, W.D. Gaster. Now I admit, thinking Gaster is a knight is like thinking pizza is your favorite food, or the Titanic is your favorite movie. It's a default setting for a human being at this point, but I can't deny that there is some evidence supporting that he's a knight. Now, in most Gaster is a knight theories, they're pretty vague just because we don't know anything about Gaster. So in this video, I am going to be highly speculative. I'm going to take the details we know about Gaster for sure, and stretch them for all they're worth. So if you feel I'm making some leaps in logic in this theory, this video is just going to be a—
Oh, so is this video just me saying that Gaster is a knight unironically? You won't believe this, I literally remember nothing about this theory. I don't remember recording it, I don't remember editing it, I don't remember what I said in it. So this is gonna be like me watching it for the first time. Self-cooking with the editing? True, true. So this is literally just gonna be like me watching the video for the first time. So let's just watch it.
fun crackpot theory. And without further ado, let's get into the video. But before we begin, I'd like to shout out No Chocolate from Tumblr for their posts on Gaster, and 2 Left Fun's video on Gaster.
We're evolving as an editor. You see what I did here? Instead of just zooming in, you can see I cropped out the toolbar. You can still see this. Instead of zooming in, I cropped out the toolbar. Master editor over here. Literal master editor over here. Instead of just zooming in, I cropped out the toolbar. That's wonderful.
For their posts on Gaster, and 2 Left Fun's video on Gaster. They've both been very useful in the research of this video, and I'll be sealing some of their conclusions. The links are in the description below. So let's talk about what we know about the Roaring Knight. The Roaring Knight is a mysterious character responsible for opening the classroom and computer lab.
I literally chose like the ugliest sprite in existence to represent the Roaring Knight. It's literally just Undyne's sprite, but like this hideous color palette, this hideous red color palette. I should have just used Undyne's regular sprite. Did you say 2 Left Thumbs? Yeah, exactly. Looks like a chicken? Yeah, it literally has like the rooster's thing.
Dark fountains. According to Queen, only Lightners with a high amount of determination can open dark fountains, and according to Rouse, opening too many dark fountains can cause the roaring. Based on this, the Roaring Knight is a highly determined Lightner who wants to cause the roaring. According to Sham, the Roaring Knight is responsible for overthrowing the 3 kings and putting the Spade King—
Oh, that's another thing. I've seen a lot of people saying that the Knight could be a Darkner, but that doesn't seem to make any sense, because the way I understand it works, right? So, because like, the Knight leaves the light world, which wouldn't make any sense, because I'm pretty sure the way it works is the fountains, they have determination. They're like filled with determination from the person who created the fountains, and that's how the Darkners like are alive. They're filled with determination from the dark world. The second they leave that fountain, they don't have any more determination, so they just turn back into a regular item. It could be a special Darkner. Bro, that's like saying I hate that argument. It could be a special Darkner that we don't know the rules of. Well, at that point, they could be a space alien for all we know. We have no way of knowing, like, you know what I mean? I feel like if you're gonna claim it's a special Darkner, there has to be some level of evidence that those exist, because at that point you could just claim they're a space alien. They're just like, they're anything. I don't know. Is determination renewable, or is it limited? I guess it would be renewable. Yeah, I guess it would be renewable or something. Dark Worlds would be so fun at IRL. I'm pretty sure they would be like terrifying and dangerous, but
King empowered. All the characters who have seen the Roaring Knight call it either by it or they pronouns. Here's why I think that this doesn't matter. We all know—
Why did I even address this point? Like, why does it matter what pronouns the freaking Knight goes by? Because no one knows who the freaking Knight is, so they're probably just calling them they by to be like polite. I don't even see why I mentioned this, but whatever.
Is a mysterious character. It's quite possible that due to the way the Knight speaks,
Oh wait, no, I know why I addressed this, because I heard some people, I saw some people on Reddit unironically arguing that the Knight couldn't be like a male character or a female character because they go by they them pronouns, and it's like, do you honestly think the Knight told these people their pronouns? Like, obviously they're just calling the Knight a they or an it to be like respectful, or because they don't know what the gender of the Knight is. But I did hear some people on Reddit like unironically arguing that the Knight is non-binary, and probably Kris, because they use they them pronouns. Like, what are we doing here? The knight introduced their pronouns and the transphobia drove him insane. It's like, I'm the knight and I go by they, them. Like, what even is this? This is such a... I know, it's such a Redditor mindset. Like, there's such like an internet mindset to think that that's how human beings interact in person. That when they meet someone for the first time, they just introduce their pronoun. They just give people their pronouns. Especially when they're, like, doing something they're not supposed to. Or, like, something kind of villainous or sinister. I love the idea of the knight just creating fountains to say their pronouns and leave. Exactly. So that's why I made this point.
Acts and the way the knight looks.
Because I know there would be tons of dummies in the comments being like, actually, the knight couldn't be, like, Gaster because Gaster is a he and the knight is a they. Get owned.
It's impossible to determine what the knight's gender is, or if it's even human, which means it's very possible that the knight is a lightener who doesn't go by it, they pronouns in their everyday life. We gotta remember that the knight is trying to disguise its identity.
Reminds me of that haircut video where the barber asked permission for everything. Exactly.
They're not gonna tell everyone what their preferred pronouns are, and if someone misgenders a knight in front of them, they're not gonna correct them. So in my opinion, someone can't be exonerated from being the knight just because they don't go by it, they
Actually, the knight goes by Pup Princess. Yeah, exactly.
pronouns. Now let's talk about what we know about W.D. Gaster. Now I'd just like to say, if you're a huge Gaster lorehead, you probably know most of this information, but just to understand this theory, I recommend you still stick around and listen to it. But if
To be fair though, we don't know Gaster's pronouns. Well, yes we do, because the Gaster followers call him a he. And the game calls him, like, the mystery man, or him, or he. So yeah, I'm pretty sure he is a he.
really feel you don't need to listen to it, skip to this timestamp right here. Dr. W.D. Gaster is a character from—
Bro, I just realized there aren't any chapters. There aren't any chapters in this video. Well, instead of making chapters, I just told people to skip to this timestamp. Okay, that's great.
From Undertale, who is only mentioned in passing by strange characters called Gaster followers. You can only encounter these followers if you generate a specific fun value at the beginning of your save file. According to these followers, Gaster was the former royal
Another
scientist
Diddy.
responsible for making
True.
the core, a machine that provides electricity to the underground. However, his experiments went wrong and he fell into his creation, implied to be the core but not outright stated, and was shattered across time and space. In the wake of his disappearance, Alphys replaced him as royal scientist.
I think Toby is assuming his pronouns. Toby is assuming a fictional character's pronouns, which he created. He's assuming his pronouns.
In the game's files for battle stats, you'll find unused stats for Gaster.
No serialization, Soph is washed. I'm sorry, hold on, let me see. Can I move these up here? I think they look better up here.
His monster type identifier is 666. His HP is 666.
I'll stop trolling.
His attack is 666.
You see, sometimes I can't tell when people are trolling and when people are being serious. I've been on Reddit for too long. I've seen too many things. Now I just have to assume that everyone is being serious.
666. His defense is 66666, and he'll give you negative 6666 gold if you beat him, and negative 6666 experience if you kill him.
Oh, this is another pet peeve of mine. I remember reading this on the wiki, like the fandom wiki, and I was like, wait, but where's the evidence that this is true? They didn't cite their sources. On the other Deltarune wiki, they will include links to the code where it shows, like, where they're getting their sources from. On the fandom wiki, they just write random shit and they don't cite their sources. So I was looking through the game's files for like 10 fucking years looking for evidence that this is true and not just relying on the freaking fandom wiki. So yeah, that was getting on my nerves.
Another interesting, probably coincidental tidbit is that Gaster's name has 6 letters in it. It's clear Gaster is associated with the number 6. Every major character in Undertale has a unique way of speaking that corresponds to a unique typer value. Gaster's typer value is 66. If you
Gaster is so broke he's stealing experience? Exactly.
Fun value 66. There's a 10% chance you'll enter a secret hallway with a gray door in Waterfall. Entering the room, you will encounter this individual. His sprite is called Sprite_Mystery Man in the files, and he does this when you interact with him. It appears Gaster can teleport just like his followers. The sound effect that plays when this sprite disappears is called Sound_Mystery Gun.
Gaster caught lacking, exactly.
Gaster's followers and Goner clam
beware the brokey that steals with hands. Yo, that's a good one. I'm gonna have to use that one later.
Disappears. Something interesting too left from pointing.
Look at this. You see? This is how like perfectionist I am with my editing. If there's like a cursor, I would just crop it out because like what the hell? The cursor.
Something interesting Two Left Thumb pointed out is if you flip the sprite upside down, it still looks like someone with a face, just different. If you flip the number 6 upside down, it becomes a new number. If you have a fun value of 65 and walk into this area in Southern, there's a 50% chance that you will enter the sound test room. Most of the songs in this room are irrelevant, but one that isn't is Gaster's theme. It goes like this.
Cursor spotted, theory invalid, exactly.
Interestingly, this song is 17 seconds long. Gaster's theme is called Muse_ST.
Oh, it is? It is 17 seconds long? I had no idea. Well, I guess I did know, but I forgot at some point. Yo, I gotta use that as evidence now. Somehow. I don't know what that proves, but...
in the game files. After you begin playing it, you can't play any other songs. If you reverse and slow down sound_mystery go, you get Gaster's theme. It's likely that this sprite is Gaster. The WD in WD Gaster likely stands for Wingdings, meaning his full name is Wingdings Aster, which are both fonts. There's a precedent for characters being named after fonts, as Sans and Papyrus are both named after fonts. See my last video to know what I think on their connection with Gaster. In the True Labs, you can read entries written by Alphys detailing her experiments with determination. Each entry is labeled with a number, with one entry missing, entry 17. If you edit the room number on your save file...
Wait, hold on. Gaster is Rod Sterling? Who the hell is Rod Sterling? I'm gonna look this up. Rod Sterling. Are you talking about Rod Serling? Explain this joke to me. Yo, what the fuck? I just noticed the channel Staggering One's profile picture is an upside down Gaster face, LMAO. The host of Twilight Zone? Oh, I get it now. Yeah, maybe. He kind of has that vibe.
To be 264 and open the game, this will happen. In the game files, this room is called object_Gaster_room, confirming that the author of entry 17 is Gaster and that he does speak in Wingdings. Here's a translation of his words. Entry 17. Dark, darker, yet darker. The darkness keeps growing, the shadows come.
You know, I don't think I really needed to go over this stuff. I don't think I really needed to explain everything we know about Gaster. I feel like the way I should have done it was I should have just gone into the theory, right? And then mentioned stuff about Gaster when it became relevant. Like, if I was gonna use entry 17 as evidence that Gaster was a knight, I would just say Gaster is a knight because of entry 17. Here's the excerpt of entry 17 that proves that. Because I feel like everyone who is watching this series already knows what entry 17 is and, like, knows most of everything about Gaster. So... You didn't even mention the Sham Combs connection, SMH, true.
Photon readings negative. This next experiment seems very, very interesting. What do you two think? The sound that plays in this room is called Muse_smile in the files. As you can see, Gaster speaks in all uppercase letters. Several of these letters of Wingdings are hands. One of the dialogue options the river person gives is beware of the—
I wonder who those two that Gaster talks to. You know, in recent light, I think that entry 17 takes place in Deltarune's world. So that is a good question. Before I made that connection, I would have said it was Sans and Alphys. But if it happens in Deltarune, I don't know. I guess it could still be Sans, but I don't think it would be Alphys because Alphys doesn't know what's in the bunker. She makes that pretty clear, and I don't see why a teacher would be involved with Gaster. Although now that I think about it, it wouldn't make sense for it to be Alphys because I don't think Alphys was even like an adult when Gaster was the scientist because that would have happened like forever ago. So yeah, I just realized that theory makes no sense at all. Maybe Kris and Susie? It might be. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them is Kris. Carol and Des, I'm assuming. It might be Carol and like, maybe Asgore. Maybe it's Carol and Asgore. Because I think they were working with Gaster. Because if the knight, clearly Carol works with the knight, right? The knight takes Undyne to the bunker, and there's a lot of connections and hints that Gaster is in the bunker. And Asgore also works with Carol, and the badge is on, what do you call it? The badge is on the bunker, so that would imply that Asgore was aware of the bunker, right? I feel like it has to be Asgore and Carol. Am I making sense? Or am I just tripping? I don't know.
The man who speaks in hands.
Hold on. My mom just walked in. Say hello to my mom, everyone. You're speaking facts? Yeah, I feel like I'm speaking facts. Anyway, let's keep watching this video. I've just been going off on a tangent.
He also says, beware of the man from another world. It's important to note that there are
So if you're making sense and you're tripping, I guess that's fine with me.
actually 2 entry 17s in the files. One is written by Alphys and one is written by Gaster. Since Alphys' entry 17 is likely the entry missing from the determination experiments, it means Gaster's entry 17 is from a completely different experiment. And considering that this experiment
My mom appreciates you guys.
involves darkness, I believe it's likely he was experimenting on dark fountains. Finally, if you try to name the fallen human Gaster, the game will restart. That's all you need to know for Gaster in Undertale. Now let's look up—
Now I feel like the theory that entry 17 is based on Dark Worlds, I think that's confirmed at this point, because firstly, Rouse mentions, Rouse quotes entry 17, clearly showing that entry 17 is related to Deltarune. Plus, there's the Dark World and the bunker, and all the connections between the bunker and entry 17. So I feel like the connection that entry 17 is about a Dark World is just objectively true at this point. So I think that aged pretty well. Though I obviously wasn't the first person to come to this conclusion, so you could argue, do I really have the right to claim credit for that theory? Questionable.
at what he's been up to in Deltarune. Although
Gaster was certainly experimenting at those parties. Exactly. Gaster was definitely at the Diddy parties.
Deltarune was
The
released
parties.
in 2018.
Diddy
Archives of
parties.
Deltarune's website existed since 2016. From the years 2016 to 2018, this is what Deltarune's website looked like. If you click over here, you can download an image called him.png. It looks like a black box, but if you turn the exposure up, you get this. It's something written in wingdings. You can also dehaze the image to make it look even clearer. Translating the wingdings, you get 3 heroes appear to banish the angel's heaven. This references the Deltarune prophecy Ralsei tells Kris and Susie about when you first meet him. Now, why would Gaster know about the prophecy? The first thing you encounter in Deltarune Chapter 1 is the character select screen, where you create your vessel. This song plays. In the game files, this song is called audio_another hymn. It's interesting that Gaster's theme is called Hymn, and this song is called Another Hymn, but the biggest piece of evidence connecting this song to Gaster is the melodic content. For a more rigorous musical comparison of these two songs—
Yeah, I think this is all pretty valid, no? Gaster in the Epstein files, exactly. He definitely went to Epstein Island. Adam, you might be cooking with this one? Yeah,
Watch
exactly.
Andrew Cunningham's video on Gaster's theme. The link is in the description. But needless to say, Another Hymn contains Gaster's theme. Major characters in Deltarune also have unique typer values.
Why is everyone
and Gaster's
slandering Gaster? Read his tweets again, his most recent set of tweets, and tell me that he isn't a diddler. He was posting some freaky ass tweets.
typer value is, you guessed it, 666. If you try to name you or your vessel Gaster, the game will restart, just like in Undertale. At the end of the character creation sequence, the typer value of the narration changes to 2, implying the original narrator was interrupted by someone else. While in the Dark World, if you try to use your phone, it won't work, similarly to how you can't use your phone around Gaster and his friends. Except it will play this
Freakier, yet freakier. That he seems innocent, in my opinion. No, he is not innocent! He's the diddler. He can feel it trembling. Like, go feel it trembling somewhere else, Gaster. Like, ugh. W Diddy Gaster.
sound. It's the same sound that plays during entry 17. If you talk to Sean the shopkeeper about Jevil, he'll say this. He was a funny little man. Once the court jester, I the court magician. A friend? I could hardly consider him a friend. Perhaps not. But he was the only one who matched me in the games we used to play. One day he met a strange someone, and since then he began to change. He started saying things that didn't—
Nah, my man isn't a freak, guys. Stop. I can feel it trembling. I can feel it quickening. How lucky we are to need each other in this way. Like, come on now. He's a freak. He's a freak.
completely make sense, but didn't completely not make—
I felt sexually harassed when I read that, okay? I'm making an allegation against Gaster. I did not consent to those tweets.
sense either. Soon he began to see the world as a game, and everyone as its participants. As the court mage and his only companion, I was forced to lock him away. Or rather, lock us all away in his own words. Since that time, the strange words he said have stuck inside my cotton, and my view of this world has gotten darker yet darker.
How much do you guys ship Player X Gaster? Might be my favorite ship. Player X Gaster. If there was a dating sequence with Gaster, I would totally date him. Toby needs to include a dating sequence for Gaster. Hey, I'm all for some consensual diddling. I'm all for some consensual diddling from the diddler himself.
Insane. In both chapter
I mean, come on, he's totally a prize. Like, he's a scientist, so he's smart. He has, like, this huge, like, bunker laboratory thing, so I feel like he would be loaded with money, no? I definitely ship player X Gaster.
1 and 2, you can encounter the man behind the tree. He will give you an egg. An egg in Wingdings is up, up, right. The move a knight makes in chest. After you receive the egg, the man will disappear, similarly to how Gaster disappears.
Wait, dating sim with Gaster, but when you're about to kiss, the sound plays and he disappears? True. Bro, I'm cooking so hard, Soph, you are gonna get cancelled for this one, LMAO. I said consensual diddling, okay? What are they gonna cancel me for? That I like Gaster? Sounds like they're just judging me for my sexuality.
When you interact with
I will accept everything that happens from now on counts as consent. You're right, young, whatever your name is. That is a valid point.
When you beat the game, you finally see the true form.
I have now officially taken 2 points of psychic damage. I'm sorry, guys.
The clock's hour and minute.
I can't hide who I am anymore. I am a Gaster shipper. I'm a Gaster sexual, guys. Respect my sexuality.
Are both pointing towards 6, meaning the clock is pointing towards 6-6. When you go down this path,
Gaster being shattered across time and space when the pregnancy test comes back positive. You guys are crazy.
Hometown, you will find the bunker. You can't enter it, but it will make this sound. If you speed it up by 666%, you will get the muse_smile sound file.
I don't know why I said if you speed it up by 666% you'll get that. That's like, I think that's just not true. You can clearly tell by this code that it's lowered by like 15%. It's like at 15% speed. So obviously speeding it by 666% wouldn't do anything. I don't know why I said that when the code clearly proves my point wrong, but whatever. Me when I spread misinformation online, I guess.
But what's more interesting is this room's room number. It's room 17. In Deltarune Chapter 2, as Kris and Susie walk to the library, you'll encounter a traffic jam. If you collected the egg in Chapter 1 and interact with this car, the following will occur. Looks like a car. There's even a man inside this one. He waves at you happily. After interacting with the man, if you
Yo, why is someone just speaking in German in our chat? I kind of want to know what he said. I don't know what language that is, but I understand every word. True. Gooner maker.
It will just say, looks like a car. It won't mention the man again, almost as if he disappeared. The narration refers to this man in the same way it refers to the man behind the tree, implying the man behind the tree is the man in the car and is a
That's not German, bro. How much you want to bet it's not German, huh? I'll bet you anything it's German. Let me go German to English. It is German, guys. What are y'all talking about? It's literally German. I want to see what was he saying? Tony Rickardson. He's inside that. He's killing. Maybe it's not German. You're right. I think I'm wrong because this doesn't make any sense. Let me put it on Swedish. Swedish to German. I want to see Swedish to German. I want to hear what he has to say. Tony Rickardson. It's not that I like guys, I'm just a tote sexual? Who is Tony Rickardson? I mean Richardson. I'm going down a huge rabbit hole at this point. You see, this is what happens when you have ADHD. You get like distracted by the most random shit. Who is Tony Rickardson? Swedish motorcycle racer? Why are you bringing up a Swedish motorcycle racer in my Deltarune theory live stream? So if you've gotten nothing right, I'm German, that's not German? Wait, hold on. Gaster was edging in that room for 20 years. As soon as you touch him, he bursts and evaporates. Noha, that was a bit too far. I gotta cross the line with that. As much of a Gaster sexual I am, we gotta keep our freakiness to a minimum. Alright, let's actually pay attention to the theory, guys.
Okay, so that was very long. But now let's get into the actual theory. So to determine if Gaster is the Knight, we must analyze what he's been up to since he fell into his creation, and most importantly, if this Gaster is this Gaster. Gaster is referred to as him several times in Undertale, and the song that plays during the character select is called Another Hymn, implying this Gaster is different from the Undertale Gaster. So I could easily conclude that there are two Gasters, but things are much more complicated. The secret image on Deltarune's website that details Ralse's prophecy is titled him.png, not another him.png, implying this is the Undertale Gaster speaking. But if there is a separate Gaster living in the world of Deltarune, why is Undertale Gaster telling us information pertinent to Deltarune's plot? Is this an oversight by Toby? Am I looking too far into this? No. Recall Gaster was shattered across time and space. Could him and another him be two shattered pieces of Gaster? The way I like to think of it is it's sort of similar to the Horcruxes in Harry Potter. For those of you who don't know, in Harry Potter, a Horcrux is an item that you can use to hide pieces of your
Bro,
soul.
I can't believe I just casually included a Harry Potter, like, spoiler.
In the second book, we meet Tom Riddle.
That is absolutely diabolical work. I just included a full Harry Potter spoiler in my video. Guys, if you really want to read Harry Potter or watch Harry Potter, leave the stream now, I guess. I can't believe I didn't include any warning. Tom,
who is the physical manifestation of the soul fragment stuck in a Horcrux. He has the same personality of the Horcrux creator at the time the Horcrux was created.
although to be fair, I didn't mention that who Tom Riddle was. I'm not gonna mention who he is, just in case someone really wants to watch Harry Potter. Spoiler for a 20-plus-year-old book? Hey, you never know, right? Wearing a Hogwarts shirt right now. At least I think it's fine, because I didn't mention who Tom Riddle was, so maybe that's okay. Although I do spoil the climax to the second movie, so who's Tom Riddle? Don't worry about it.
Of the Horcrux creator.
He's a very nice, considerate, tolerant man. That's who he is. He's very nice, considerate, and tolerant.
Time the Horcrux was created. I suspect Gaster's situation is similar. When he was shattered across time and space, his soul, the very culmination of his
Bye,
being,
Chop
was
Chop.
across time and space too. I believe one of these fragments of Gaster is in the Deltarune universe.
Although the argument that, like, the shattered pieces of Gaster is sort of like a Horcrux, that eats up. You know, I ate with that one, because I think the way a Horcrux works is that a Horcrux is, like, a portion of someone's soul trapped in an item, right? So that's similar to, like, a portion of a person that was shattered across time and space, which can take, like, a physical form. So, I feel like I cooked with that one. What do you guys think? You think that's a valid analogy?
The fragment, similar to a Horcrux, can take on Gaster's appearance and his personality at the time he was shattered. But how does this Gaster know about the prophecy? Since this fragment of Gaster is in Deltarune's universe, it follows that he could have learned about the prophecy. I believe
there's 5 shadow crystals in total, right? I thought there were 4. Because we get one from Jevil and Spamton and the Knights, and then I assume Gerson will give you one too, right? So, I think that's 4. Is there a 5th one that I'm not aware of?
along with there being shattered pieces of Undertale Gaster's soul, there's also a Deltarune equivalent of Gaster, just as there's a Deltarune equivalent for every other Undertale character. It appears this prophecy is related to the religion of Hometown's residents, as they both involve an angel of some kind. So it's quite possible that with enough research, you can learn about this prophecy in the light world.
I think Sham says 2 more after the night. Okay, so that would be 6 total, right? You get 2 shadow crystals in 1 chapter? When? Do we get a shadow crystal from the shadow mantle, like the thing we fight in the NES game? Do we get another shadow crystal from that, or we get 1 in 4? So there's 5 in. Wait, I'm confused. There's 1 from Jevil, 1 from Spamton, 1 from the Knight, 1 from Gerson. That's 4 that we have so far. If there's 1 in chapter 5, that would be 5. 1 in chapter 6, that's 6. Am I missing something? No, you get one from Gerson. There's 4 that we've got. 1 coming, basically. Oh, okay, I see. Well, you can see shadow crystals collected in the load screen of the chapter, so just check.
Gaster's Deltarune equivalent lives in Hometown, then he could have learned about the prophecy through his academic endeavors. It's also possible that the shattered version of Gaster also learned about the prophecy through similar means. Maybe it's contained in a book in the inaccessible part of the library. Now, if my theory up to this point is true, that opens up so many questions. Do all of these—
Oh, chapter 5, Sham needs 5 to stitch something up, so people assume there's 5 in total? Okay, I get it.
different Gasters know about each other? Are their motives aligned with or opposed to each other? Put a pin in that. To see what, if any, motives Gaster has to become the Knight, we must analyze his personality. Unfortunately, all we know for sure about him is that he has a sinister disposition, so allow me to speculate wildly. Since Dr. Gaster is, well, a doctor, it follows that he is smart. Mind-blowing revelation. It appears you must be an expert in multiple fields of science and engineering in order to be qualified for the position of Royal Scientist. These are disciplines that take years of dedication to master individually, so it's safe to say that Gaster has a passion for these subjects. He created the core, which the game treats as a big achievement. Even Alfie's
I must have made the argument that like Gaster is doing this for like scientific curiosity, like just for funsies. I don't know if I like that argument. I feel like that's kind of a lame theory. Maybe it might be true though. It might be true. I don't know how good I feel about it though. Do you think Kris is part of the prophecy too? Well, yeah.
Doesn't seem to fully understand how it works, meaning he has a creative and innovative mind. Also, if his followers' description of him is to be believed, it appears he had quite a bit of time to establish himself and invent many things, meaning he's probably not young, most likely middle-aged. Now, if you've seen my last video, you know my opinions on Gaster's family ties, but because I don't want to stack highly speculative theories on top of each other, I'll refrain from talking about that. Just note that I believe Gaster is probably related to Sans and Papyrus.
Gaster seems way too invested, that is true. Which brings up an interesting point, because I feel like Gaster is working against the Knight, no? I think they want us to he wants us to beat the Knight. So that means that Gaster can't be working with the Knight, which complicates things, because why did the Knight bring Undyne to the bunker? Does that mean Gaster isn't in the bunker, or Gaster likes the player too much? That's another thing. Like, Gaster definitely has a crush on us. Doesn't he call us, like, amazing in Chapter 4? If we avoid getting any achievements? Like, there's a secret ending. There's a secret ending if you avoid getting any achievements where he, like, glazes us and calls us amazing. Yeah, I feel like Gaster and the Knight are ops. Someone says they might have a love-hate relationship. No, it has to be. The Knight is definitely opposition.
Isn't actually relevant to today's theory. I just wanted an excuse to bring up.
He calls us extraordinary? Exactly. Gaster thinks I'm extraordinary. I'm sorry, guys.
Now let's look at Gaster's motivation in Undertale. The job of Royal Scientist is to conduct experiments and invent technology that benefits the underground. We see Gaster do this when he created the core, the source of electricity for the underground. One of the biggest problems for the underground is the fact that they need human souls to free themselves from their underground prison. So as Royal Scientist, he would have an interest in obtaining human souls for the good of his people. If a fragment of Gaster's soul got stuck in the Deltarune universe, that's bad news for the red soul we control. Okay, so let's gather all we know
4 points of psychic damage. I need more tea. Well, be prepared for more. There's gonna be a lot of Gaster glazing in this video. And by glazing, I don't just mean, like, compliments. I'm sorry, I'll stop. This'll be the end. I'm sorry.
Minister, a former Royal Scientist, like...
I think people are gonna accuse me of diddling after this. Am I becoming what I hate? Am I becoming as freaky as Gaster?
Science and engineering, probably related to Sans and Papyrus, and wants a human soul. Using this information, let's speculate about Deltarune and Gaster. Firstly, the characters of Deltarune are similar to their Undertale counterparts. Their personalities are the same, but the circumstances of their lives are different. However, they tend to gravitate towards jobs that were similar to the ones they had in Undertale. Instead of being a king, Asgore was the police chief. He also likes to garden in Undertale, and in Deltarune, he owns a flower shop. Instead of
you became what I eat. I'm sorry, guys. I'll stop. I have to stop. I don't want people to start calling me the diddler instead of the soap. We don't need that.
Of the Royal Guard, Undyne is a police officer and later a police chief. In Undertale, Toriel always wanted to be a teacher, and in Deltarune, Toriel is a teacher. Instead of being a scientist, Alphys is a teacher in Deltarune. Gaster may have been attracted to being a teacher in the same way Alphys was, or may have settled with being a teacher because teaching and doing science are both academic pursuits. Although, I don't think he felt fulfilled.
Thank you for the membership, Rune Hornet. Also, the argument that Gaster is a teacher is just, like, wrong, because I'm pretty sure, even in Chapter 2, we knew that Gerson was a teacher. Like, I'm pretty sure the person who taught the previous teacher was Gerson, and that Alphys took over for Gerson. So I don't know why I made the claim that Gaster would have been the teacher. That's just me spreading misinformation on the internet again.
Alone, and so he took up science as a pastime. In Deltarune Chapter 1, there's no evidence he still works there, which means he either lost his job or quit. After his career as a teacher ended, he took up science full-time and lived as a hermit in the bunker. Now, what science could Gaster be doing that's occupying his time so much?
Wait, why did I use...
Now, what science could Gaster be doing that's occupying his time so much?
Wait, why did I use that clip? That's so random. What? Why would... I mean, that's pretty fitting, honestly. This is definitely something the diddler would be doing in his spare time. Why did I use this?
He took up science full time and lived as a hermit in a bunker. Now, what's
Okay, the idea of Gaster doing that in his spare time is kind of funny.
Gaster be doing that's occupying his time so much? I think you know what. The first dark fountain was opened.
I don't know what I was thinking editing this video. That's crazy. You are not beating the allegation. I am not. I don't know. Was I always this way?
In the school, and according to my theory, Gaster used to work for the school and thus would have known the layout. He opened a dark fountain similar to how his Undertale version may have been experimenting on a dark fountain. He probably chose to open a dark fountain in the old classroom because he knew it was vacant most of the time and wouldn't be discovered. I believe he did this for purely scientific reasons. Or if he's Gaster from Undertale, he's trying to cause a roaring in order to force the human from the prophecy to appear so he can steal their soul. Pick the motive you find most compelling. The last thing I want to mention is a sound.
Why the hell did I suggest that he was trying to steal the human soul when he literally has control over Kris's soul? Like, he literally gives... that doesn't make any sense. Why would I suggest that? How would he steal a soul that he already has control over? Whatever. Or it's a little crazy, but whatever.
To enter the dark world. In the files, this sound is called sound_him_quick. This is another piece of evidence connecting Gaster to the dark world. Now I will explain why Gaster.
Oh no, I think this might be /stream. I think I might actually be cancelled after this, guys. This is gonna be... My career might be over.
Behind the tree. As stated earlier, if you've collected the egg in the light world, you'll meet a mysterious man described similar to the man behind the tree. It's likely that they're the same person, meaning the man behind the tree is a lightener. Now, if
oh, that's another thing. Now that we know more about the man, and he seems to be like lost in time, do you guys think that the man is like the person in this car? Do you think that the man behind the tree is a lightener? That's very interesting.
Similar to the man behind the tree. It's likely that they're the same person, meaning the man behind the tree is a lightener. Now, if this man is not the knight, it's highly coincidental that he happens to be in the area to enter the dark fountain when the real
Imagine the man is just some like demented old man who like escaped his retirement home, and that's why he's so like confused and disoriented.
Opens these dark fountains. It makes far more sense that the man behind the tree opens these dark fountains himself and enters soon after. In the computer lab, the narration specifically points out that the closet is large enough for a person to hide inside. Almost like someone was lying in wait for Noelle and Birdley to show up, open the dark fountain.
Exactly. I hear some people saying, oh no, this is just referring to the fact that you could hide Birdley's body in the closet. Well, guess what? They're wrong. They're wrong. No one hid Birdley's body in a closet. Birdley is in the hospital. This is totally indicating that the knight was hiding in there. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, in the church, there's also another room where it'll say like, oh, a large person could easily fit inside in here. So this is clearly hinting that the knight was hiding in that room. They waited for Birdley and Noelle to come into the room and they opened the dark world. Or maybe they weren't waiting specifically for Birdley, I don't know. But this is clearly showing that the knight was hiding in there, and I heard so many people disagreeing with that theory. Well, guess what? They're wrong, and I'm right. How does it feel to be wrong, everyone? Anyone in there who was commenting that on my videos? How does it feel to be wrong? Rudy came out the closet. Exactly.
And immediately
Why would the dark world be in the computer lab and not the closet? Because it's cooler if it's in the computer lab. Duh. Imagine having a boring-ass closet dark world.
entered the dark world.
Rudy came out the closet, exactly. Oh, wait. Yes, he came out the closet both figuratively and literally.
If my theory about Gaster being the knight is true, then it follows that he's also the man behind the tree. Another reason I believe the knight and the man behind the tree are the same person is because the door to both the old classroom and the computer lab are closed when dark fountains are contained within them. You can see that when Kris and Susie enter these rooms, they are almost immediately transformed.
Kris even avoids opening the church one, so yeah, the knight is in there. Yeah, exact. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
To the dark world, meaning they don't have time to close the door behind them. Therefore, if the man behind the tree isn't the knight, when he enters the dark world, the door to the room should be open, but it isn't. It makes more sense that the man behind the tree...
You're right! Rudy does say that Asgore was a fruit, which kind of implies that maybe they were doing some... Maybe he kissed his homie goodnight a few times. You never know. Right? So I feel like Rudy both figuratively and literally came out the closet at one point.
The room closes the door behind.
I mean, this is Deltarune. Everyone is gay in this game. Everyone is like is not. Being heterosexual and cisgendered is like a minority. You're in the minority if you're that.
Opens a dark fountain and enters the dark world. If my theory about Gaster being the knight is true, then it follows that he's also the man behind the tree. Now that I've established that Gaster is the knight and the man behind the tree, I must also determine if he's the one who made Jevil insane. You may be saying, according to Sham, the knight made Jevil insane, and since Gaster is the knight, Gaster made Jevil insane. But things aren't that simple. Sham doesn't specifically say the knight made Jevil insane, just that a strange...
Okay, so I think this one ends up being incorrect, because I'm pretty sure it's confirmed by the king that the knight talked to Jevil directly, which would imply that they were the ones who made Jevil insane. So that argument was not correct. Though it is strange that Sham, like, the way he talks, or they talk about the knight, he makes it sound like the strange someone who drove Jevil insane and the knight are two different people, but I think that was just done by Toby to, like, make things more mysterious. The only straight couple is divorced. Yeah, exactly. Like, everyone be gay or trans in this game. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. We love representation, but it's a little crazy. So.
I believe Gaster knows information so earth-shattering that it could drive anyone insane. Most importantly, he's the only person who knows this. Gaster is clearly the person who hijacked the official Undertale Twitter, and he's definitely the narrator of the character select. Therefore, one of two things is happening in the Deltarune/Undertale universe. Either it is a game, or it exists in a multiverse in which the real world is one of the many universes. Either way, in order for Gaster to do everything he's done, he'd need to know that one of these two things...
Oh, I don't think Jaru would like this theory, because I'm suggesting that the player is like a canon entity in the game. Yeah, y'all, what do you think? Do you think the heart is literally the player or some other character in the game? Because I feel like it has to be the player. Like, Gaster literally talks to us on Twitter. I know Toby said that tweets aren't canon, but like, come on. Obviously, this has to be like the literal player. This can't just be like an in-universe character.
He either told Jevil that he's a character in a game and his choices don't matter, or more interestingly, he told Jevil about other worlds where he doesn't exist.
I bet on everyone's soul that it's the player. Yeah, I have to say so too. I bet on everyone's soul it is.
Think back to Gaster Kid from Undertale. Have you ever thought of a world where everything is the same, except you don't exist? Everything functions perfectly without you. Haha.
Yeah, like I don't think it's literally our soul. I think it is a device of some kind that we just use as, like, I guess a vessel or whatever.
Me. Gaster Kid is different from the other Gaster followers in that they may not even be one. Their dialogue doesn't mention Gaster at all, and the fun value needed to meet them is very far away from the other Gaster followers. And listen to what they say. Have you ever thought of a world where you don't exist? As if someone told them that, and it terrified them so much that they turned into a goner. Their whole world seems to have been rocked by that thought. When Gaster was shattered across time and space, he became an incorporeal being who was always watching. You can see that parts of his physical form can be interacted with. Maybe somewhere he told Gaster Kid about their predicament, which troubled them greatly. And then there's Clam Girl. She seems to know about
I think these chapters will change Jaru's mind. Low-key, I wouldn't be surprised if he comes up with like an even more insane theory as a result to like justify why the player isn't a canon entity in the game. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. Jaru knows the lore inside and out, and the lore quiz he kicked even Shay's ass shows that much. He doesn't seem to get Toby Fox's type of storytelling, in my opinion. I mean, maybe. Or maybe he just doesn't like, he doesn't like media that breaks the fourth wall, which honestly, I'm kind of the same way. I always didn't really care for fourth wall breaks. To me, it breaks my immersion. I don't really like it that much. I hate this, like, super meta storytelling that's become super popular. I wish we would go back to, like, sincere media. But that's just me. That's why at first I was also kind of resistant to the idea that the player was a canon entity. Because I just don't like that type of stuff. To me, it makes it less compelling. That's just me, though. I don't like meta storytelling either, to be honest. I mean, it can be done well. I just feel like it's been overdone at this point. This kind of like meta storytelling with like a lot of lamp shading and acknowledging that, oh, this is a story, this is a movie, it makes no sense. I feel like it was popularized by Marvel movies, where they lamp shade the ridiculousness of the movies instead of just making the movies make more sense. Like, I'm okay with meta games But if it's the only thing there is, I don't know. I prefer sincere media more.
And even mentions someone named Susie. We see her turn into a goner before our very eyes. Could something similar have happened to Goner?
That's why I like Undertale. I like how it's left ambiguous if Undertale is a game, is like an in-universe game, or if it's like, how do I describe it? Or if it's like real, like a fictional universe that we're supposed to think is real. I like how it's left ambiguous. But I feel like in Deltarune, it's kind of more explicitly a game. And I don't really care for that. That's just my thing, though.
She has a monochrome color palette similar to the other Gaster followers and Monster Kid, and was probably told some earth-shattering information by Gaster. But unlike Goner Kid, she is not troubled by this information. She feels enlightened similar to how Jevil feels enlightened after meeting a strange someone. If all this is true, then Gaster has a history of telling people earth-shattering information that causes them to go insane. This would also suggest that a shattered piece of Gaster is making Jevil insane. If Gaster made Jevil insane, it follows that he also made Spanta insane.
I feel like if it's an in-universe game, like, it's just like, why the fuck should I even care about these characters? Like, why should I care about if they have a happy ending or not? Because, like, the second I turn off the game, they cease to exist. Like, they're never gonna... Kris is never gonna grow up, go to college, get married, have kids, have any sort of life, because they're a video game character, and as soon as I turn off the game, they cease to exist. Like, there's no you know, I prefer pretending that these characters are real. Like, I feel like that's the fun of consuming media, is to pretend the characters are real and that this is really happening to them. I just don't like those types of games where, like, it's an in-universe game. I don't know. That's just me, though.
It'd be a weird storytelling decision if Jevil and Spamton were corrupted by two different characters. I believe Gaster caused Spamton's insanity in a similar way to Jevil. However, that doesn't mean he's the Mike Spamton's always talking about.
Yeah, I think you could... I hope it's just a universe that has game rules, that operates by game rules, game logic. I hope it's not literally a video game, because that would be super lame.
It's possible that after Mike stopped talking to him, Gaster sees the opportunity to corrupt the mentally fragile Spamton. Gaster is associated with the devil. His stats in the files of Undertale are all 666s, a number associated with the devil. This means he's the exact opposite of the angel from the Deltarune prophecy. While the angel wants to bring on the angel's heaven, Gaster wants to bring on the roaring. Now, the biggest question you're probably asking...
I think that's a good point, but I don't think it ends up being true. I think it's... how do I put this? Firstly, it wouldn't make sense, because if he's the devil, he wouldn't want to bring the roaring on, because the roaring causes the angel's heaven. So if we're to think that devils are opposed to angels, wouldn't it make sense that the angel would want to cause the roaring, while the devil would want to... I mean, wouldn't you think that the angel wants to cause the roaring, and therefore the angel's heaven, and the devil wants to stop it? Plus, with the recent events, that clearly indicates that the angel is the player. That does complicate things further, because why would the devil be working with the angel? I don't know.
Why is Gaster doing this? And I think I have an answer. Undertale...
Yeah, and that's another thing. Since Gaster is clearly ops with the knight, he couldn't be the knight, he couldn't want to cause the roaring. So, yeah, that is wrong, unfortunately. This whole theory that Gaster is the knight is wrong, unfortunately.
Gaster is likely trying to get the red soul we control. Deltarune Gaster is trying to...
But I feel like with the evidence that we had at the time, I feel like it was a pretty reasonable theory.
The roaring. As a highly accomplished scientist, he's probably gotten to the point in his life where there isn't anything interesting left to study. And since he's in some sort of half-alive, half-dead state, he has nothing left to live for. So why not see what the end of the world looks like? Over the course of...
Gaster's entire motive for being his love for the player is actually very fitting for a Toby story, is it?
Of his scientific studies, he learned how to make dark fountains and about the roaring. He creates the first dark fountain and enters it. He meets Rouse, who tells him about the prophecy, thinking he's the monster the prophecy speaks of. He now knows that there will come a day when someone will stop his plan of causing the roaring. So whenever he makes new dark fountains...
I think Gaster used to work for Carol in the night, and then pulled us in to oppose them. It's like us and Gaster versus Carol, Knight, and Kris, sorta. Yeah, definitely. Gotta go take care of everyone. Okay, bye, Yijit.
Toby's sure to turn all of its residents against Lightners. When he creates the Card Kingdom Dark Fountain, he overthrows the government and puts the Spade King into power because he's the only ruler who seems to resent the darkness.
We glazing Gaster with this one? Yep.
Nature of reality, which drives him insane.
I don't mind.
Because Susie and Rouse foil his plans, he decides on a different approach. Before going into the library, he makes sure to taunt his opponents before teleporting into the computer lab closet. When he creates a Cyber City Dark Fountain, he tells Noelle and Birdley about it. He tells Queen about how to make dark fountains so that she will target either Noelle or Birdley to force them to make more dark fountains. He drives Fenton insane and tells them that if he takes Kris's soul, he'll finally be free. He does this so Spenton will kill Kris.
Just don't let him do it back. I don't know. I might have to think about that one, guys.
Prophecy. Unfortunately for him, his plan again is followed by a group of teenagers.
Firmly grasp it in your hand.
Yo, this is a goated meme. I'm a comedic genius for this one.
And if a theory on there being shattered pieces of Undertale Gaster in the Deltarune universe is true, he could be receiving help from them.
Glazing Gaster because Gaster glazes us. It's a symbiotic relationship. True.
This plan. The biggest problem with this theory is that his plan is very convoluted for no reason. If he wants to create enough dark worlds to cause the roaring, why doesn't he spam the create dark world button until he causes the roaring? The reason I think he does this is because he may not have enough determination to create the number of dark fountains needed to cause the roaring, which is why he took Noelle and Burley with him in the second dark world, hoping they were more determined than him.
I mean, we get some personality from Dessa's room. They got army rations and boots and they play sports. Yo, army rations and boots? Des is a fascist bootlicker confirmed? I'm just kidding.
That's the end of this theory. I just want to remind you that this is just a crockpot theory, and will probably be disproved in chapter 3. But
bro, that was so that line aged the best out of the whole video, cause yeah, it literally was disproven. If you like this video, consider watching this one now. Okay. Wait, hold on.
Making more knight theories. But what do you guys think? Do you think Gaster is a knight? Do you think that the premise of my theory is correct but the details are wrong? Or do you think a completely different character is the knight? Make sure to leave your thoughts in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, like and subscribe.
Oh, this is the video. This is the video with the Kris Chan. This is the video with the Kris Chan jump scare. Yo, that was fire. I need to use that one more. Just the calm music, the calm voice, and then it just cuts to Kris Chan screaming at the top of his lungs. That's so great.
Theory, and will probably be disproved in chapter 3. But I had a lot of fun making it, and look forward to making more knight theories.
Did you like chapter 3 and 4? What would you rate them on a scale of 1 to 10? I rate chapter 4 on a 10 out of 10, and I rate chapter 3 an 8 out of 10 because I hated the NES section so much. That whole NES section was boring and tedious. But other than that, I liked chapter 3. Chapter 3 was fire. It's definitely my least favorite chapter though.
But what do you guys think?
And then yeah, let's move on to the next video, guys. Ooh, where is Des? This is going to either age poorly as hell, or it's gonna be my best video. Oh wait, I didn't ask you guys, what did you think of this video? How would you rate this video on a scale of 1 to 10, in light of recent events? Six. Oh, come on. I can't lie, a 3 maybe? Yeah, I guess because it didn't age pretty well. 8 out of 10 since you didn't have much to work with. 4. I want to be supportive, but I don't know. Just be honest. 6.1, okay. 4.5 out of 10. Incorrect, but fun to watch out of 10. True. I agree that in terms of like accuracy, it's a 0. It's a flat 0. But was it at least an enjoyable watch?
Welcome.
All right. Yo, should I bring back the welcome where like
welcome?
It's like sparkles. I feel like we need to bring that back. I don't know. Wait, I like this video? Oh yeah, I forgot. I totally liked all of my videos and comments because like, look, I was struggling, okay? I only had like 100 subscribers back then. Back in those days, every like counts.
Deltarune is a game jam-packed with mysteries. Who's the knight? Why is Rousey so suspicious? What is hyperlink blocked? But one thing I find most interesting is the mystery of what happened to Des. Did someone kill her? Did someone kidnap her? Did she run away? Maybe it's because Noelle is the best character, fight me on that. And anything to do with her is going to be interesting, but I always found—
Exactly, Noelle is the best character ever. Yo, this girl is so based in Red Pill, I wonder who she is. I feel like I should totally subscribe to her channel. She's like... Guys, what do you think the best Deltarune character is?
this mystery to be actually
Leave your answers in the chat.
Extra fascinating. I've spent 4 days...
Narcissistic? Yeah, I am narcissistic. If you made videos like me, you would be glazing yourself every day too. Birdly?
To her, and I think I have a pretty good answer. Now, obviously, only 2 out of 7 games have been released, so I'm probably wrong.
Is it cool if I translate your videos into English? But they are in English. You mean like add your own captions? I guess that would be fine. I don't know how that works. I think Kris and Rase are inherently most interesting because of the mystery. I mean, I guess, but I'm just saying, like, which character would you like want to have a beer with? Like, which character do you like the best? Which character would you want to like have friends with? What would you want to be friends with? I'm not gonna lie, I would not want to be friends with Kris. They sound like an insufferable. I won't say insufferable, but they would be constantly up to drama, up to trouble. And like Kris would literally break into my house and like hide under my bed to scare me, type shit. Like Noelle is like someone I would want to hang with, and Susie too. Like they're the people I like actually like and would like want to be friends with.
Wrong, but where's the fun in just focusing on facts and logic, speculating without...
Wait, what does that say?
So I'm probably wrong, but where's the fun in just focusing...
POV, you're trying to explain that it's too early in Deltarune's story to speculate on the plot. True.
Facts and logic.
What? You won't believe the absolute clownery I was reading on Twitter. Like people saying, oh, it's actually really disrespectful to theorize because it ruins the surprise for Toby's story. And it's like, what do you mean it's disrespectful? Like, that makes my brain hurt. I'm sorry, but Toby Fox doesn't have the right to control what people say about his game. Once you publicly post something about... Once you publicly post the game, people have the right to talk about it in whatever way they want. It's not disrespectful to be really into a game and to analyze a game's story heavily. Like, can you believe it? People were morally grandstanding over people who theorize, acting like it would ruin the game if people theorized. Like, theories are the only thing keeping this game alive. For 4 years, the only videos that would get any sort of views about this game were the theories. That was like what was feeding, you know, that was what was feeding the fan base. Plus, Toby was totally theory baiting in all of his chapters. So I don't understand why people on Twitter were acting like it's disrespectful to theorize. Yeah, but you get flamed to death if you dislike chapter 3 and 4 publicly. It's okay. They can flame me to death all they want. I'm just being real.
Speculating without evidence is where it's at. Now, I will be combining this theory with a theory on what happened between the Dreamers and the Holidays because I feel those two events are connected, i.e. Vesta's disappearance caused the families to stop being friends. So if you're like, oh my god, what does all this extra information have to do with Vesta's disappearance? Don't worry, I'm just laying foundation because I think what happened between the two families is highly relevant to what happened to Des. Also, I think the family drama is just as interesting as Des' disappearance. Wow, Des' disappearance. This video is gonna be a nightmare to record, but let's...
True, Des' disappearance is totally like a tongue twister. Des' disappearance, blah, 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 blah.
Let's move on to the actual theory. But before we begin, I'd like to shout out Toby Fox. I finally decided to think for myself and don't need to rely on other videos for research.
Why does it look like that? Okay, whatever.
So yeah, thank you Toby Fox for writing dialogue for this game. It's pretty good. Although the number of times characters call Kris by their name is excessive.
Why was this in the video?
2 lines. It's
I'm shouting out.
Sorry, got a little distracted. Let's talk about what we
Why
know
am
about
I
the families.
shouting out Toby Fox? I mean, okay.
According to
So if your profile picture is so tough, real talk? True.
He's known Asgore and Toriel since college, and was close to both of them. After moving back to hometown, the families were next-door neighbors. They'd attend church together, and the kids would go on little adventures. But then something happened. The families grew apart. They stopped going to church together. The kids stopped hanging out with each other. Rudy seemed to still be on good terms with Asgore and Toriel, but Asgore and the mayor? He did something to gain the mayor's ire, because she removed him as police chief and replaced him with Undyne, an inexperienced rookie. If you read the newspapers on Asgore's removal, Kris was...
Glad you're shouting out small indie creators like Toby Fox. True.
Proceed our control and look away. They can't bear to relive what happened. Along with their friendship, each family was falling apart. Asgore and Toriel got divorced. Vest disappeared. Noelle and the mayor's relationship became strained. Fast forward to today, and the chasm between the families couldn't be greater. When Kris visits
Yeah,
Rudy...
shout out to Carol for paying Asgore's rent. As if he isn't a grown man who can just get a job. Yo, Asgore low-key a mooch. Like, I know people were acting like Carol was a terrible person for threatening to evict Asgore, but, like, she's locally correct. She's out here paying this man's rent, and this bro is so, like, lazy and bad at business that he just gives flowers away for free instead of selling it. Like, I'm on Carol's team. If I was having to pay a grown man's rent, I would be leaving him ominous, threatening letters in the mail all the time. That's just me. Doesn't she own the building? I'm not so sure. She might, or maybe she's just helping him out.
He and Noelle are both confused by them showing up. Noelle doesn't even consider Kris a friend, despite them knowing each other better than anyone else. Now, there's no evidence connecting all these events together, but it'd be strange if they weren't related. Can you imagine how confusing things would be if each of these events were separate subplots? It makes more sense from a writing perspective that all of these events are components of a single subplot. It goes something like this.
Team Carol all the way, open up those fountains, girl. Yo, I feel like Carol Night Theory is like, it has the same vibe as Kris Night Theory, where, like, yeah, there's technically a lot of evidence for it, but it's so obvious that, like, it's obviously a red herring. Sophie equals the knife confirmed. You just exposed my secret, guys.
Learn that the families used to be close but no longer are. We learn about Rudy's illness and Noelle's fear of losing her father. We learn Noelle's mother is the mayor of hometown and has a strained relationship with her. We see the Asgore cringe compilation. Kris and Noelle become closer over the course of Chapter 2. We're introduced to the mystery of Dessa's disappearance and Asgore's removal as police chief. We learn the mayor sees the police as an obstacle, which may hint to
also, what is this audio quality? What was happening with my microphone? Like, this is crazy audio quality.
Asgore. The mayor is built up to be this cold-driven person, and the time to meet her is fast approaching. All this is going to lead to some sort of confrontation between the two families. They'll air out all their grievances with each other and hopefully come together in time for the roaring. In the Deltarune summer newsletter, Toby stated that Chapter 3 isn't going to be very heavy plot-wise. Most likely it's because the family drama is a big component of Deltarune's plot, and since Noelle won't be joining us in this dark fountain, we won't be able to advance that subplot with the holidays further. The festival the mayor's been meticulously planning is tomorrow, and the church that both families attend is also having a service tomorrow.
Wait, why did I say the festival was tomorrow? No, it's not.
The festival the mayor's been meticulously planning is tomorrow.
Me spreading misinformation online? The festival was not tomorrow. Where did I get the idea it was tomorrow? That's okay. Well.
And the church that both families attend is also having a service tomorrow. So after closing Chapter 3's Dark Fountain, we're bound to see all members of both families interact.
Yeah, I guess it's tomorrow now, but it wasn't tomorrow then. That's a little crazy. It was obvious. It would obviously be not on the same day that church was. I don't know why I thought that, but whatever.
Said, Dessa's disappearance, Asgore's termination, Toriel and Asgore's divorce, Noelle's relationship with her mother, the fallout between the Dreamers and the holidays, they all must be connected. With Dessa's disappearance as the catalyst and Asgore's termination as the facilitator. Moreover, I believe the bunker, or the shelter, is in some way involved in this subplot too. If you go to the bunker in Chapter 2, you'll have this exchange. No, just, I ain't afraid. Only kids believe in that stuff. But Kris, you gonna be a weenie like Kris? Susie does her thing, and...
What do you think of my voice acting, guys?
You okay, Kris? What's the deal with this place?
A lot of people thought the festival and the church were on the same day. Wait, you called it shelter? That's what it's called in the files. It's called the shelter, but like, who the hell is gonna call this a shelter? This is obviously a bunker, like a storm bunker. 10 out of 10 voice acting skills.
It's clear Kris has trauma related to the bunker. We know that Kris, Azriel, Des, and Noelle used to explore the woods near the bunker. Could something bad have happened during one of their...
Wait, what was I doing with this attack?
Kris, Azriel, Des, and Noelle used to...
I don't think I realized that you're supposed to like shoot a big shot at it and like push it back. Like, what the hell is this? What the hell is this Spamton footage? Like, you see, when you're an editor, you just notice like weird little details like that, and it's like, wow, this Spamton footage is just terrible.
During one of their adventures. Could something...
Hey, love your videos, keep it up. Well, thank you. I hate that attack. I absolutely despise it. Even when you're like fighting it correctly, it's like nearly impossible to dodge. Like,
bad have happened to Des that scarred Kris for life? It's too early to say, but regardless, the bunker will be important to Deltarune's plot in some way. It may even involve a certain someone. But for this theory, I'll focus on Dessa's disappearance and Asgore's termination, as it seems everything else stems from those two events.
Stormtrooper aim? Okay, my aim isn't that bad, guys.
In most theories surrounding Asgore's termination, Asgore does something evil. As a result, the mayor removes him as police chief and Toriel divorces him.
What do you think the best fight in Deltarune is? I think it's Snowgrave's Phantom. That's just my opinion. No, it's definitely the Knight. The Knight fight is like so cool. He like totally ate up with that fight. Like, it's, as much as I was like raging during that fight, it is like a genuinely fun boss fight. it's like tough, but it's fair, you know? I like it. It's definitely the best. Plus the music is just like, Like even if you're dying repeatedly, it's not even that bad because you can listen to like the banger music the entire time. So, best fight, Car versus Snowflake? No.
Afterward, the families drift apart. The evil thing in question usually has something to do with Des's disappearance. He intentionally kills Des, he accidentally kills Des, he acts negligently as
The Roaring Fraud is crazy? Why is everyone calling them glazing the Roaring Fraud is crazy? They're not the Roaring Fraud, okay? Stop it. Stop dissing a man with cancer like that. How could you diss Rudy like that? That's crazy.
She following Des's disappearance. I guess it's also possible that he did something evil to someone else other than Des, but if I'm gonna go down the Asgore did something evil route, it makes more sense that he was somehow involved in Des's disappearance.
I'm not gonna lie, people calling the Knight the Roaring Fraud is kind of funny though. They treat the Roaring Knight like Homelander. I mean, they low-key are like Homelander. I mean, they're so like powerful, like so above our power level. It's like crazy. You can recognize the best fight in the game while still acknowledging they're the Roaring Fraud. No, they're not. They're not the Roaring Fraud. I won't allow this slander.
Would explain why the mayor fired Asgore so swiftly and replaced him with Undyne.
To be fair, being hit by Asgore in a truck takes away all of your aura. True.
Also mirrors how in Undertale, Toriel left Asgore after he started killing children. However, I don't think Asgore directly caused Des's death, because if he did do something like that, he'd likely be in jail. The mayor definitely has the power to pull some
That is true. At that time, everyone was claiming that, like, Asgore killed Des. And it's like, guys, I know this is like a fantasy setting. If Asgore murdered a powerful politician's daughter, he would be in jail. Like, what are we doing here? That's absolutely absurd logic. Why would he kill Des? His truck didn't SMH? True, I guess his truck was technically the one that killed her, so...
and get him locked up if she so pleases. And even if there isn't enough evidence to lock him up, he would definitely be under police surveillance.
It's a meme now. Asgore killing Des is a meme now. It was not a meme back then. People were unironically arguing that, like, Asgore killed Des.
Also, if Asgore was suspected of killing Des, it would be well known in town. Remember, hometown is a small town, and rumors spread like wildfire in small towns. The residents would view him with suspicion, and he wouldn't have a good reputation like he does in the games. There's also the fact that Rudy still speaks with him with love and admiration. Would Rudy, a loving father, speak so highly of someone who killed his daughter? Even if it wasn't on purpose, do you really think Rudy would still be friends with this man? You may be saying, maybe Rudy believes
Asgore hit her with the Tokyo Drift. Nah, Carol was chill and she didn't lock up Asgore cause KF. Nah, no, we gotta stop with the Asgore slander. He would never.
Asgore is innocent, but if that's the case, why is Rudy's marriage still intact? Sure, there seems to be some tension between him and the mayor, but it seems to center around the way the mayor parents Noelle, not that she believes Asgore killed Des. Maybe this is a me thing, but if my wife was ruining my best friend's life by falsely accusing him of murdering my daughter, there'd be a lot of tension between us. And finally, there's Toriel. If Toriel divorced Asgore because he killed Des, why does she allow Kris to be around him? When Toriel learns Kris went to Asgore's shop, why isn't she upset that her child—
Another good point, like I feel like if... This is why I actually don't think Asgore... I don't feel like the divorce was caused by Asgore putting kids in danger or hurting anyone directly, because why would Toriel allow Kris to be... I mean, why would Toriel allow Kris to be around Asgore if she felt like he was a danger? I feel like they got divorced because Asgore sided with Carol. Because if you watch the flashback, the Mike flashback, it shows that Des disappears first, then Carol disappears first, and then Asgore leaves after. And it seems like Toriel doesn't like the mayor. Like, she won't even call the mayor by her name. So I feel like the fighting started between Carol and the mayor first, and then maybe afterwards, Asgore ended up siding with Carol, and that's why they divorced. Like, don't get me wrong, Asgore definitely did something, but I don't think it was, like... I don't know. That's just me. I don't know. Rudy insists on her calling her Carol when Toriel calls her Rudy's wife. Exactly. She won't call her Carol. She just says, your wife. You know what I mean? Like, they definitely don't like each other.
Was in the same room with a child killer. In Undertale, the game where Asgore is a child killer, Toriel does everything in her power to—
I want to see them throw hands, not gonna lie. True. That would be so entertaining.
stop us, a child, from leaving the ruins and confronting Asgore. So clearly, Asgore did something bad enough to cause the mayor to fire him and Toriel to divorce him, but not bad enough to ruin his friendship with Rudy, or make Toriel want to prevent us from seeing him.
Exactly. I feel like this still, this still holds up. Oh, I'm saying Rudy and Carol are going to Splitsville and waiting for Noelle to move out. Okay.
Most likely, he
True. Well, Do you think that they're gonna get divorced, guys? Do you think that they have like a strained relationship?
Negligently as police chief when Des first
Do you think they're only staying together for the kids?
This caused the mayor to blame him for her daughter's disappearance, so she fired him. Rudy, on the other hand, is more empathetic towards Asgore and doesn't blame him for what happened to Des. As for Toriel, it seems that there were problems in their marriage beforehand, with Asgore's negligent behavior pushing her over the edge. As for Des's disappearance, it's possible it's related to the bunker in some way. Maybe all 4 kids were in danger and Asgore had to make some tough decisions to save as many kids as possible. Okay.
Yo, this is like super loud. Let me just turn this down a little bit.
You're probably thinking right now, I can't believe I wasted my time watching you regurgitate a theory that has been discussed in better videos. And I know how you feel. As I was writing the script, I was worried I was repeating the same points other people had already made.
No, I think Rudy and Carol do love each other. I feel like we're gonna have another, like, weather person situation. They're gonna get divorced. Maybe they do love each other, but I feel like there probably is a strain in their relationship.
But as I was reviewing dialogue for this game, I found this interesting line. Makes me wonder if she even needs the police. Or if they're just getting in her way. And that's when it hit me. It wasn't because of something Asgore did, it was because of something the mayor did. It all makes
You're not gonna tell me that isn't a good theory? Like, I cooked with this one.
sense. The mayor was doing something morally questionable, possibly related to finding Des.
Rudy will die before they have a chance to divorce? I think they'll resolve their issues by the time Plus, I guess if Rudy is the knight, then maybe their relationship is better because they're like working together. I don't know.
Asgore as police chief stood in her way, so she fired him. This caused a massive disagreement between the two families. Rudy sided with Asgore, Toriel sided with the mayor, which resulted in
Rudy definitely is gonna die though. Maybe you're right. Yeah, I don't think they'll get divorced. I feel like they'll definitely reconcile fully, but I feel like he'll definitely die after.
It especially makes sense for Noelle's character. Her theme is called Lost Girl, and boy has she been taking nothing but L's. First she loses her sister, then she loses Kris and Asriel, who are like a second family to her. Then she loses her mom, as the relationship becomes more and more cold and distant. And now, the only good person left in her life, her father.
Noelle trans theory died with Carol? Right, because Carol also has the, she also has the antlers, so, yeah, like, obviously.
Is dying of cancer or something. It's actually really horrible. But what did the mayor do? Before we speculate on what the mayor did, what do we even know about her? The first thing we know about her is that she's a workaholic. Despite having no charisma, she stands unopposed as the town's mayor due to her obsessive work ethic. Thanks to the mayor's hard work, hometown's crime rate is near 0. If you try speaking with the mayor, you'll be told she's busy working on the festival set to happen tomorrow. Another thing we know about her is she's a very strict parent to Noelle. According to her husband Rudy, the mayor is hard on Noelle to a fault. According to Noelle, she'd rather remain locked outside her house than ask her mom for the key, because she's afraid of how mad her mom gets when she's disturbed at work. But when the mayor wants something to happen, she puts all her energy and effort.
Yo, do you think that the mayor is abusive, guys? Mayor abuse theory? I mean, low-key, if the fact that, like, Noelle is so afraid of her mom is kind of concerning, but probably, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying she's, like, beating her with a belt or something, but there has to be some level of emotional abuse for, like, it is not normal for a child to be locked outside their house, but to be so afraid to ask you for a key, they would rather stay outside all day than go and just ask you for the key because of how, like, angry you get. Strict, maybe not abusive though, but, like, it's one thing to be strict, but clearly Noelle, like, is afraid of her mom too. I'm not saying she's, like, super bad, like, the most abusive parent ever, but I feel like she has to be mean, like, maybe a bit mean. I think she's overprotective and overly strict. I wouldn't say abusive. I think strictness can cross the line into abuse very quickly. I'm not saying it's like the worst abuse in the world, but it might cross the line a little bit. Hero redemption arc in 2031. Noelle needs to learn how to climb that fence.
Effort into it to the
Yeah, I think borderline abusive is probably better.
point where she neglects other aspects of her life. She definitely would have approached finding her daughter in the same way. The mayor strikes me as someone who's very hands-on and wants to always be in control of a situation. While trying to find Des, she may have gotten a little too eager. Police investigations have a lot of rules and regulations as to not taint the investigation or cause someone's rights to be violated and the
She reminds me of some Caribbean parents, not mine. They're amazing. Yeah, exactly. Carol low-key like my mom. My mom's Caribbean too, although not abusive. Not abusive, but she was a strict parent too.
Thrown out. You know, there are these things called civil rights.
Did my mom also drop the room temperature by 10 degrees? Low-key. She had aura. She had that kind of aura.
That prevent you from just like breaking into people's houses and looking through other things. The mayor may have wanted to, let's say, bend the rules to speed up the investigation. Maybe she suspected someone in town.
I feel like that's also valid too. Like, I think maybe the mayor was trying to use her power as the mayor to like bend the rules to make it easier to find Des. Am I wrong for thinking that? I feel like that theory still kind of holds up.
Wanted to bring them in without.
Her house is so lame. I hate that 24/7 Christmas shit. It's so tacky. I'm sorry. That's crazy. That's crazy. I love Christmas. I love the Christmas theme. I'll have you know, Noha. I think it's iconic. Caribbean parent haver? Yeah, relatable. 7 strongest Rudy fan when the 7 cancer cells kick in.
Not enough evidence. This is something Asgore, as police chief, would have stopped her from doing. So she fired him and replaced him with the more zealous Undyne. Undyne strikes me as the type of person to bend the rules in the name of justice.
Yeah, Carol cannot be the knight because she has pure aura, and the knight is aura farming to gain aura. True, true.
I know those dogs were not read their Miranda rights, but even after the mayor gained control over the situation, she still couldn't.
Yeah, that's another thing. I feel like Undyne is like the type of cop to like slam someone into the ground for like looking suspicious. Like, she would definitely be in some lawsuits if she existed in real life. Am I wrong for thinking that? I feel like she's too intense. Her having 40 bottles of water in the fridge is privileged energy? Why is having water bottles privileged? Can someone explain that to me? I'm unaware of this like stereotype, because my grandma, she constantly has like a bunch of water bottles in her fridge, and she's definitely not rich. Just drink from the tap? I'm sorry, but tap water has like a slightly different taste than like bottled water. Carol looks old AF. True, like, I was kind of shocked at like how ugly she looked. Hold on, let me look. Carol Deltarune. Like, bro, what the fuck is this? She looks like a 30-year-old chain smoker who lives in a trailer. Like, what even is this? Look at this. What the fuck? Rudy said that this was the hottest person he'd ever met in his life? Rudy, those 20 years must have done a number on her, because what the fuck? Carol high-key chopped. Exactly. Tell me that she doesn't look like a chain smoker. Stress ages people? True. Like, that stress must have been doing a number on her. I feel like she looks like, in real life, she would look like one of those, like, middle-aged house moms. Not necessarily ugly, just like aged, you know what I mean? The fact that her face is bisected and laid out in a similar way to gift trough. She low-key has Grinch vibes. Do you see it? Like, she looks like the Grinch. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. Like, yeah, that's just the vibe she has. Losing a daughter is hard on people, plus being the mayor. Like, I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm not if I met the mayor in real life, I definitely wouldn't call her ugly. I would just be like, you know, 2 kids, a missing daughter, and, like, a stressful job will do that to someone, but damn. Like, Toby did her dirty. Toby did her dirty with this. Like, this portrait is diabolical. Are we not gonna talk about the fact that there was a Carol image that focused on her ass? Is that wait, whoa. What the hell? Okay. You see, this is what happens when you're in the Deltarune community. There's just random, like, porn. You just... Hopefully that doesn't get my video taken down, because that's gonna be crazy. Considering what Soph has said about the stream so far, safe search is always off, it seems. 10 points of second damage. Should I put safe search on? I didn't even think about that. Why is the Deltarune community just filled with gooners? Like, guys, what we doing here? Don't worry, guys, I think I'm fine. There's no nudity, it's fine. I think I'm fine. We're all adults here, right? Hopefully. Hopefully. Deltarune community is trembling. Let's keep watching, guys.
This made her want to drown her pain in more work. She became more obsessive with her job. She lowered the crime rates to 0, but even so, she couldn't solve the crime that took her daughter away. She became more cold and distant.
Every fandom is the same? No, that's not true at all. Everyone says that. It's like, oh, every fandom is toxic. There's a special level to this fandom. It's definitely very intense. Livestream is getting taken down in 1 second. It's over. Everyone, GG's. I think this livestream's getting taken down.
Towards Noelle, getting angry at her when she disturbed her at work. So far, this theory does explain why Rudy still likes Asgore despite his wife hating her. He doesn't blame Asgore for following the rules, but may still understand why his wife acted as she did. After Asgore was fired, he became depressed. He started his flower shop to make ends meet, but poor financial decisions put his family in a bad situation. After all, in Chapter 1, he's fallen behind on his rent, and the mayor is threatening to evict him. His habit of giving away flowers for free couldn't have made things better. There was tension growing in Asgore and Toyo's relationship long before Dessa's disappearance.
FNAF fandom or Deltarune, which is more toxic in your opinion? That's a good one. I would have to say Deltarune community, just because of, like, how, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of, like, moral grandstanding in this community. But, like, in the FNAF community, people be making, like, fan games where William Afton is a pedophile who kills children and, like, rapes them. I feel like they're toxic, but it's, like, two sides of the same coin, you know? They're toxic, but in different ways. Maybe the Deltarune community is more toxic in some ways. FNAF community is more toxic in other ways. I feel like the FNAF community is less of... They don't backseat game as much, and they don't harass people for simply playing differently as much. I feel like that's something specific to Deltarune and Undertale, but... Undertale, Deltarune, honestly, the worst fandom I've been in, yeah, like, the amount of... The backseat gaming is crazy. Even in something like Deltarune, where, like, there's no branching paths in Deltarune, it doesn't really matter how you play, people will be backseat gaming like crazy, to the point where they're running YouTubers off the fandom. I think I heard that, like, Jacksepticeye wasn't going to play chapters 3 and 4 because people were backseating like crazy in his comment section and giving him a hard time for the way he plays, and it's like, bro, this is not Undertale, it's Deltarune, there's no branching paths, it doesn't really matter how he plays. Like... Why are we being so controlling over the way other people play? If you want the game to be played in a specific way, then you can go buy the game and you can play it yourself. Like, this is crazy. I'm not recruiting everyone, I am not getting the stupid eggs. Yeah, exactly. They'll be like, oh my god, you need to get the egg, you need to do this, you need to do that. Honestly, I think that playing the game while live streaming kind of ruined the game a little bit for me. But anyway, we'll keep playing. We'll keep playing the game.
Poor financial decisions were just a straw that broke the camel's back. I know that financial problems causing an already deteriorating relationship to implode is far less interesting than Toyo leaves her husband after he joins a William Afton fan club and starts slaughtering children. But this is a far more grounded explanation that better fits Deltarune's tone. That doesn't mean we can't have juicy drama. As stated earlier, I don't believe Asgore directly caused Dessa's disappearance. But if he didn't do it, who did? Was anyone involved, or did Dess run away? Is she alive or dead? And if she's alive, where is she? And how does the bunker play a part in all this? I have answers to all these questions. Let's start with if she's alive or dead. I believe she's still alive. Firstly, there's no evidence she's dead. All the characters refer to her disappearance, not her death. Secondly, Toby Fox has done a great job of setting up the mystery of Dessa's disappearance. In the Spare and Sweet states...
Yeah, like he says, find her. Imagine if we find her and she's just, like, dead. Actually, Soph, how do you feel about your own community? I like my community. I think it's cool. I think y'all are funny. Cool. Yeah, I would hate streaming Deltarune chapters for the first time. I want to savor that. I think... Next time, next chapters, I'm just not gonna read the chat, because, like, that is so annoying. The chat was being so annoying. Like, people, when I was fighting the knight, people were genuinely getting frustrated with me and be like, oh my god, if you just did this, you would have beaten the knight 14 times over. And it's like, I'm sorry, who do you think you're talking to exactly? This is my game that I paid money for, and I can play it in whatever way I see fit. What right do you have to come into my stream and lecture me like I'm a child for playing it? playing the night the wrong way, supposedly. If you want the night to be played in the right way, then your broke ass can go play the game yourself. Spend $35 on the game and play it yourself. Because, like, y'all aren't gonna get into my chat and, like, give me a hard time for playing the night wrong. Would you call your friends sofers? Yeah, exactly. We're the sofers. That's a good idea. Your post-release live stream chat has been way less toxic than on the first day. Yeah, like, it was, like, so bad on the first day. Plus, there was this one person in the chat who was, like, talking in all caps constantly. It was, like, so annoying. I had to time them out because, like, oh my god. My only chat request is to rap all the Gaster dialogue. Anyway, let's keep watching.
Guitar on it called Find Her. He's clearly challenging us to find where Des is, which would be weird if Des was dead in a ditch somewhere. Finally, there's the Goner Code. For more in-depth analysis on the Goner Code, watch Half-Red Chaos' video on it. The link is in the description.
Discord server when? Never. I don't want the drama or the responsibility. I don't want the responsibility of running a Discord server. That's just too much work. We're the sofers, but at 3 AM we're the diddlers. True. True.
It goes something like this. Where am I?
Oh, put a beat over the Gaster tweets. That would be good. That would be good. What beat should I use? What beat should I use? Should I use the Not Like Us beat? Hold on. I want to look for the Gaster tweets. Do you think that this could work? Gaster tweets. What if I made a shit post where, like, I'm just rapping the Gaster tweets? Understandable decision, Discord. Yeah. Maybe one day I'll get a Discord server when I'm, like, super big, but, like, I don't know. I don't have the time for that.
Hello? Anyone? Is anyone out there? Someone. Anyone. Can anyone hear me?
Did he produce beat? That would be good. That would be good. Though people in the comments who haven't been in my live streams are not gonna understand, like, the joke.
It's dark.
Wingding's push-ups? Yeah, we use the push-ups beat.
It's so dark in here. Someone, anyone, if you can hear me, say something. No one can hear me, can they? I guess not. To be honest, I'm not even sure if I can hear myself. It's so quiet in here. And yet sometimes, I swear, I hear something like scratching? Whoever this person is, they're lost somewhere beyond the bounds of reality. This dialogue is referred to as unused in the code, which is odd. Most unused code has a name describing its original purpose before it was discarded, but these strings are referred to as unused, implying they were always meant to be unused. Why would you include something that you never intended to use? Because it's for us, the players who decompiled the game and have access to the file names. Toby Fox has learned from Undertale that people will gain access to the code and find out everything, so he uses this fact as an opportunity for storytelling, to tell the story of someone who's lost, stuck beyond the bounds of reality. There's only one character known to be lost, Des. He continues to leave secrets with the orphan page, for those willing to go out of their way to find secrets. So yeah, Des is stuck somewhere beyond the bounds of the game. But how did she get there? Did someone do something to her or did she run away? I believe the answer lies somewhere in the middle. Firstly, it doesn't seem Des vanished in a way that indicated she was kidnapped. That doesn't mean she wasn't kidnapped.
When Discord servers are small, they're chaotic, but when they're big and authoritarian, they're boring. True, true. That's why maybe I'll just skip the Discord part altogether. I don't know.
Just that it doesn't appear she was kidnapped. The reason I believe this is because there are no missing person posts.
In my experience, Deltarune Discord servers have been like the worst internet experience I've had like ever. I don't know what it is. There's just a concentrated level of toxicity in these servers. So like, I don't know.
Of Des in town. If she disappeared but left her belongings behind, that indicates that someone did something to her. In that case, the police would assume she was in imminent danger. But if she disappeared along with a bag of clothing and phone, that indicates she ran away. The police would be less frantic since she left of her own accord and isn't necessarily
Deltarune Discord servers are 90% Jaru hating? Yeah, exactly. Andrew's server is the only good one? No, like his server, not to diss Andrew Cunningham. His server is the worst out of all of them. I don't know. I used to lurk in that server. I had to leave. It was too much. The Jaru hate needs to stop. Yeah, like it's overblown. Plus, the people in those Discord servers hate my videos. I see it all the time. They be posting my videos and they're like, I hate this person's videos. I have never watched a soap video and liked it. Andrew's servers are filled with angry people too. Yeah, like it's just hate. People just be hating constantly.
Danger. What's interesting about
Jaru is my goat. What the fuck? Yeah, exactly. I love Jaru's content. Deltarune servers have this general sense of uneasiness in them. I just feel like they're like overly critical to a fault. Like, obviously, I'm not expecting you to glaze every theory I make or glaze every theory that's out there, but I feel like they only hate on theories. They never post the theory and they're like, hey, I think that this theory is cool and has a lot of evidence. They exclusively post theories in there to trash them. Not gonna lie. So if I thought you were a Jaru hater, not really a hater, very much disagreement with the series. No, I like his theories. I like his theories. Deltarune servers, in my experience, Discord servers are either super wholesome or piles of toxicity. Yeah, exactly. Just an echo chamber for being hateful, LMAO? Yeah, exactly. They're just humongous echo chambers. Anyway, let's continue to watch this video. Or else we're never gonna get through my videos if we just constantly talk about how toxic these communities can be.
Someone in hometown talks about her with concern. Sure, they reminisce about her fondly, but they don't seem to express concern about what happened to her, or where she is. Recall that hometown is a small town with virtually no crime. Even though Des disappeared many years ago...
That's another thing that I always found weird. How come no one ever talks about Des in town? Like, does anyone else find that really weird, how Des, like, disappeared a while ago and no one cares? There aren't any missing person photos. No one ever brings her up. Apart from Noelle, like, if Noelle didn't talk about Des, you would have no idea she existed. It's so weird.
It'd still be on people's minds. There would still be a missing person poster of her, even if it's only in the police station, but there isn't. If you went off of what's in town, you wouldn't even know she existed. Noelle is the only person who seems to care that Des is missing. This would suggest that Des ran away and people assume she's safe somewhere living her best life. Police in real life sometimes take missing person cases less seriously if they believe the person ran away. And just like in real life, being a runaway doesn't mean you're in less danger. If anything, it means you're in more danger since you're spending a lot of time outside traveling by yourself. It seems Des ran away, but something bad happened to her. We know something bad happened to her afterward because of the Goner code. She doesn't seem to like what's happening to her, implying she's stuck in a situation she...
I used to think Svampton Neo was massive, but after Tenna, he looks so small. Yeah, true. Svampton was always average height, a little short. No, I feel like he was huge to me. Deltarune fans on their way to say aged like milk on a 4-year-old video? Exactly. I'm waiting for it right now. Strange how no one cares about Undyne disappearing. Well, I mean, Alphys cares. Alphys mentions it. Though I imagine after like one day of a disappearance, maybe people wouldn't be freaking out yet.
She doesn't want to be in. All evidence points at her running away and something bad happening to her. It's possible that Des ran away to escape her poor home life with her mother. It's too early in Deltarune's story to speculate on her motive, but I imagine it was to escape her mother, so for the sake of this theory...
Blukey cares? Yeah, I think Navsaploop cares too.
Likely the depths. What is the depths? It's a concept discussed in a great video by Bricks VGM. The link is in the description. I'll quickly explain the depths, but you should watch the actual video for more information. I will be embellishing certain parts for my purposes, but it's still a good video. Basically, the depths are a plane of existence where all darkness originates.
The bandits say they miss her too, says they should check on her? Aw, that's nice. I had no idea. That's wholesome.
There's a barrier separating Des from the light world. With enough determination, you can poke a hole in that.
But here's the
barrier.
thing, Undyne. People care about Undyne going missing, but no one cares about Des. That is, like, it's so weird to me. I don't know what to make of it.
And create a dark fountain. The idea of the depths comes from one of the lines in Javel's boss.
You're definitely the most zoomer brain rot. You're definitely the most zoomer brain rotted YouTuber on Deltarune, and that's why I like you the most. Aw, well, thank you.
Fight. Hell's roar bubbles from the depths. This roar likely refers to the roaring and how poking too many holes in the barrier can cause it to break. This in turn would cause the roaring. The depths are pure darkness. The dark worlds are composed of parts of the light world affected by pure darkness from the depths. I believe Des fell in or was pushed into a hole in the barrier and is stuck in the depths. You may be asking, how is this possible? The holes in the depths are dark fountains. If you fall into one of those, you just fall into a dark world, not the depths. However, it's clear that some dark fountains are made of a purer darkness than others. For example, Rouse says,
Des disappeared many years ago, they all moved on. Has been my impression of it. That is crazy! A literal child disappears and everyone is like, well, that was like 5 years ago, so like, who cares at this point? I don't know. I find that weird to me. Like, even if it was a long time ago, she was like a kid and I assume she was well-liked and she was the mayor's daughter. It's a little crazy to me no one mentions it. And still, why no missing person photos? That's so weird to me. Even if she was missing for 5 years. This is a small town with no crime. Why are there no missing person photos? Not even in the police station. I think it's probably a touchy subject. I mean, sure, but I don't know.
dark fountain seems to be composed of pure darkness. That explains why any darkness—
Let it go, bro. She's gone. That's crazy.
In Castletown without turning into stone. It also explains why Rouse doesn't turn into stone when in a dark world other than his own. He's made of pure darkness. It's possible that a dark fountain can be so pure that it leads directly to the depths. Now, how would this fall into one of these dark fountains? Who would have had access to such a— It's Gaster. Now I know you're probably sick of this guy by now. All of my videos are about him.
Based in Red Pill.
Gaster may be more important to Deltarune's plot than we first realized, and I'll explain why later. Regardless of that, I believe Gaster has access to one of these super pure dark fountains because of the experiments described in entry 17. Let's do a recap of entry 17. Alfie's determination experiment entries are labeled with numbers, with entry 17 being missing. However, Gaster's entry 17 is not the missing entry because there's a separate
for Persona 3 OST? No, that's Persona 5 OST.
Entry 17 written by Alphys in the game files. It's obvious that Entry 17's experiment has nothing to do with determination. This means that Entry 17 is from a separate experiment. Let's go over—
I wonder if Kris just completely glosses them over when they see the missing photo posters just so the player wouldn't follow Des as a lead, because once we get the guitar they stop us hard. I mean, maybe.
Entry 17 again, even though you're probably sick of hearing it. Entry 17. Dark, darker, yet darker. The darkness keeps growing. The shadows cutting deeper. Photon readings negative. This sex experiment seems very, very interesting. What do you two think? This experiment talks a lot about darkness. The darkness keeps growing, shadows cutting deeper, photon readings negative.
All of your old theories lead to Gaster? Yeah, he was like my favorite character. No, he wasn't literally my favorite character, but he was like, I was fascinated with Gaster, I'm not gonna lie. Who else? Who could ever— It's Gaster made me laugh when I first watched the video. I'm glad, because I feel like Gaster is totally relevant to the game's plot. I mean, the problem with Gaster is that he explains a lot. Exactly, like I just think it's correct. He's just the guy. I don't know. I feel like he's very important to this plot, to this story's plot. What's your favorite fan-made Deltarune 3 take? I don't know anything about fan games, to be honest.
Is an elementary particle and the smallest form of electromagnetic radiation. The electromagnetic spectrum includes all forms of radiation: radio waves, microwaves, x-rays, gamma rays, and visible light. That's the most important one, visible light. If something has no photons, it means it's completely empty and devoid of light. Sounds exactly like my life. Just kidding. Sounds exactly like the depths. I believe Entry 17's experiment was about dark fountains. According to Gaster, this dark fountain is composed of pure darkness. The next experiment talked about in Entry 17 was to go into this dark fountain and see what happened.
Oh, another comment I saw a lot was that the photon readings being negative meant there were literally negative photons. The way I interpreted it, it was like, it was saying that they didn't find any photons. Because like when a scientific test comes out negative, it just means they didn't find anything. Like if I take a coronavirus test and it comes out negative, that just means that there isn't any coronavirus, right? So I just thought that this meant there was no photons. But I think Chapter 3 confirms the photons were negative, so, okay.
Gaster's followers talk about his experiments going wrong, him falling inside his creation.
It's literally just Gaster came from you, right? I've seen other people use it and reference you. Oh, well that's cool. That's cool. Are we gonna change years as AG after Gaster? It's revealed in Chapter 5.
Shattering across time and space. In reality, Gaster threw himself into his creation, his dark—
I never got COVID, weirdly. Me neither.
On purpose. But things did go wrong. He never came back. People assumed he was shattered across—
Maybe we shouldn't bring up that virus. Yeah, that's what I said. I know that it was confirmed in Chapter 3, but I feel like another way you could have read it at that time was it was just saying they didn't find any photons, but whatever.
Time and space. But why do they think this? It's because his creation has special properties that can bend time and space. If he ever left the depths, he likely escaped into a strange, unfamiliar world in a different part of time and space. I believe Gaster, whether it's Gaster from Deltarune's world or Gaster from Undertale's world, is in the bunker experimenting on a pure dark fountain. I believe this because of the connection from Gaster to the bunker. If you go into the bunker, it makes these weird noises. If you look in the code, you'll find that the sound file being played is called muse_smile, slowed down. Muse_smile is the sound that plays during Entry 17, which documents Gaster's experiments with dark fountains. It's clear that—
Honestly, the virus would get the video demonetized faster than Carol Thirst posts. I know, it's been like 5 years. And I bet you anything, this video is gonna be demonetized because I mentioned the virus twice in a 10-hour video. Do you think there were 2 Gasters? Well, yeah, there's an Undertale one and a Deltarune one. But I think the Deltarune one is the most important one.
that this sound is in some way associated with the dark fountains, which means there's a dark fountain in the bunker. What makes things clearer is the room ID of the bunker. It's 17. Okay, I just dumped a lot of information on you, so let's recap what I've been talking about before moving on. Des is stuck in the depths, a plane of existence where all darkness originates from. Some dark fountains are purer than
When's the Rainbow Dark World funny TV guy said it's available? What? When's the Rainbow Dark World funny TV guy said it's available? Can someone translate that for me? I think they are the same character. They might be. They might be. What do you think about Toriel forgetting about the slashed tires when having no reaction to the cops? She just called, not showing up. I mean, she could have just brushed it off. But I think it's dream. Yeah, I think she might have thought it was all a dream. I wouldn't be surprised about that. But that is really weird. Did you know there's a room ID for Toriel's room in the game? Oh, there is?
Enter a dark fountain composed of pure darkness, you'll enter the depths. Entry 17 is about Undertale Gaster's experiments on pure dark fountains. The bunker is playing the exact same noise that was in Entry 17 and has a room ID of 17. It's likely that Gaster is inside the bunker experimenting on a pure dark fountain. This means Gaster is the only person in town who has access to an entrance into the depths. So, if Des is trapped in the depths, it means she either broke into the bunker and jumped in, or Gaster lured her into the bunker and pushed her into the depths. He seems to have—
Yo, have you seen this? Have you seen this gif? Gaster fights Kris gif. Where is it? At bunker. Let's hope I don't find any porn when I search this up. Let's hope this stays all PG. There's a particular gif. Is it this one? It is. Have you seen this gif before? Like this animation is giving me— the animation I made was like giving me the same vibes.
Has access to an entrance into the depths. So, if Des is trapped in the depths, it means she either broke into the bunker and jumped in, or Gaster lured her into the bunker and pushed her into the depths. He seems—
like, bro, look, it's like this. It's like the same vibe. Nobody in hometown knows how to take care of kids. Exactly. You know, when I first played Chapter 4, I was confused why Susie was so upset. But, like, it actually does make sense because, like, Susie spent the entire day worried about Toriel when she just, like, didn't go to church and was hanging out with Sans and didn't feel like she should tell the kids, like, she shouldn't call the kids and let them know she's okay. And also, they were missing the entire day and Toriel didn't care. She was just busy dancing all day. Like, I can understand why— oh, and I understand why Kris would be upset, too. Plus— they have this long day, they're trying to get some sleep, and freaking Toriel and Sans are just making just a huge amount of noise and making it impossible for them to sleep. So I understand why both of them are angry. Frankly, I don't think Toriel was being that great of a mom. Like, that was kind of messed up. Sans seems kind of arrogant towards Susie also. Maybe? I don't know. Why do I remember only this specific part of the video? He's like, nah, she'll be fine when Toriel shows concern. Exactly, like, it's so weird.
He seems to have learned his lesson from last time and no longer wants to use himself as a guinea pig, meaning he needs to use other people in order to continue his experiments on dark fountains. And so—
yo, these music choices are goated. Persona 5's music is goated.
He somehow lured Des into the bunker and pushed her into the depths.
I honestly, truly didn't think you'd fall for that. If I'd known you let yourself get captured this easily, I would have just dangled a turkey leg on a rope from the ceiling.
You may be thinking—
I just had to randomly insert my favorite part of Portal 2.
A load of speculation, which it is. But there's compelling evidence that there's someone in town pushing people into the dark fountains. Don't believe me? Let's go back to the first 10 minutes of Chapter 1. When Kris and Susie enter the supplies closet, the door behind them is initially open. Then, for some inexplicable reason, it closes, ensuring they will fall into the dark fountain. No one ever seems to talk about this. The door closes for no explainable reason. It's
exactly another thing. Why does no one ever talk about how the door just closes? Like, I've never seen a theory video that acknowledges the fact that the door just randomly closes. Clearly someone was waiting outside for them and, like, intentionally trapped them in there. Like, Why does no one care about this?
Night is waiting outside the supplies closet for someone to walk inside so they can close the door on them and trap them in the dark world. You may be saying there's no way
My
someone
favorite quote is when she's like, "You're about to become the immediate past president of the Being Alive Club." True, that was such like a goated line.
lie and wait for us.
I laughed my ass off when I heard that.
There's no one in the hallway, but you can't see the entire hallway in this cutscene, so it's possible that someone is waiting just outside of our vision. But why don't Kris and Susan
The
notice
night
this?
spawn camping these kids? Exactly.
And you may be asking, that's where Gaster comes back into the equation. Gaster can teleport, so he may have hidden somewhere out of view, teleported to the door, and closed it. Still not convinced there's a serial pusher in town? Recall the events of Chapter 2. Noel and Birdley are in the computer lab. They fall asleep, which is why they think that the events of Chapter 2 are a dream. Someone, who is presumably hiding in the closet, opens a dark fountain and traps them inside. Gaster is doing this so he can continue his experiments on dark fountains. He might even want to cause a roaring to have more things to experiment on. It all makes sense.
Except it doesn't. I can buy that Des is stuck in the depths. I can buy that someone in the bunker
Wait,
is
why the
experimenting
text-to-speech? Why the text-to-speech? Okay, whatever.
on dark fountains. I can even buy that the night is pushing people into their dark fountains, but there's no evidence tying Gaster to any of this. You assume Muse_Smile is related to Gaster, but it could easily be related to dark fountains or the depths. The Goner code talks about hearing scratching, which sounds exactly like Muse_Smile. Perhaps these sounds originate from the depths. All the sounds emanating from the bunker prove is that there's a dark fountain in the bunker, not that someone is experimenting on them or that Gaster is the one doing it. Sure, Muse_Smile in entry 17.
Why the half-read chaos cameo? True. What is happening? Yeah, I think I was trying to like go for like, oh, a hater. What a hater would say about my video, like I guess the counter arguments for my video. I should have framed it a bit better, but whatever.
Gaster was experimenting on dark fountains, but that doesn't mean Deltarune Gaster was also experimenting on dark fountains. Overall, there's no evidence tying Gaster to Deltarune's plot. He's clearly just a side character. Nothing more, nothing less. Learn to be more creative and stop mindlessly blaming Gaster for everything.
Except Gaster isn't just a side character, he's the main villain of Deltarune. Okay, let's slow down for a second. I feel like I need to explain myself. Most of this series has been considering which possibility.
Guys, do you still think that Gaster is the main character? I think he's the main character. I think he's the main antagonist still. I was really thinking that he was gonna show up in chapters 3 and 4. He didn't, but I still think he's the main villain. I think he's the main villain.
These contain the best writing.
Gaster's a side character, is that a take that exists? What do you mean? It absolutely was a take that exists. People saying that, oh, he's irrelevant, he's not that important. I just want the Gaster boss fight. True.
Oh, from a writing perspective, such and such would.
I think Gaster is either the main villain or a G-Man type figure.
It makes sense. It makes far more sense that this would be the case. I'm aware that there are many ways Deltarune's plot can go and still be well written. I'm aware that what I consider good writing may differ what you or Toby Fox considers good writing. I'm also aware that Deltarune Chapter 3 may take too much inspiration from its TV theme and do what a lot of TV shows do, have 2 good seasons then rapidly fall off in writing quality. However, I can't in good conscience suggest a theory that I think is poorly written. So far, this game has been pretty good. Sure, the plot is kind of ridiculous in a good way, but in general, the characters can be taken seriously. I think Toby Fox is a good writer.
The first character you met could not be unimportant.
I just want to explain my mindset when making this theory, because this part of
yeah, I agree, but there were tons of people back in the chapter 2 era who thought he was gonna be irrelevant for some reason. It doesn't make any sense at all, but that was a common belief.
The theory is going to be focused on guessing Toby's intention when writing this story. Okay, so Gaster is a super mysterious, secret character that has a fandom by the throat. He's one of the biggest reasons Undertale is still talked about. He's clearly inspired by the Yume.
I agree that it's ridiculous. He was teased for like 12 years. It makes no sense. But so many people on Reddit had an irrational hatred of him and thought that he wasn't that important. I don't get it.
Nikki character Yuboa, who's also a super secret mysterious character. Yuboa has inspired a lot of fan theories because nothing about him is explained. Not much of anything in Yume Nikki is explained, which is why it's so interesting, but Yuboa in particular allows you to endlessly speculate about him. Toby Fox is a fan of Yume Nikki and was probably inspired to make his own super secret character, so he created Gaster. Just enough about him is explained for you to get an idea of who he is, but just enough is left vague to allow you to endlessly speculate about him. There are probably hundreds of valid theories you can make about Gaster and his connection to other characters. And then there's the fact that a lot of Gaster's secrets are hidden in the game's code. Meeting the Gaster followers is pretty easy.
Oh, by the way, guys, when you read Gaster, what voice do you imagine he has? I low-key think he has like the Twilight Zone narrator voice. If Gaster shows up and looks like redacted, I'll cry. Me too. He better not.
But meeting Gaster requires either playing the game up until Waterfall hundreds of times,
Text-to-speech G-Man from Half-Life,
or save file editing. Accessing entry 17 requires save file editing, but interestingly isn't blocked by the dog check. The
I hear Ben Shapiro. Wait, really? That's actually funny. I always hear the voice and the sound effect, except for Burley, who I hear as who I hear as Ben Shapiro. Okay, I see.
Gaster follower names, the Gaster blasters, the sound file names. The
Imagine if Gaster talks like Ben Shapiro. That would be hilarious. Let's say, hypothetically, I feel it trembling.
stats, those all require decompiling the game. Specifically involves opening this data.when file. Why would Toby Fox put so much effort into an irrelevant side character? Why is an irrelevant side character talking about Deltarune's prophecy on Deltarune's website years before the game was released? Most importantly, why is an irrelevant side character the one to hijack Undertale's Twitter and announce the official release of Deltarune? And why is he the first person we meet in Deltarune? It wasn't to theory bait people and make the game popular. Toby has said on multiple occasions that he didn't want Undertale to become popular, and at times he wished he could stop people from talking about the game. He put all this effort into Gaster because he's not an irrelevant side character, he's highly relevant to Deltarune's plot. It's well known that Toby came up with Deltarune before Undertale, which means
Your prediction on Chapter 6 and 7 come out? When Chapter 6 and 7 comes out? Bro, it's gonna be like another 4 years. Since Chapter 5 is coming out in 2026, I think we're gonna unironically get it in like 2023 or something. Let's say, for the sake of the argument, I'm non-binary, and hypothetically, I'm working with the knight.
means if Gaster was an important character, he existed before most of the other Undertale characters. When he started making Undertale, he couldn't find a way to insert Gaster into its plot, but still wanted him
I meant to say 2030, not 2023.
game. So he made him a super secret, mysterious side character. He included foreshadowing for his personality, motives, and involvement in Deltarune's plot. And his plan worked marvelously because people love to speculate about him. Imagine if Gaster wasn't an Undertale.
I'm not even reacting to anything said in the theory, because I feel like most of what's said in this theory is pretty reasonable, even if it ends up being not. So I guess the main theory is that Gaster caused Dessa's disappearance, which I feel like might be true. I don't know, I still feel like it might be true, so I don't know. I don't really have much to say about this. I feel like these are mostly reasonable inferences.
At all. If/when we meet him in Deltarune, would anyone care? Of course not. But because of the status he's gained in the fandom, if/when we meet him in Deltarune, everyone's gonna lose their minds. Okay, so there's some reason to believe Gaster is an important.
Based on the the man behind the tree, it's like they're aiming for 11 years. 11 years is crazy. 11 years is absolutely crazy, but okay.
But why does that mean he's the villain? Firstly, the roles of heroes are kind of being filled up. Pretty much everyone we meet becomes good. Someone eventually needs to fill that main antagonist role. But the biggest piece of evidence tying Gaster to the role as main villain is the way he's introduced. Let's compare and contrast the way Gaster is introduced to the way Flowey, Undertale's main villain, is introduced. They both hijack Undertale's Twitter right before the game is released. They're both the first characters we meet.
11 years since Chapter 1, so that would be like 2029. I feel like it's gonna be like 2030, but...
They both act like they're our allies before pulling the rug out from under us. They both say something that's...
But yeah, I still think 11 years is crazy for like an entire game series to be released. That's like a 2D like RPG. That's a little crazy, but...
Synthesis of the game's theme. They both spend most of their time off screen, letting other characters fill the antagonist.
How do we feel about Chapter 5 being in the files, guys? I pray to God there are not 10 chapters in this game. I'm literally gonna be 30 when this game is finished. I'm fine with 7 chapters. I'm okay with it.
Role only for those characters to be redeemed to become our friends. You can't deny the similarities in the way these two are written. By the way, I have to give credit to Jaro J for pointing this idea out in his Gaster video. The link is in the description. With all this in mind, let's finally answer what happened to the dreamers in the hallway.
You see, there's my Jaro love. You see, their signs were always there that I was a Jaro glazer.
In the good old days, the two families were very close. The parents were all college buddies. The kids were best friends and would spend their time exploring. On several occasions, they explored the forest near the church they attend. On one of these days, they discovered the bunker. Some time passes, and Des is coming to a breaking point in her life. She can't stand her mother's cold, demanding ways and needs an escape. She runs away and falls into the clutches of Gaster.
If y'all genuinely think 2027, like... Guys, we need to be realistic here. He hasn't done any work on chapters 6 and 7. It took him 4 years. 4 years with a team, a producer, a whole group of people to create chapters 3 and 4. And you think that he's gonna be finished with chapters 6 and 7 by 2027? So, okay, so he's gonna be working on chapters 5 throughout this year to get a release in 2026. He might have a tiny bit of work done for chapters 6 and 7. There is no way in hell he's gonna be able to finish these 2 chapters in 1 year, unless they're absurdly short. Like, that's not realistic. It's gonna take at least another 4 years to be finished. I don't know if it's 2030. I don't care about Deltarune anymore. What? I mean, look, as long as it's good, I don't care how long it takes. I'm perfectly fine waiting as long as it needs to, right? But it's definitely not going to be 2027. Like, you're setting yourself up for disappointment if you think it's going to be 2027.
What Gaster said to coax her into the bunker. Maybe he said that she could have wonderful adventures.
Brother, I was 15 when Undertale came out. I'm going to be 30 when it's fully released. Exactly. I was like 11 when Undertale came out. I am now 21. And like, what the fuck? By the time okay, so if my theory that it's going to be released in 2023 is 2030 is correct, then I'm going to be 26 years old when this game is finished. Like, that is crazy. All you people old? How old are you, Fractured? Like 8?
In the bunker's dark world.
I could honestly see Chapter 5 being delayed past 2026. Toby has delayed things before. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Regardless, Gaster convinces her to jump in, or pushes her into, the dark fountain. Due to it being made of pure darkness, she falls directly into the depths. The depths is where she remains for several years. She calls out for help, but no one can hear her. Back in the light world, her family is distraught. Asgore, as police chief, heads the investigation into her disappearance. The mayor, possibly suspecting Gaster, wants to violate some law or civil right to bring him in, but Asgore refuses. So the mayor fires him and replaces him with Undyne, the passionate young rookie. After the mayor fires Asgore, the two families drift apart.
Yo, isn't Asgore such a simp? The mayor literally fired him, and yet he's, like, working with her still. Like, that's simp behavior. Am I right? Am I right or am I right?
Prevented Noelle from seeing Kris and Asriel due to the animosity she has for their father. Asgore, turning his gardening hobby into a full-time job, opens Flower King, but a series of poor financial decisions leaves his family in a bad place. Toriel is unable to support her husband's failing business with her niece.
Oh, I also think the theory was that Toriel and Asgore's marriage was ended by financial troubles, which I don't think that ends up that's true. I think it has to do with the mayor. I think the mayor broke them up because he sided with the mayor, and Toriel doesn't like the mayor.
Teaching salary. Her and Asgore's marriage had been in a bad place for a while. Asgore screws up and gets fired as police chief. Then he makes matters worse by opening a flower shop instead of getting a more stable job.
What's Asgore allegedly obsessed with? He's obsessed. Wait, what did I say he was obsessed with in this theory? He's obsessed with Toriel. That's what he's obsessed with.
And kicks him out of the house. In the holiday household, the mayor's obsession with work has only gotten more extreme. In her authoritarian parenting,
the mayor is a homewrecker. Wow, like. The mayor fired him, and he's, like, still trying to help her. Like, that's simp behavior. And it's to the point where he literally loses his marriage because of it. Like, the mayor is a homewrecker in a way. I'm not saying they're literally, like, dating, but, like, I don't know, man.
She's overly hard on Noelle. Rudy, with his more laid-back parenting style, is usually able to even things out. Fast forward to today, and the families are strangers. Rudy is sick with a terminal disease and can no longer be there to protect Noelle from her mother. Asgore is trying to get back with Toriel despite her rebuffing his advances, and then the rest of the plot happens. Jesus Christ. This script is 6,000 words long, but there you have it, an explanation for all three of these mysteries.
You think Asgore talks to his flowers because he's been to a dark world and knows everything is alive due to them being darkness? Is that NPC in Undertale? Which NPC? I didn't recognize it. Which NPC?
Something tells me all of this will be disproven in Chapter 3, but I had fun making this video and I hope you enjoyed it. This is the end of the theory, but what do you guys think? Do you think anything I said is correct? Leave your answers in the comments below. And if you like this video, like, comment, and subscribe now!
Stick 'em up. This is a
Not a Yandere dev. Wait, there's a Yandere dev cameo? I had no idea I put this in here. Hold on. Let me...
comment, and subscribe now!
Stick 'em up. This is a robbery. Give me all your
subscribes.
Reach for the sky.
Base. Oh, and my cat is in this video. I put my cat in this video too. Guys, compliment my cat in the compliment my cat in the chat. Like, tell me this isn't the cutest cat ever. Look at my cute baby. My precious baby. Yandere dev back to back with my cat is kind of crazy. I don't know why I decided to put it this way. Although a Shane Dawson jump scare would be like 10 times worse, so maybe I shouldn't complain. Like, look at this precious cat. Alright, let's go to the next video, everyone. Let's go. Which one? Okay, we're doing hyperlink blocked next. Hello? What the Sigma? Oh yeah, I keep on forgetting to rank the video. Let's rank the video, everyone. How would you rank this video? We need more cats. Should I start making my cats like a constant in my videos, where like all of my videos ends with like videos of my cat? I didn't expect a hyperlink blocked in chapter 4. I feel like this theory would still mostly hold up, since I don't think we learn anything new about hyperlink blocked, really. I think hyperlink blocked is it's still definitely determination, right? An easy 9? Well, thank you, guys. Wait, hold on. Guys. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be back in 5 seconds. Well, more like 30 seconds, but whatever. See ya. Alright, we back. Let's go, everyone. Hold on, I saw a comment I wanted to respond to up here. Where was it? Please have more locales. Have Boogie and Shane Dawson and Wings in the next credits. Should I include a Wings of Redemption? A Wings of Redemption, what do you call it? Reference in my videos? Have new cat footage and new YouTube criminals at the end credits of each vid. Shane next. Having Shane next to videos of a cat is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. But yeah, I should totally have like low cow jump scares like at the end of all of my videos. Should I have Wings of Redemption next? How would I put that in? What clip should I use? I should probably find a way to incorporate the I can't take this shit no more, man. But yeah, how would which Boogie quote should I use too? I'm sure there's some Boogie clip that I can use.
Welcome. I'm gonna skip the long intro and get to the point. What is—
Look here, look, listen. You're right. Look here, look, listen. Have the Boogie's tipples? How would I even fit that in? Let's just have it, I should just like insert it in without like any sort of content. Where it's like, thrusting my tipples! That would be hilarious. I love my life. Okay, guys, let's actually pay attention. Let's restart. Let's actually pay attention.
Welcome. I'm gonna skip the long intro and get to the point. What is hyperlink blocked? Theory 1. Hyperlink blocked—
Yo, the fact that I don't have an intro at all is kind of base. Should I do that more often, where I just don't have an intro and I just get straight to the video? Boogie threatening someone with a gun, maybe? Where I'm like, it's the clip of him, like, shooting that guy, or threatening to shoot that guy, and it's like, you better subscribe, or else.
Is freedom.
What is Wings of Redemption? Google it. She hyper on my leg till I'm blocked? That's crazy.
Motivated by a desire to gain freedom. The freedom to call his own shots. The freedom to live in the real world. The freedom to escape the entity that controls him. And he knows a fellow freedom lover when he sees one. So when he meets Kris, he knows exactly—
Oh, this is gonna be beautiful, because you know what? In that video, I make the argument that Kris controls the dialogue options in the Spampton shop. And I bet you I can find it. I can find someone saying that's ridiculous. Kris isn't forcing the dialogue options. Kris doesn't control the dialogue options. That's absurd. So we go. It's true. It's true. Chapters 3 and 4 literally confirms that Kris does control the dialogue option. So I was literally correct. I remember someone making fun of me. In the video, in the comments section, saying that's absurd. Kris does not control the dialogue options. They literally do. I was correct again.
What to say to butter him up. If you've lost control of your life,
The welcome is iconic now. Yeah, it just kind of happened, and I was like, well, now I can't stop now. I just have to do the welcome forever.
you just gotta grab it by the silly strings, and I've got just the thing you need. That's hyperlink block. You want it. You want hyperlink block.
You predicted chapter 4 weird route? I did. I literally did. This is so based.
Control over their life. They can only control their body for short periods of time, and even though they can rip the soul out, they can't rid themselves of it completely. Eventually, they must return it to their body. So if hyperlink blocked is freedom,
Yo, why was that sound effect so loud?
Must return it to their body. So if hyperlink
What the fuck? Why was that so loud? That's so random. Oh, I thought Kris yelled because our decision to be a big shot nearly got him killed. I mean, it probably wasn't that specifically. I doubt it was that specific reason. Alright.
His freedom, it makes sense why Kris wants it so badly and is going to extreme lengths to get it. Huh. Hyperlink blocked his freedom. That was easy. Except it obviously isn't freedom, because Phantom says the word freedom on several
Not the my leg. That's crazy.
occasions. I was only ever in it for the freedom. Kris, you're gifting me my freedom. You think making frozen chicken with your
Kris actually tells Spamton to shut up about the night in the shop if you rewatch it. You know, I guess it could be that too. Where Kris is like crashing out and he's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I guess that could be true.
Your side chick is gonna let you drink of that sweet, sweet freedom sauce. He doesn't say I was in it for the hyperlink block, so clearly, whatever censors his words doesn't censor the word freedom, which makes hyperlink block something other than freedom. It's probably related to freedom, but isn't literally the word freedom. So let's move on to Theory 2. Hyperlink blocked is hyperlink block. A hyperlink typically refers to a link that takes you to a web page. There are hyperlinks to the description of this video, and since spam emails usually want you to click on some sketchy link, it makes sense why Spamton says hyperlink block. But maybe Toby Fox is being clever, making us think hyperlink block is just a censored version of
This is actually the first self video I ever watched. Oh my gosh, we're going down memory lane with this one. What'd you think of it? Did this make you like and subscribe for more hyperlink blocked? I always thought that was why Spamton suddenly went, I'm sorry, that Kris was saying, like, shut the fuck up, dude, what the fuck are you saying? I think the route we get the Crystals is a bad ending that makes Kris the knight in the... What? Okay.
word when it's meant to be taken literally. Hyperlink.
The first I watched was the Dark World one, then I binge watched the rest. You see, that's the power of my videos. It gets people to just binge watch all of them. You know what I mean?
Blocked means hyperlink block, to block a link. The link the player has to the red soul, which controls Kris's body.
I'm glad you enjoyed the Dark World one that much, because that's the one I'm the most self-conscious about.
Boot up the game. The mysterious narrator of the character
Hyperlink block is a subtle reference to Asgore hitting death with his truck theory. True.
Are you there? Are we connected? This is because the player is connected or
I think this is my first video too.
If only Kris
Glad
could
you liked
sever
it.
That link, they'd be able to control their body while keeping the soul. The only problem with this theory is this line from Spamton. No, I get it. It's you and that, Uchi Mama. You've been making, haven't you? You've been making hyperlink blocked. And now that you have your own supply, you don't need me. If this theory is correct, how can you make the ability to block the link that controls you? The way he refers to hyperlink blocked implies it's a substance of some kind. Which brings me to my last theory. Theory 3. Hyperlink blocked is determination.
Like, come on, you're not gonna tell me it's not determination. I feel like it has to be determination. Cause, like, that's the key to Kris's freedom, right? They need their own determination to live without the soul, right? Am I wrong or am I right? Am I right or am I right? You know? I feel like this theory still holds up.
To understand this theory, we must discuss Kris and their shenanigans. They're able to resist the control of the red soul long enough to remove it from their body. They can just walk around without a soul and be completely fine. That's an amazing power, but how can they do this exactly? Well, there is precedent for this happening in the Undertale Deltarune universe. After all, at the end of the genocide run, Kara reanimates their corpse and shuffles around through sheer determination. They died ages ago, so they're completely soulless. Kara's speech implies that they used the determination they siphoned off of Frisk to reanimate their corpse and destroy the world. Kris, more impressively, is doing this all on their own, meaning they're the most determined human we've ever met. I mean, the sample size is 3, but that's still impressive. So how can Kris resist the player and persist without a soul? Sheer determination. But it's still not enough. As determined as Kris is, they can't live without a soul forever. Eventually, they have to return the soul to their body. If only they were determined enough, they could outright sever the connection the player has to the—
It makes sense because the narration always dances around the word determination. That's another reason why. Because for some reason the narration and I guess the game itself is just like super hesitant to call determination by its name, like to directly reference it. I don't know why, but like, yeah, I think determination could be love. Well, I guess it could be. But is love a mechanic in Deltarune? I don't know. I feel like I don't know. It could still be a mechanic, I guess, in
the
Deltarune.
soul and live freely. Going back to Spamton, I believe hyperlink blocked is his corrupted way of saying the ability to block the link that controls you. He literally means hyperlink blocked. It's just that the mechanism by which you block this link is determination. Let's read the next part of Spamton's line.
There's plenty of love coming from Gaster's bunker. That's crazy.
Think making frozen chicken
My name's Gaster, but you can call me Love.
with your side chick is gonna let you drink up that sweet, sweet freedom sauce. Determination is an actual substance that you can inject into your body, so you can definitely make it. Somehow, Kris forcing Noelle to kill everyone in the Cyber City Dark World makes determination. But how is this exactly? Again, there's precedent for this happening in Undertale. The route in which Kara becomes stronger is the genocide route. That's the only route in which they siphon enough determination off of Frisk to come back to life and wipe the world clean. My human soul. My determination. They were not mine, but yours. And since the Snowgrave route is the genocide route for Deltarune—
Yeah, that's another thing. How does, for some reason it seems like the genocide route can generate determination. Am I wrong for thinking that? I feel like the dialogue implies that. So would the Snowgrave route not do the same thing? Like I do find it weird. Like, what is the connection between doing the Snowgrave route and having freedom? Is it just Kris trying to like really go against the predetermined path set out by the game? Is that what they're trying to do? I feel like they're trying to generate determination in some way. Am I wrong for thinking that? Yeah, the Mantle minigame and the Weird Route minigames, you gain levels. It could actually be love. I don't know why I didn't explore the possibility that it's love. It could be love. No one dies until the end of chapter 4. It's breaking away from the prophecy. Yeah, it could be that too. But yeah, it's either determination or love.
it follows that Kris is doing a similar thing with Noelle. They aren't determined enough on their own, but if they can make Noelle stronger—
Yeah, you know what? Why didn't I think it was love? It's obviously love. Although I don't know if killing a Darkner would generate love. Like, are Darkners alive? I guess they are kind of alive. I guess they're similar to like Flowey. They're objects that were injected with determination. Or that are filled with determination, that are brought to life through determination. Does killing Flowey generate love? I don't feel like it would generate love because Flowey doesn't have a soul. So I don't know if killing Darkners would generate love.
they can siphon determination off of her. Anytime Noelle kills someone, the game says Noelle became stronger.
I mean, Kris claims to hate the Weird Route, but remember, the Shadow Mantle says you're loving it, right? You love the fact that, you know, you can say it's not your fault because you're not the one choosing to do it. So I feel like Kris secretly might enjoy it a little. I mean, obviously they feel bad for Noelle. They don't like that we're going after Noelle, but I feel like they might enjoy it a little. Like, that they're maybe getting more freedom or trying to break away from the set path by the game. I don't know.
It's the exact same language Kara uses at the end of the genocide route. Together, we eradicated the enemy and became stronger.
We don't kill the
HP.
Darkners in the Snowgrave? Yes, we do. We absolutely do. We absolutely do. We're not just freezing them. I feel like what we're doing is effectively killing them. Otherwise, why would it be so sinister if we're just freezing them into place and that's it? I don't see what would be so bad about the Snowgrave route if we're just like beating them up and freezing them, but they're not dead. I feel like they are dead.
Attack, defense, gold, XP, love. Anytime a number increases, that feeling, that's me. Okay, so
Kris has a kill count in chapter 4. Well, I guess I haven't done the chapter 4 weird route yet. I should probably get on with that already, but yeah.
maybe genocide runs increase your determination. How exactly do they do this? It's because
I assume the
genocide
part
run
of
is
you
hard.
that enjoys this is us? No, because we're not the same thing as Kris. We're clearly different from Kris, so I don't see why. I don't know.
That's it, that's the reason. The genocide run requires you to kill every monster in every room.
Oh my god, bro.
That's an insane amount of grinding. And what do you get for your efforts? A grade A guilt trip. All the monsters are terrified of you and they beg for their lives when you're in their presence. When you go to Snowden, it's completely empty. All the boss battles make you kill characters that you become attached to. It's genuinely unpleasant. The only pleasant part about the genocide route is listening to these bangers. It's very easy to stray off the path of the genocide route into a neutral route. All it takes to fail is for you to miss
Basically, if you kill the Titan spawn, it gives Kris 2 slain on their stats. I feel like that's just because the Titans are different than the Darkners. Since Darkners aren't, I guess they're not like living creatures in the same way that like the Titans would be, or that are like the way Lightners would be. I feel like that might be why. The slaying count is only for chapter 4. It is only for the Titan spawn, right? It replaces banishes? Banishes, okay.
monster or to spare one boss.
Oh yeah, that's right. Kris didn't actually kill them. They made Noelle do it. So of course they wouldn't have a kill count. I feel like Noelle would be the one with the kill count, no? Kris didn't technically kill anyone. Maybe that's why.
In fact, after a certain point, all monsters become immediately spareable. Even if you kill everything in your sight, if you don't sit there and grind every single room until every monster inside it is dead, you're only doing a neutral route.
That's a good point, Young. Kris definitely has some violent tendencies. Or was it Kris? Was it Young who said it? Hold on, who said it? Sorry, Fractured. Fractured is the one who said it. Kris definitely does have some violent tendencies, so I wouldn't be surprised if there is a part of them that enjoys it. Even if they're not like a bad person or a psychopath who would like to do that, but I don't know.
And then there's a Sans boss fight. It's the last obstacle standing between you and that sweet, sweet lore. You have to sit there for literal hours, grinding his boss battle, memorizing all his attacks. And even after beating him, you have to wait like 5 minutes for him to fall asleep so you can finally kill him. This is the genocide run in a nutshell, and you have to endure this for 5 hours. At least that's how long it took me. There are so many opportunities to quit, so many obstacles standing in your way, so many reasons to reset your save file and play a normal pacifist run. Seeing the genocide route to its conclusion takes dedication, it takes determination, and that is how Kris uses the Snowgrave route to create determination. In Undertale, it's not exactly explained how, but somehow Kara possesses / attaches themselves to Frisk and influences their actions. The more Frisk kills, the more control Kara has over them, and the more determination they can siphon off of them. Kris is doing the same thing with Noelle that Kara did to Frisk. They don't do the killings themselves. Instead, they force other people.
You're right, it totally has to be love, because every time you kill or freeze an enemy, it says Noelle gets stronger. And when you're on the Snowgrave route and you go to chapter 3 and Kris kills an enemy or beats up an enemy, it says that Kris gets stronger, right? So I feel like it has to be, hyperlink block has to be love. Maybe it's not determination, it's love.
To do it. By forcing Noelle to endure, they're making her more determined to see things through to completion. The more determined Noelle is, the more determination they can steal. But things went awry when Kris made Noelle kill Birdly. Birdly was like her best friend, and after killing him, she couldn't take it anymore. She lost all the determination to continue and gave up, meaning the Snowgrave route was entirely pointless. Yay! Editing me here, there's one thing that I forgot to mention. So as you all know, in Undertale, all the save points say something to the effect of...
I think this video is a solid 8, but you're right. I like love instead. Yeah, if I could redo this video, I wouldn't include a section about love, because, yeah, I think love is stronger. Is a stronger thing.
In Deltarune, they make sure not to use that word in any of their save points. But the closest we get to that phrasing is in the Snowgrave route. When you've initiated the Snowgrave route and you go to this save point right here, it says, you and Noelle were filled with power, which is very similar to, you were filled with determination. And since determination is just a generic substance that gives you superpowers like the power to travel back in time or the power to come back from the dead, determination is synonymous with power. So this save point might as well have said, you and Noelle were filled with determination. Now in all other routes of Deltarune, this save point does not say this line, it only says this line in the Snowgrave route. In summary, hyperlink blocked is determination. Spanton calls it hyperlink blocked because he has a unique way with words. Kris can walk around without a soul through pure determination, but needs more determination to do it permanently.
But yeah, somewhere in this video I had mentioned that Kris was controlling the dialogue options, and where did I mention that though? I feel like, yeah, it's over here. Okay, it's over here. I mentioned that Kris was controlling the dialogue options here. Everyone was making fun of me for it, but I ended up being right. So take that, random commenters. I was right. I was right.
In the pacifist route, they follow Spanton's exact instructions to receive determination. In the Snowgrave route, they force Noelle to get stronger by killing people so they can siphon determination off of her. In both routes, their plans blow up in their face and they're stuck in the same spot they began. This may explain why Kris opens the Dark Fountain no matter what route we take. They hope that doing so will allow them to have hyperlink blocked. The only problem with this theory is it has a massive plot hole. So supposedly Kris is doing all this to receive hyperlink blocked to gain control of their body, while not being in control of their body? During all these sections, when we force Noelle to kill people, when we follow Spanton's direct instructions, Kris has no control over their body. The Red Soul is the one doing all these things. And since the Red Soul has the exact opposite motive to Kris, doesn't this invalidate the entire theory? No.
I feel like when Spanton says that Kris wants hyperlink blocked, I feel like he's just reading their body language, and he can tell that, I guess, they want the same thing as us. They want freedom, hyperlink block, determination, love, whatever you want to call it, power, whatever you want to call it.
I think we've all been exaggerating how much control the soul has over Kris. Yes, we have control over Kris's body during the gameplay sections, and yes, we have control over the choices Kris makes, but that's about it. A majority of the game is cutscenes and dialogue, and we have no control over these things. During the cutscenes, Kris can walk where they want and react the way they want. When we make them say something, we have no control over the way they say it or the specific words they use. Perish in the chill of absolute destruction, or flourish under the bosom of my hellish reign. Perish. The hell you say it so enthusiastically. Join our side, and I might let you scrub our royal toilet. Join. What? Don't say it so incredulously. In battle, we can order Kris to act, but we can't control the way Kris follows our commands. I mean, look at this option right here. Play dumb. What does that even mean? There are numerous ways Kris can follow this incredibly vague instruction. And most interestingly, we don't have control over what dialogue options are given.
I was right. I'm never gonna let that down, because people were making me feel like I was stupid for saying it, and I was completely correct. I'm gonna find the comments that say that I'm stupid for thinking that, because I'm completely correct.
To us. Look at this. If we had complete control over Kris, we'd be able to type in whatever we want to say to Spanton, but we don't. There are only 4 lines for what we can say. Who do you think is coming up with these lines? Kris, one of the—
Yes! Yes! They hated me. They said I was crazy. But I was right. Wait, what? Someone disregard everything I previously said in this comment. I'm not deleting it in case someone wants to go back and replies or something. Wait, what did— I'll never know what— wait. Oh my god, this was the comment. This was the comment that was making fun of me for the dialogue options. And the person literally, like, changed it because they were wrong. I think the dialogue options are actually what Kris wants us to pick. However, so yeah, this was definitely the comment that was making fun of me for it. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, this person's right. It's either love or determination. Maybe I'll remake this video at a different time. LMAO, I wish we could see when they edited it. Yeah, true. They probably edited it like the second after chapter 3 came out because I was totally right. Coward. I'm just kidding. But come on, stand on business. You don't just get to me when I'm proven incorrect. Yeah, I just pretend I never said it at all. Just stand on business. Own it. Like me, I owned it. All the videos where I'm wrong, I don't delete them or unlist them because they were wrong. I stand on business.
The options is our deal. If Kris didn't care about hyperlink blocked, why do they allow us to bring up the deal at all? It's because they do care. So looking at Kris's
True. Oh my god, I'm cooking so hard with this. This video actually aged really well. This video aged so well.
actions in the cutscenes and dialogue options given
Either they edited it at the time because they felt bad for their comment, or they did it just the other day.
to us, we can infer
I think they did it the other day.
what their motive is. When they go to Spanton's shop, they tell Susie and Rouse to sit outside, which is exactly
Make fun of the sylph, get put in the sock. Exactly.
what Spanton asked them to do. Come alone. Right before they go into the basement where the Spanton Neo suit is, they do the same thing. They tell them to wait outside. They clearly intend to go down there and put the flash drive, or whatever it's called, into the suit, but they don't want their friends to get involved and possibly get hurt. When the Spanton Neo fight is over, they are visibly upset, regardless of how much the player makes them insist they're fine. The same thing happens during the Soulgrave route, right after Burley dies. They're clearly upset with the outcome of the route.
This video aged like the oil in Gaster's fridge? Oh my god, dude. That is crazy. Kris has some control over the player in Chapter 2 final cutscenes. Enters the bathroom. Kris does not allow you to exit the bathroom, and they say something very passive-aggressive. Yeah, something like that.
Bring this all up because yes, the Soul controls Kris for most of the game, but when Kris is in control, there's evidence showing that they are interested in hyperlink blocked. As for where the red
This video is completely correct, completely right, except the thing and the actual name of it. What did I say? And the actual name of it? Hold on. What did I say about this video?
soul is going
Kris is not the knight. Theory and analysis. Yeah, I was completely correct. Completely correct. Kris is not the knight, duh, obviously.
along with this plan. I don't know. If the soul is the player, then whatever reason you had to advance Spanton's subplot is the reason. But if the soul is an in-game character, then I don't know. I don't know. I could probably make an entire video on who the red soul is, and frankly, I'm tired. This is the end of the video, but what do you guys think? Do you think hyperlink blocked is determination or something completely different? Make sure to leave all your answers and theories in the comments below, because I do read and respond to comments. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And thank you for all the support I've gotten on these videos. I mean, these
You're
videos
right.
have been-
You're right. I said that I know what hyperlink blocked is, but now I'm like completely changing my mind on it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting to the Spooky Dude rant video. I regret that video. I wish I just had not included the clips of Spooky Dude all together. Like, I should have just referenced his arguments, but not included the clips, because like that was just too extra. I was correct and he was wrong, but I don't know. I didn't agree with
Way
that
more
video,
successful than I ever
the way
could.
I approached that video altogether.
Imagine. It's so amazing that I get to make these videos on a game that I love, talking about all my thoughts and theories, and so many people want to watch. So once again, thank you. I'm gonna try my best to keep pumping out these videos on a semi-regular basis, and improving little things with each video that I make. But that's all I've got to say. I
Your voice sounds so much better on stream than in videos, by the way. I can't figure out why. You think I should just quit with the compression and stuff, and I should just talk through OBS? Definitely in these older videos. My quality was so bad in these older videos. I hope you guys think it has gotten better over the years, because like, I don't know. I bit the curb hard with the new chapters released because I subscribe to the Kris Knight and Kris Kara theory. Ha. I agree. I think making response videos to a topic is better than take the arguments rather than yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was cringe. I don't know why I did it that way. That
hope you
was
guys have a wonderful day. Bye.
Yeah, I don't know why I did it that way. I would definitely not do it that way in the future. Alright, Kris Knight theory, let's go.
Is one of the most controversial.
This video is actually, you're right. This is the worst video I've ever made. I wish I had just not mentioned Spooky Dude at all. I wish I had not mentioned Spooky Dude at all. This is gonna be painful to watch, I think.
Theories in the Deltarune fanbase, and has been a hot topic of debate ever since Chapter 2 released. And today, I'd like to make the rare argument in favor of Kris being the knight.
Okay, but that's funny, okay? That's funny. I don't regret making that edit. This is funny.
Lies, I tell you, lies! My client is innocent of these crimes. And today, I will be disproving the Kris Knight theory. I will be systematically dismantling all the evidence that supports that Kris is the knight. My client is innocent! Innocent!
Okay, Loki, this intro was fire. This intro was fire. You see, if I have to include a freaking disclaimer, I was going too far.
first, let's examine the evidence.
I don't apologize for the intro. The intro was funny. But, I would just not have mentioned this video otherwise. As a fellow Kris Snyder, I think we should be pretty happy because we were right about everything except Kris being the knight. Lol. What were you right about? Isn't your whole point that Kris was the knight?
Proving Kris is the knight, so we don't know what Kris was up to before Deltarune's story started.
That part can stay. Yeah, exactly. That part can stay. Everything else I would change. So.
Picture. And since the Dark Fountain and the unused classroom was created before the story started, it is technically possible that
Kris being sus. Yeah, I guess you're right. You're right about that.
Could have created that Dark Fountain. After all, they go to the school. They know its layout. They know that the unused classroom is a perfect place for a Dark Fountain since it's well unused and wouldn't be easily discovered by someone else. When Susie and Kris discover the closet Dark Fountain, Kris backs away, almost like they know what's inside, almost like they've seen something like this before. When they enter the Dark Fountain, their costume looks like a knight, I guess. I don't know, like, the fact that some people actually use this as actual evidence is kind of hilarious. Like, people be giving some, like, game theory-ass evidence. Like, but regardless of that...
Actually true! Why the fuck were people bringing up the fact that Kris was dressed as a knight as, like, evidence they're the knight? Actually ridiculous. I'm sorry. I refuse.
Very determined person, meaning they are capable of making dark fountains. And of course, you know, there's the elephant in the room. Kris is the only person we see on screen make a dark fountain. So what? Listen, if I were held accountable for all the stupid decisions I made as a kid, oh boy, wow.
Have you ever talked about the second intro voice? Yeah, I talk about it in, I think, the video I did about the Red Soul, I think. This video is a big editing jump. I like the style of this one a lot. I don't remember if I maintained this style throughout. But yeah. The editing in this video was pretty fire.
Person, meaning they are capable of making dark fountains. And of course, you know, there's the elephant in the room. Kris is the only person we see on screen make a dark fountain. So what? Listen, if I were held accountable for all the stupid decisions I made as a kid, oh boy, wow. But in all seriousness, it's safe to say that when we first saw this happen, we were all like, damn, Kris is the knight, okay? And for some people, that's still their opinion, but for most of us, after thinking about it for a little while, we realized that this doesn't prove anything. Just because Kris made a dark fountain doesn't make them the knight. Literally any Lightner with above average determination can create a dark fountain. Arguing Kris is the knight because they made a dark fountain is like saying, oh, you committed a violence. This obviously means you're the Riddler, the evil serial killer terrorizing the streets of Gotham. Being guilty of one crime doesn't automatically make you guilty of another crime. Kris opening a dark fountain doesn't mean they opened literally every dark fountain in the area. As for Kris's interesting reaction, it's actually pretty reasonable. Would you want to go into this cursed room? Even Susie hesitates before going into this closet. Does that mean she's the knight? But I admit, these facts alone don't exonerate Kris of being the knight. Yeah.
Which, by the way, why does Kris hesitate in the Chapter 1 Dark World? Because, like, even though they aren't the knight, they do know it's a dark world. I guess, well, I don't know why would they be afraid? I guess maybe they would be afraid of dark worlds. Like, I don't know, they seem like a pretty brave kid. I didn't think Kris was a pussy like that, you know? I don't know. I don't think, would Kris hesitate? You're right about a dark world having nothing to do with being the knight. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The bug issue I have with this video is you come off as slightly condescending. Do I? I mean, I just feel like I'm just debunking the theory. Maybe I do come off as condescending, I don't know. I think it's just because I thought the theory was dumb. Which I still think it's a dumb theory. I mean, I don't think the people who believe it are dumb. I just didn't see it. I didn't see the vision. You know what I mean?
Through the power of logic, I will so prove that Kris is completely innocent. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I present Exhibit A, means, motive, and opportunity. The state's case is built on a throne of lies, predicated on a flimsy timeline. I intend to systematically dismantle this case by focusing on the most important part of any knight theory, which is means, motive, and opportunity.
You know what? The constant Better Call Saul clips was definitely a good choice.
Opportunity. Now, what are these things? Well, means is a person's ability to commit the crime. Motive is their reason for committing the crime. And opportunity is whether the person had a chance to commit the crime. Now, a majority of the knight's character is shrouded in mystery, but there are a few things we know for sure. Of course, this is assuming that Rousse's and Queen's word is trustworthy. But according to Queen, only highly determined Lightners can create dark fountains. This means that the knight is also a highly determined Lightner. Since all of the worlds were created in Hometown, it follows that the knight is also a resident of Hometown. According to Rouse, creating too many dark fountains can cause the roaring. And since the knight is called the Roaring Knight, it follows that their motive for creating all these dark fountains is to cause the roaring. And then there's the knight's opportunity. The knight is responsible for creating both dark fountains. So if a character had the opportunity to create one dark fountain but not another, then they aren't the knight. Now, there's no dispute that Kris has the means and motive to create.
Am I guessing you were watching Better Call Saul during this time? Yeah, I think I was. I think I was like halfway through the 3rd season when I was making this video.
dark worlds. I mean, we see them physically do it in front of us. And since Kris is mostly silent, it's impossible to glean what their motives and desires are. So sure, it is technically possible that
A condescending video is needed every now and then. Don't get me wrong, I didn't agree with Kris tonight either, but the way you were presenting it felt a bit unnecessarily negative. Might just be vibes though. I don't take that as a negative so don't take that as negative criticism. Maybe I was being a little condescending in this video, but I don't know. It's a negative video debunking a theory. It's probably going to be condescending no matter what.
could want to cause the roaring. I mean, I don't know why a teenager would want to do that, but ignoring that, as for opportunity, that's where things get a little shaky. Like I've said before, they could have created the first dark fountain, but it's downright impossible for them to have created the second dark fountain. I present Exhibit B, the timeline. I want to add a disclaimer that this timeline is somewhat controversial and has even been debunked by Spooky Dude, but put your pitchforks down. I will address the criticism he has for this timeline. I just want to lay foundation first. Most people who believe Kris is the Knight believe that they made the computer lab dark fountain sometime
Again, as a former Kris Snyder, I love this video, lol.
after chapter 1.
I'm glad you like it.
I mean, we see them take out the soul, so we obviously don't have control over them. We don't know where they're going. They take out their knife, which is the same weapon they used to create the chapter 3 Dark World. We know from Toriel they were prowling around at night doing mischief and stuff. So I guess it is technically possible that they snuck out of the house, went to the library, and created the Dark Fountain. Except, is it really? Look how slowly Kris walks without the soul. When the soul isn't in their body, every single movement seems painful and arduous. In all other instances where Kris removes their soul, they put it back in shortly after, which would imply they can't go for very long without it. And considering how slow they move, it'd probably take a couple of hours to get to the library. Would they even be able to do that physically? I mean, if you...
I guess that theory is like slightly bad because they did walk all the way to Noelle's house, although that is obviously a lot closer. I guess that's not.
Then you believe...
Oh no, wait. I'm sorry, I got confused. Noelle's house, the Noelle conversation happens after they jump out of the bathroom. It doesn't happen after chapter 1. Sorry, I got a bit confused. Forget I said anything. Oh, no, actually, no. Maybe my point would still stand. Like, even though they walk slowly, they can clearly walk, like, they might be able to walk long distances, so maybe them walking to the library isn't that hard to believe.
That they somehow shuffled all the way to the library at 1 mile an hour, broke into the library, opened the dark fountain, covered up the burglary so well that there's not a single shred of evidence indicating the library was broken into, shoveled back home, ate an entire pie, plugged in the TV, and went to bed. Like, no wonder they're so exhausted at the start of chapter 2. Like, now, is it possible that Kris did all this in one night without getting caught? Meh, sure. Is it extremely funny to imagine Kris doing this all in one night without getting caught? Yes. But none of this really matters because the dark fountain was clearly created the day after. Here's why. Look at where Burley and Noelle are sitting after the dark fountain is sealed. They're sitting at the table with their heads in their hands.
This was another thing people were talking about. Like, guys, what are we doing here? Do you think, how would they have gotten and sat, like, all the way back here if there was a dark world? If there was a freaking dark world in the room, wouldn't they have fallen into the dark world already? Like, in the closet, right? Everything is dark. The walls are dark. All the furniture seems to be gone. It seems like the closet is a lot bigger than it normally should be. Why, if there was a dark world in this room, they walk into this dark room, and instead of looking for a light switch or just falling into the dark world, they somehow make their way to the back of the table and put their books down like they're studying? Like, guys, it was a pitch black room, and they're putting their books down like they're gonna study. What studying are you gonna be doing in a pitch black room? To me, if I was doing this, I would at least look for a light switch first before putting down my books and stuff. So I think this clearly implies that they went into the computer dark world. It was normal. They put their books down. They were studying. They fell asleep, and then the Knight opened the dark world in the room. And I heard people saying, if they were asleep, how would the Knight be able to do that and have them not wake up? Guys, Kris opens a dark world in front of Susie while she's sleeping, and she doesn't wake up. So this doesn't prove anything.
Now let's say for a second that this dark fountain was created the night before. That means when they got to the computer lab to study, it looked like this. Now, being faced with this situation, instead of deciding to study literally anywhere else in the library, they decide, yep, I'm going to study in a pitch black room. Walking inside, instead of looking for like a light switch or something, they somehow stumble their way to the seat farthest most from the door. They sit down, take out their books, and then just fall asleep, and somehow they do all this without falling in the dark world. In general, the insides of these rooms aren't consistent with what they look like before the dark fountain was opened, meaning it'd be virtually impossible for Noelle and Burley to traverse this room to the very back seats, which is where they were sitting when the dark fountain was closed. Just look at what happens when Kris and Susie enter the classroom dark fountain. I assume this room is pretty small, like it's definitely not as big as it appears to be, which would imply that these rooms have some sort of non-Euclidean geometry. I mean, they walk forward in a straight line for a really long time, like, so I guess if Birdly and Noelle somehow managed to walk in a straight line for ages, maybe they could reach the end, but like at that point, you've already fallen into the dark fountain. Like, admittedly, it's unclear how these rooms work. Like, do you immediately fall in after you enter, or does it take a little bit before you fall in? But regardless of that, this situation just doesn't really make a lot of sense from a logic perspective or a character perspective, because is it really in character for Noelle to walk inside this room? Like, just look at the way Kris and Susie react to one of these rooms. Both characters are significantly braver than Noelle, and even they're not thrilled.
Yeah, with Noelle, I guess, okay, maybe this point is a bit weak, because I can definitely see, like, Birdly walking in, and then Noelle feeling, like, pressure to walk in with him, so maybe this theory isn't the strongest. I mean, this part of the theory isn't the strongest.
To one of these rooms.
All the rooms in Deltarune have non-Euclidean geometry because that's how Sprite works, lol. By non-Euclidean, I mean, like, the rooms are bigger than they should. The size of the room is inconsistent. You know, that's what I mean.
But sure, Noelle, who is afraid of her own shadow, is just gonna walk into this room. So yeah, if the computer lab dark fountain was created the night after chapter 2, then there's just like a massive gaping plot hole in the story. But obviously that's not what's going on. The game heavily implies that the dark fountain was created while Birdly and Noelle were inside the computer lab. If you go into the closet, it says it's a closet. A large person could easily fit inside. What purpose does this line serve other than to tell us that the knight was hiding in the closet? Clearly that's the implication. And why would the knight need to hide in the closet if no one was inside the computer lab? I mean, come on, if Kris actually did open this dark fountain the night before, why were they hiding in the closet? Like, that is kind of funny to imagine. Like, is this an introvert thing? I'm harping on this point because it destroys the Kris is the knight theory. Let's just play the beginning of chapter 2.
Hi, I love the Rudy theory. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. What do you think the left door in the school is? It's probably just another unused classroom, probably.
Okay, Birdly and Noelle are still in class, so the dark fountain.
Compare the size of Chris's house is the room inside and even better Noelle's house. Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Obviously, the sizes of the room are not going to be completely consistent. These are sprites. It's not going to be completely consistent, right? But the closet is clearly a lot bigger than it should be, like noticeably bigger than it should be. This should be like a very small closet where it takes you maybe a couple seconds to walk through. This closet, it takes them like 30 seconds at least to walk to the end, and it doesn't seem to have any end to it. That's what I mean by it. Theoretically, that closet could be, like, infinitely big. Like, you could just keep walking and walking and walking and never reach the end. That's what I mean by non-Euclidean.
And hasn't been created yet. Right, Noelle is still here, still no dark fountain. She leaves, so now the window of opportunity for this dark fountain's creation has begun.
When have you ever seen a closet as big as the hallway? That's exactly what I mean. It's way too big. It's like abnormally big. That's what I mean by non-Euclidean. Obviously, the original closet wasn't that big. For some reason, the Dark World makes it abnormally big.
And oh, Kris is on screen for the entire time and has no opportunity to make the fountain. So yeah, it's like physically impossible for Kris to have made this dark fountain. Now this is absolutely 100%.
Okay, that was that voice I made was definitely condescending. Okay, I'll give you that.
Time. It has no opportunity to make the fountain.
Okay, that was highly condescending. I feel embarrassed about that. Okay.
Yeah, it's like physically impossible for Kris to have made this dark fountain. Now this is absolutely 100% disprove the Kris Knight theory. It is possible that.
But you see, I'm just passionate. That's all. I was just passionate.
Toby Fox intends for Kris to be the knight, and there's a minor plot hole in the story. But don't tell me that it's technically possible for Kris to be the knight when there needs to be an actual plot hole in the story in order for Kris to be the knight. I mean, a plot hole is literally when something impossible happens.
Yeah, the finger was definitely raised with this one. I was definitely being a walking nerd emoji with that one.
Literally impossible for Kris to be the knight. Just to recap, my proposed timeline for chapter 2 goes like this. In the early morning hours, Kris removes the soul and shovels around their house. I'm not going to claim to know everything they did that night, but they definitely did not go to the library and create a dark fountain. Most likely, they plugged in the TV and watched a TV show while they ate their butterscotch pie. Then they go back to sleep. When they go to school, they basically sleep through the entire school day because they were up all night. After school, Kris and Susie go to the back closet. They have a short conversation with Noelle. Noelle leaves to go study with Birdly, and Kris and Susie go into the dark world. During this time, Noelle and Birdly fall asleep while studying. The knight, who was presumably hiding in the closet, opens a dark fountain in the computer lab. Kris and Susie leave the dark world and go to the library, and then the rest of the plot happens. But what happened to the knight? How did they get away without being spotted? Especially when there was this huge traffic jam outside. Well, who says they left the library? They probably just entered the dark world with Noelle and Birdly, manipulated Queen into using them as pawns, and then left when they felt their work was done. They probably left sometime after Kris and Susie entered, but before they closed the dark fountain, because obviously when they close the dark fountain, they're not in the room, which means they had left before. Now that I've laid out the timeline, let's look at Spooky Dude's video. So this video takes a skeptical view
this is so painful. Why did I have to play clips of his actual video? I should have just, like, summarized his points. This is gonna be cringe.
The Kris is not the Knight theory. He's not necessarily saying they are the Knight, just that they can't be ruled out. And the main way he does this, and the way that's most relevant for this video, is by attacking the commonly accepted timeline I just laid out. Now, I could just paraphrase his video, but I think you should hear it from the—
No, I should have just paraphrased his video. Why would I do that? Why? I mean, I did ask for Spooky Dude's permission, before using his clips, but why the fuck would I do that?
4's mouth, and I'll interject to counter his points. I do want to include a disclaimer that I'm not like a Spooky Dude hater. Don't get me wrong, I wake up early so I can hate longer, but I don't hate his video. I'm not doing this to criticize him or anything. In fact, I've spoken to him. I have his blessing to use this video in my video. The reason I'm using his video is because I think he makes the strongest point supporting that Kris is the Knight. So if I can debunk his points, I think that adds a lot of
Have you ever got a response video? I have no clue. I have no idea.
credibility to my video. Big ups to Spooky Dude for letting me use this video. Let's go.
The main argument that goes into this timeline is that when we close the Chapter 2 Dark World, Noelle and Berdly close up their books. This implies that at some point they opened their books and began studying. The implication is that the Dark World must have opened after they started studying, because otherwise why would their books be open? Now here's my suggestion. Is it possible the Dark World doesn't have to act in one specific way, and it was actually opened the night before? Is it possible that Noelle and Berdly's books were opened not because they started studying, but instead because Toby wanted Noelle and Berdly to reasonably believe they were dreaming?
So the question is, what
I don't believe that was a strong point. So basically your point is that Toby drew the sprites like that to confuse the audience and to make it reasonable that Berdly and Noelle thought they were dreaming. To me, that's not a very logical argument. You're basically saying he engaged in some sloppy writing to make it believable that Berdly and Noelle would think they were dreaming. Yeah, that's a poo-poo point. Is it possible that's what actually happened? Sure, but if your argument for a theory is that there was some bad writing, that like Toby Fox was being a bad writer, I don't know. I don't feel like that's a very good theory.
Toby Fox create a plot hole in his story to explain why Noelle and Berdly think they are dreaming?
Exactly! So your argument is basically that he created a plot hole in his own story. Okay.
I guess the answer is yes, theoretically, it is possible he made a mistake while writing the story. But I think that this reasoning—
Hey Fuzzobotic. What's up?
is kind of dangerous because it can be used to justify any theory whatsoever. Sans is Ness. Wait, but this doesn't make any sense. It kind of contradicts everything that has been established about this character. Maybe Toby Fox forgot the details of his own story and also the story of Earthbound and made a mistake. You see what I mean?
Now I know you're saying, Spooky Dude, you really think Toby would include random details that he hasn't entirely thought through? And like, yeah, I said in the past there's a ton of random little details that don't mean anything, but that's beyond the point.
I completely agree. Toby Fox does include random details in his story that don't mean anything. But this is not a random detail. This is a major plot point. Let's say that—
Like, yeah, sure, you could bring up the clocks, like the inconsistent clocks, as like evidence that he sometimes makes mistakes, but like that's so minor. Like, a minor sprite being inconsistent is not the same thing as this. Like, this is pretty major to the story. Counterpoint, Toby Fox sucks at writing.
that Kris is the Knight, and this is later revealed in the story. This minor detail would completely ruin the replayability of these games. One of my biggest story pet peeves is when a story has a really good twist, but then when you rewatch or reread the story, it doesn't really make any sense. Like, there are details that don't quite line up, and it just makes you realize that the author did not plan out the twist beforehand and just wrote it on the spot. Like, imagine a player replays this game after it's revealed that Kris is the Knight. They would reason that Kris opened that fountain after Chapter 1 ended during the night, and they would think to themselves, huh, that means when Berdly and Noelle got to the library, they entered from here. So how did they get so far in here? Like, it would just be very bothersome to anyone who knows a lot about the story, which is most of the fan base. And this is something Toby Fox knows, so I just don't imagine him making such a sloppy and obvious mistake. The fact that the main character of his magnum opus is secretly the main villain is the most important detail in the story, and is a detail that would have the most amount of scrutiny. So every detail related to this Knight subplot needs to be rock solid in order for this story to work.
Facts.
And he's been writing the story for over 10 years. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't let such an obvious plot hole slip through the cracks, especially this early in the story. And besides, he doesn't even need Noelle and Berdly to be inside the computer lab, sitting at the back table in order to make it believable that they thought that Chapter 2
I was watching Spooky Dude playing Chapter 3 and 4 recently, and Buddy was going through it with the Kris Knight copium. I kind of want to watch that, but I'm not gonna do it on my channel. I've given Spooky Dude enough hate. Okay, the sass was justified. Yeah, maybe a bit of sass was justified. I agree that tone is very important, and maybe I could have approached it with a better, more respectful tone. But I feel like the sass makes it more entertaining. I don't know.
And even Susie questions if what happened during Chapter 1 was a dream. And the way that she entered the Dark Fountain leaves no doubt that what she experienced was real, unless the entire day was some sort of delusion. So yeah, if Berdly and Noelle believe that their adventures in a computer-themed Dark Fountain filled with inanimate objects come to life was a dream, I don't think that'd be a hard sell to the audience.
Why would the Knight be hiding in the closet?
I don't know, why would Kris walk to the other side of town, break into the library just to open a Dark Fountain in the computer lab of all places? Why does the game heavily imply that the Knight hid in the
Okay,
closet
that would, again, I had some attitude with that video. Maybe I would have toned down the attitude for that point, but okay.
computer lab? Was it to be a red herring? What's the point of having a red herring if you're going to reveal that Kris is the knight like 5 minutes later?
Before I debunk this timeline, I'd also like to point out that this supposed timeline is so insanely odd, and based on so many coincidences. Were they specifically waiting for Noelle and Birdley to arrive? That must be the only answer, seeing that they have no problem creating the Dark World once they're here. Not only that, but Noelle and Birdley completely missed the knight creating the fountain and running through the room?
Who says that they were awake during the fountain's creations? I mean, their heads were lying in their hands, implying they were asleep. So I don't think it's an unreasonable assumption to think that the knight opened the dark fountain while they were asleep in the computer lab. And don't tell me that would have woken them up, because Kris literally does the same thing with Toriel and Susie. They were asleep, and that didn't wake them up. Editing me here. So I just realized that I didn't address his first point at all, like where he's like, oh, why is the knight waiting in the closet? Were they waiting for Birdley and Noelle to show up so they could trap them in there? And I actually have a whole video on my channel on why I think that that is the case, that they were purposely trying to trap Birdley and Noelle in there. And I'm not going to go into the whole details of it, otherwise this video would be like 20 minutes long. So basically, at the start of chapter 1 when
This video is Toriel and Spooky's video is Asgore's flowers. Okay.
and Kris go into the closet, the door just kind of closes behind them and there's no explanation given for why that happened. And basically the only explanation that makes any sense is that someone was waiting outside for someone else to go into the closet so they could close the door on them and trap them in the dark world. And of course the only person who would know about this dark world's existence would be the knight or someone working for the knight, which would imply that at least one of the knight's motive is to trap these people in the dark fountain. So obviously the same logic would apply to Birdley and Noelle. They just happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Wait, Jackenstein is a Fent Addict Theory 1? That is crazy. I should start making joke theories. On April 1st, I'm gonna make a Jackenstein is a Fent Addict theory.
Knight was waiting to ambush someone and open this dark fountain. Now, what motive would the knight have to do this? Well, you're just gonna have to watch my video. The link is in the description. Yeah, let's get back to the video.
Some people use traffic jam as an excuse to explain how the knight managed to sneak away, but I feel like that would have the opposite effect. The giant traffic jam stopped us from going anywhere. Wouldn't the knight be immediately seen and have a hard time escaping? Not only that, but Rousey only notices the dark presence after we leave the Castletown fountain. Are you saying that in the literal minute between us leaving the school and entering the library, all of this happened?
This same argument can be used to disprove the Kris Knight theory.
Yes, I am saying that. Yes, he acts like that's such like a short amount of time when it takes like 30 seconds to make a dark world. Like yes, I am saying that.
Though. I mean, you're kind of assuming that the disturbance Rousey felt was the dark fountain opening, but I think that is a reasonable assumption to make, so let's assume that that's true. If the dark fountain was created by Kris the night before, why is Rousey only feeling the disturbance now? Why didn't he feel it the night before when it actually happened? But let's ignore that. This still doesn't prove that the dark fountain wasn't created after Kris and Susie left Castletown. Listen, Rousey is completely trustworthy and never lies, but maybe on this occasion he was withholding the truth. He does have a tendency to withhold important and upsetting information, so it's quite possible that Rousey felt the disturbance while Kris and Susie were in Castletown and didn't say anything because Kris and Susie were having fun and he didn't want to kill the vibe. He only left to investigate after they left. And when
Yeah, that's another weak point. Like, oh, why didn't Rousey say he mentioned it? Well, because Rousey is a liar who didn't want to upset Kris and Susie. Obviously. And I think that's confirmed by chapter 3 and 4, because we see in chapter 3 and 4 that Rousey specifically lies to Kris and like hides things from, I guess, Kris and Susie to make things more fun for them and to not like upset them, right? So I feel like that point aged pretty well.
In the dark fountain, he's like, oh, funny seeing you here. I like actually totally felt a disturbance in the forest like 5 seconds after you left. But let's even ignore that and accept that the dark fountain was created after Kris and Susie left Castletown. This still doesn't prove that it's impossible for the knight to create the dark fountain in this time period. In fact, I timed it. So I timed how long it took for Kris to create their dark fountain, and it took like 7 seconds. And then I timed how long it took Kris to go from the closet to the library. Now I know some of you may
Yeah,
be saying,
exactly. It takes literally 5 seconds to make a dark world. And if they were already waiting in the computer lab, Kris walking from the school all the way to the library, I mean, it's completely plausible someone could have opened the dark world in that time. Not to mention, they could have opened the dark world while Rousey, Kris, and Susie were in Castletown, right? And Rousey just didn't mention the disturbance in the forest that he felt because he didn't want to upset Kris and Susie. So yeah, I don't feel like that's a very good point.
oh, you were totally cheating. You totally went slower than you could just to prove your theory correct. But worry not, I deployed elite speedrunning strats to try to get to the library as quick as possible. I matched the enter key as fast as I could to try and skip all the dialogue. Autorun was on, I tried to get to the library as quick as I possibly could. And let's look at a comparison of the 2 times. So yeah, the knight could have easily created a dark fountain in this time period with a lot of wiggle room in between. Of course, this is all assuming that the way we experience time is the same way that the characters experience time, which is probably not true. Like, I'm pretty sure the way we experience time is significantly shorter than in-game time. Because in chapter 1, Susie and Kris spend the entire school day in the dark fountain, which is around 7 to 8 hours. Despite the fact that
Yeah, you're right, Noha. He lies for the player's sake, and I guess also Susie's sake, because I'm pretty sure Kris knows what's going on, right? I think he's more honest with Kris.
The game in under 30 minutes. So yeah, it's very possible that in-game it took Kris like 5 minutes to get from the school to the library, despite the fact that we experienced it only taking like 20 seconds, which gives the knight plenty of time to create a dark fountain in this time period.
There's a very specific detail in-game that seems to prove that this timeline can't be correct, and it's sweet cap and cakes. Let's go over how time works in the Dark Worlds. In the Dark Worlds, time may run at any rate. It's also known that Dark Worlds exist prior to their fountains being open. Even if it is a case of last Thursdayism, which means that when you open the fountain, their histories are fake and created at that moment, what we do know is that prior to being open, a Dark World can go at any speed possible. However, once we enter the Dark World, time mostly runs parallel. In Chapter 1, it was at we entered the Dark World and left, and it was a relatively believable amount of time that had passed. Same with Chapter 2. It's not like we entered there and left weeks later. We entered and left on the same day after spending a believable amount of time in the Dark Worlds. Now let's go over something Sweet Cap and Cake say when asking them about the Queen. Queen wasn't always so harsh. No, she was. She just got worse somehow. It wasn't until that dark fountain showed up that she started going into overdrive. Night this, night that, fountain that. Like, what does that night even have going for it that I don't? Now, how does that debunk the timeline? Well, this wording clearly shows it has been a little while since the fountain opened in the Cyberworld's time. They established that Queen has been noticeably different, and has spoken about the night and the fountain. That's not something that could happen in the span of 5 minutes, and it's probably not something that could happen in the span of a day, let alone a week.
Assuming that it'd take the Sweet Cap and Cakes an entire week to notice that Queen was different is, well, erroneous. Admittedly, it's kind of unclear what kind of relationship the Sweet Cap and Cakes
Another
have.
good point, yeah. I mean, I don't think it would take that long for them to notice that Queen was acting, like, drastically different. Especially when it's implied that, like, the Dark World kind of, like, makes Queen crazy and tyrannical and more, like, I guess, narcissistic. Like, I feel like it would be pretty noticeable that she's acting differently. Yeah.
With Queen, but they clearly know her well enough to know when she's not acting like herself. So imagine you have a friend or an acquaintance.
Wait, hold on, what's everyone saying? Hold on. Rousey was guilt-tripping me at the end of Chapter 4. I physically could not choose the keep smiling option. Did I choose it? I wonder if I chose it. I feel like I chose, like, a rude option during the Snowgrave route. Yeah, I agree. It's physically painful to choose the rude options in video games. Yeah, it's hard.
Well, sure, they have their flaws, but they genuinely care about the people around them. Now imagine they start to change. They go from a flawed and paternalistic
Rousey won me over 1000% in Chapter 4. I don't know. I still don't really care. I still, like, view him with suspicion. Like, I understand where he's coming from, but I still don't really like him that much. I feel like we deserve to know the truth.
ruler to an outright dictator who's constantly rambling about the shadow of the knight's hands. Would it take you an entire week to notice that they were different? Would it even take you a couple of days? It'd probably take you a matter of hours to notice they were different, especially if the change is as drastic as the Sweet Cap and Cakes are making it seem. But okay, maybe Spooky Dude is saying that it'd take more than a couple of hours for Queen's personality to drastically change, which, you know, is a good point. After all, these things don't happen overnight. But here's the thing, the Sweet Cap and Cakes were not talking about Queen's personality. They acknowledged that she was harsh to begin with. What they are talking about is her brand new obsession with the knight. Queen wasn't always so harsh. No, she was. She just got worse somehow. It wasn't until that dark fountain showed up that she started going into overdrive. Night this, night that. Clearly the knight's manipulation is what's making her personality worse, but okay, you may be saying, how does this invalidate his point? It's not exactly realistic that the knight could have done all this in a couple of hours. Is it though? The Fungings spend at most a couple of hours in the Cyber City Dark World, and still, they're able to mow down loads of enemies, overthrow the government, close the fountain, and have whole-ass character arcs along the way. The knight is clearly very powerful and likely very manipulative.
Rousey's existence is too depressing for me to have any beef with him. He's one of the biggest victims and he hasn't done anything with ill intent. That is true. That is true. I definitely feel bad for him, and I don't think he's like a bad person. I don't think he's evil, but I don't know. I feel like he thinks he's helping us by not telling us the full truth, when really he's only protecting his own feelings. He doesn't want to feel bad about like making us feel bad. I feel like it's like slightly selfish to lie to us still. He should just tell us the truth and just let us accept and let us accept reality for what it is.
So manipulating Queen wouldn't be that hard, especially when her blind spots are so massive. Oh, and one last thing before I let his next point play. If we're gonna bring up random, obscure lines of dialogue to prove our points, behold, the night, the roaring night, today, it deigned to create this world, reaching its long
That's
hand
another thing. That's another thing. The Queen literally says it was made today. Today. Now, I guess you could argue that maybe like Kris did it in the early mornings when it would still be dark, but I don't know.
the sky, it coursed its will into its blade.
But hey, like I said, even once the fountain is open, time might still run very fast. The only time it runs parallel is when we're inside, as has already been established.
I think it's a if they know the truth, the bad thing will happen kind of thing. Well, what could you... I guess that could be the case.
So maybe once the fountain opened, since nobody was inside... Oh, wait a minute. But according to the timeline...
So do you want Rousey to leak the whole game, silly? What do you mean? I just want Rousey to be honest with us.
And Birdly and Noelle were there for the fountain's conception. Now are you starting to see it? If so much time has gone by that there's a notable shift in Queen's personality, Noelle and Birdley couldn't have been there the moment the fountain opened. Otherwise, they've been in there for a matter of a week, or maybe multiple weeks.
So time runs faster in the Dark World after it's been created, but before someone has entered it. And after someone has entered it, it somehow detects this and time starts to move in parallel with the Light World. I feel like the only reason this was brought up was to cover the plot hole created by the erroneous assumption that it'd take the Sweet Cap and Cakes an entire week to notice that Queen was different. A few days to a whole week needs to have passed in order for these lines to make sense. Oh wait, if this is the case, that means Kris can't be the Knight, because under that theory, the Dark Fountain was created the night before, which means it's at most a day old. Maybe time runs faster in the Dark World when these very specific conditions.
Okay, and I was also that line was said with too much attitude too. Ay.
There we go. In all seriousness, I guess it's possible that this assumption is correct, but there's no evidence that it's true. In fact, I could easily use it to explain my theory and why a week supposedly passed in the Dark World despite it only being 15 minutes old. How could the Knight have manipulated Queen over a whole week when the Dark Fountain is only 15 minutes old? Well, you know, time runs faster, I guess. But let's accept the premise that time in the Dark World goes faster right after it's been opened but before someone enters it. And let's say that it did take the Knight at least a few days to change Queen's personality. This still means it's extra impossible for Kris to be the Knight, because if Kris did open the fountain the night prior, they'd still need to enter it in order to interact with Queen. Now, it's possible they didn't speak to her extensively, but they'd still need to interact with her to some extent. After all, the only reason her behavior changed is because Kris supposedly planted the seed in Queen's mind that opening these dark fountains would make people happy. Once Kris steps foot in the Dark World, time would move in parallel with the Light World. And assuming Kris went in immediately after creating the Dark Fountain, this means that the Dark Fountain is still less than a day old, because when they enter it, time is now moving in parallel with the Light World. How could Kris have spent days manipulating Queen when Chapter 2 begins in less than 24 hours? That's all you need to hear from Spooky Dude's video. Shout out to him for letting me use some of his clips. The link to his video is in the description below. He goes into a lot more detail on different aspects of this theory, so make sure to give his video a watch, but the only point that's really relevant to this video is the timeline. Because at the end of the day, the timeline that I laid out earlier in this video outright debunks the Kris Knight theory. So unless holes can be poked into this theory, Kris is just straight up innocent. It's straight up impossible for them to be the Knight. And while he did bring up some good points, like the sweet cap and cakes and stuff, most of it could be pretty easily dismissed on further inspection. So I'd say that my timeline still holds up and Kris isn't the Knight. Of course, there's always a possibility that there's just a plot hole in the story. But as I stated earlier, this isn't really a good basis to base a theory on, because you could use it to justify any theory whatsoever by just saying, oh, it's a plot hole.
You and Spooky Dude should have a boxing match. I would do it. Square up, Spooky Dude.
Until we see more of the story, saying that there's a plot hole is just kind of a baseless assumption. So yeah, if there's anything that I missed or left out, make sure to leave a comment telling me about it. This is the end of the video, but what do you guys think?
Okay.
Do you think Kris is the Knight or someone else? Sorry for the poor uploading schedule. I think I need to lay off on like the fancy editing techniques. These things take forever. But if you enjoyed the video, like,
what would y'all rate this video?
comment, and subscribe. And if you enjoy Deltarune Theories, I have 4 others on my channel. That's all I have to say. Bye-bye.
Did you like it? Did you hate it? What would you rate it? My mental image of self isn't the kind of person who would win a boxing match, not gonna lie. Okay, come on. 10 out of 10 best one so far, but a bit sassy. True. I would definitely tone down the sassiness. Hold on. Whoa. We've been streaming for 4 hours? Oh no, this is gonna take forever. We've only gone through 4 videos and we've already been streaming for 4 hours? That's crazy. Okay. Let's do this one next.
Do what they want.
Okay. Hold on, guys. I need to... I'll be back in a second, okay? I'll be back in literally 5 seconds. I have returned with dinner. Alright. We back. Now, let us continue the streaming. We're gonna watch Who is the Red Soul? Now, since this video is 40 minutes long, I'm turning that shit up. We'll put it at 1.5 speed. And we might make it faster, honestly. Alright, let's go.
Welcome. What is the Red Soul? How does it control Kris? How did the narrator of the character creation sequence get it? Who does it belong to? Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where did it come from? Cotton Eye Joe.
Okay.
Well, let's scrounge
What the fuck? Okay, go to joke.
through all 3 games and came up with 7 theories for who/what the Red Soul is. And I'm not necessarily sold on all of them, but I think that this will be an interesting deep dive into the Red Soul lore, and who knows, maybe one of you will have an epiphany moment and figure out this whole mystery. Make sure to leave your Red Soul theories in the comments below and omit all punctuation for maximum effect. Now, let's get into the video. Here is a list of my 7 theories for who/what the Red Soul is. Oh, and throughout the video, I'm going to be referring to the narrator of the character creation sequence as just the narrator since it's more succinct. Anyway, let's go. Here are my 7 theories for who/what
Also,
the Red
I was like watching Nexpo and I was like, oh, I should emulate his editing style. So that's like the weird vibe of the video, like the spooky vibe of the video. I was trying to emulate Nexpo, I guess, and I don't know, I feel like it didn't really work, but
Red Soul is. Number 1. The Red Soul belongs to the player.
what would be kind of cool is if I use like B-roll of people like driving through like a what do you call it? Like a city. That would be kind of cool. Also, I remember the Andrew Cunningham Discord server hated this video. They were shitting all over it. They were also making fun of like the way I was talking because admittedly when I recorded this video, I was pretty tired, so you could hear it in my voice. So, yeah. I would definitely have recorded this with a lot more energy. I don't know why I was doing it when I was so tired. I don't know what I was thinking, but yeah.
Player. Number 2. The Red Soul
Do Asgore driving? True.
belongs to Frisk. Number 3. The Red Soul belongs to Kara. Number 4. The
Spooky Soph is a threat to my national security.
Red Soul belongs to Des. Number 5. The Red Soul belongs to Kris. Number 6. The Red Soul belongs to a character we've never met
If you
before.
say anything other than the Red Soul being the player, you get ripped from limb to limb. Exactly. They don't like differing opinions or new theories.
And finally, number 7. The Red Soul is not a soul at all and is instead a machine. Let's start with theory 1. The Red Soul belongs to the player. This theory is very popular in the fandom, to the point where it's almost considered canon. Now, all RPGs have the player control some character. That doesn't necessarily mean the player is an actual character in the story itself. But for most RPGs, your control of the playable character is clearly non-diegetic, meaning it exists outside the context of the story. With Deltarune, there are some signs that point to our control of Kris being diegetic, meaning the player is themselves a character in Deltarune, sort of like Off or Doki Doki Literature Club. The first piece of evidence is the fact that Kris seems to know information that only the player could know. The most famous example of this is at the end of Chapter 1 when you meet Sans for the first time. If you tell him it's great to see him again, he'll comment on how weird that is considering the fact that Kris and him have never met before, while giving one of his characteristic wings. Another example of this is if you didn't speak to Sans at all in Chapter
Celeste gameplay has always made this one stand out to me. You think I should use more Celeste gameplay? The reason I use Celeste gameplay is because like I had used like the Jevil fight like 10 times in a row and I felt like I needed to do something differently, so I thought, I'm playing Celeste right now, why didn't I just record myself playing Celeste and do that?
Chapter 1. You can still bring up how you were supposed to hang.
I feel like this is like the first video I made where it wasn't like painful to watch. What do you guys think? I feel like beforehand it was like in that painful to watch territory. I feel like this is where I finally found my footing.
Out with Papyrus at the end of Chapter 2, and Sans is again weirded out by this, and points out that he never mentioned having a brother. There's no explanation for why Kris acts this way other than they are being possessed by someone who has A, played Undertale before and befriended Sans in the past, and B, has played Deltarune before and has had a conversation with Sans about hanging out with Papyrus. But this isn't the only hint. During the tutorial, if you attack really well, Rousey will have this to say: "Wow, Kris, that was an amazing attack. Have you done this before or something?" In this room, you're supposed to instruct Susie on how to solve the puzzle, despite Kris not being in the room. This would only make sense if the person possessing Kris somehow has a god's eye view of the room, which the player conveniently has. In this room in Chapter 1, you're supposed to revolve around this thingamajig until you find the hidden switch that you're supposed to flip. However, if you've played this room before, you can just walk up to it and flip it. Rousey will comment on this and say, "How did you know that was there, Kris? You're really amazing, you know that?" The fact that the game feels the need to point this out speaks volumes. During the Susie sections of the game, Rousey, in a very forced and awkward manner, will ask Kris to imagine what Susie is doing right now, so that the player's perspective can shift from Kris to Susie. The only person who would have the ability to shift perspectives from one character to another would be the audience, aka the player. If Kris goes down during a fight, they can still command their team through various acts. During the Snowcave route, if Kris goes down during the Birdly fight, Noelle will comment on how she can still hear their voice. It seems this omniscient voice is so powerful that Noelle can hear it from miles away. During the Spam to Neo fight, you can whisper Noelle's name, and she will answer answer your calls for help by killing Spamton, despite being nowhere near the battlefield previously. But what's even weirder than all—
Okay, to be fair, some of this evidence is just proof that the soul is different from Kris. Not necessarily that the player specifically is, I guess, the red soul, but whatever.
this is the fact that Kris, at times, seems to be able to read Noelle's mind. Well, more like the player can read Noelle's mind. Noelle, no, don't think that. It's horrible. It's natural. Kris, what are you talking about? I must have said that out loud. The next piece of evidence is the perspective Deltarune's narration is told in. Now, if any of you remember 8th grade English class, a story can be told in one of 3 perspectives. First-person perspective is told from the perspective of the narrator and uses pronouns like I or me. Second-person perspective is told from the perspective of the audience and uses pronouns like you. Third-person perspective is told from the perspective of an omniscient narrator who describes the actions of another person. It uses pronouns like he, she, they, or a person's name. So what's interesting about Deltarune's narration is at first it appears to be told in mostly second person, but it'll occasionally switch into third person. So sometimes it'll say, you do this, you do that, and then sometimes it'll say, Kris does this, Kris does that. And it's very bizarre. So for some reason the narration treats us differently from Kris, which would imply that the player is controlling Kris. The most suspicious instance of this happening is in the Spamton Neo fight at the end of the Snowgrave route. So the battle ends with you calling out for your friend's name to beat Spamton.
I think the player is just the red soul, but I'd like it more if we got a more developed in-universe explanation. Yeah, hopefully we do. Because, like, yeah, it is a bit confusing how that would work. Yeah, I hope we do get a more in-depth explanation how this whole thing works.
Kris called out for help, but no one came. You whisper Noelle's name. So it's just very odd because the narration is in third person, and then at the very end when we call out for Noelle's name, it switches to second person, which implies that when Kris is calling out for like Rousey's name and Susie's name, Kris is the one doing it, but when we call out for Noelle's name, it's the player doing it. And of course, conveniently after, Noelle somehow hears us, even though we're extremely far away from her, and she comes and she kills Spamton, which implies that some sort of supernatural force is the one speaking to her. And what's the only supernatural force in this game? I mean, the soul, so far, right? So maybe it's the player that is calling out for her name. This is further supported by what Noelle will say after these events take place. That voice telling me what to do. A voice unlike Kris's. Typically in second person, it's referring to the audience member. The audience member is the one who is, experiencing these events. Second person is rarely used in stories. It's mostly used for like instruction.
Yeah, we don't really need player character development because like we literally are the player. Like we already know ourselves, right? Like we aren't exactly a character that Toby Fox can like give character development to.
And choose your own adventure stories, but it's traditionally used to refer to the audience. And since the player is the audience, does that mean the player is the one who's doing these things? Very interesting. The next piece of evidence proving that the player is the one controlling Kris is the Gaster tweets. I'm sorry, not Gaster. This person and this person, they are not the same person, okay? There's totally not overwhelming evidence that this is Gaster. So these tweets seem to show the narrator.
Some people think we'll be fighting Gaster in the code and breaking the game at the end. If that happens, I died. I hate it to get that meta. Yeah, me too. I hope it doesn't get that meta.
Luring someone in to show them something. Welcome. Have you been looking for me? How wonderful. I've been looking for you as well. I have something to show you, but it is not complete yet. No, it is far from complete. Thus, I have a small favor to ask of you. At this time, I will ask you a few questions. Then, using responses, we will approach a realization. So, assuming these tweets are meant to be taken like literally, that would mean that Gaster is talking to like Twitter users, trying to lure them in to play Deltarune. And of course, as soon as you turn on Deltarune, you have the Goner Maker sequence. So it almost seems like we're being lured in to play this game by Gaster. I mean the narrator. Now, it's possible that these tweets aren't canon, or maybe like the narrator is talking to some other person and we're just reading them as tweets. But either way, it is quite interesting. These tweets would also explain why Deltarune version 1 is called Survey Program, because a survey is an investigation of the opinions or experiences of a group of people based on a series of questions. And the game begins by asking us like a bunch of questions, like what our favorite color is, what our favorite flavor is, what our favorite blood type is. They ask us to like give the vessel a gift. Now the narrator claims that these answers are just going to be discarded, but are they really? Like why is he even wasting time asking us these questions? Probably to learn a bit about us, since we're going to be controlling the soul, and he seems to have some play.
Yes, I used the Danganronpa OST for this one.
With the soul, so it would be useful to know about the person who will be controlling the soul, which is why he asks us questions like to give the vessel a gift. He wants to learn.
I should use that OST more
about our personality. He even asks for the creator's name. Now, why would that really be relevant? Why does he need to know what our name is? Because he wants to put a face on the person who will be controlling the soul. Now, of course, this poses the question of, wait, so is this red soul like our soul? You mean to tell me this fictional character has somehow like obtained our real life soul and has stolen it from us? Like that seems pretty dumb, honestly. And maybe it's not like literally our soul. Maybe it's some like machine or vessel that we're just controlling or something like that. Who knows? But I've heard a lot of people.
Also, what? Hold on. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I accidentally. Hold on, let me see. What time period was I at? Hold on. Let me look at my I was at 8 minutes and 57 seconds. Sorry about that. I was trying to, like, turn up the quality. Jesus. Why is it at 360, bro? What the fuck are we doing here?
Maybe it's not like literally our soul. Maybe it's some like machine or vessel that we're just controlling or something like that. Who knows? But I've heard a lot of people say that this theory kind of falls apart because the idea of a fictional character interacting with the real world is just too unbelievable for them. And that perspective is perfectly valid, but I don't personally find it that unbelievable because, you know, games like Off and Doki Doki Literature Club also do this, and I honestly really like those games, and most people like those games. You know, I kind of...
Yeah, it's like, I wouldn't say it's necessarily unrealistic or unbelievable, but like... I prefer games that don't break the fourth wall, personally. It can be done effectively. I just prefer sincere media.
see it as a situation where maybe in Deltarune's canon, Deltarune is a fake world. Like in the context of Deltarune's story, Deltarune is fake, and maybe this narrator character became self-aware of this fact and has somehow learned to interact with the real world and tamper with the game's files. Sort of how like in Doki Doki Literature Club, spoilers if you haven't played that game. But in Doki Doki Literature Club, Monica becomes self-aware of the fact that she's a video game character, and she learns how to like tamper with the game's files and interact with the player directly. Because in this game, the player is us. Like we are a character.
I think this is what made me think you didn't like Jaru, lol. Yeah, I didn't agree with his his argument that like a player in us, the player being a character in the game or like interacting with this fictional world was unbelievable. I didn't agree with that take, but I generally agree with his theories. I think that was really the only theory where I was like, eh. And also the Azrael Dust theory, I was like, I don't know about that.
Character in this game, and we are, I guess, interacting with... We're supposed to pretend like Monica can somehow interact with the real world and interact with us and tamper with the game's files. Which, you know, if it's not unbelievable that a video game character can become self-aware and tamper with the video game's files, or at least it doesn't break your suspension of disbelief, then I don't really see what the issue with this part is. But of course, you know, what is considered unbelievable is...
What is this gameplay? Look at this.
It doesn't break your suspension of disbelief, then I don't really see what the issue with this part
what
is. But of
the
course, you know,
hell?
what is considered unbelievable is subjective. Like, we all have our limits on what breaks our suspension of disbelief. So this still is a pretty risky storytelling decision. And of course, you know, even in Doki Doki Literature Club, Monica kind of just sticks to the bounds.
Never got the Monica obsession? What's wrong with Monica? I think she's a cool character.
The game, like, she doesn't have a way to like interact with social media and stuff. I don't know how like the narrator would be able to like hijack Undertale's Twitter page and interact with the real world. Like, that is kind of stupid. But you know, just food for thought. Flowey does the same thing. He also is a self-aware character who hijacked, I think, Toby.
Guys, do you think the idea of a fictional character like hijacking the Twitter page is like unbelievable? I think I thought it was unbelievable at the time, but these days I don't know. Especially since, like, I don't think the tweets are even canon. The tweets aren't even canon, so there isn't going to be a in-universe explanation as to why, like, Gaster has access to, like, Deltarune's Twitter page. I don't think there's going to be an in-universe explanation as to why that happens. I think because these aren't canon, I think these are just like fun ways to like what's the word that I'm thinking of? To promote the game. That's what I'm thinking of.
That's his Twitter page. He hijacks Toby.
Doesn't make sense for his character. Flowey is ultra nihilist. He never mentions being aware of being in a game. I feel like it might be implied that he's aware of being in a game because he does mention like YouTube. Like, he does acknowledge the existence of YouTube and other forms of social media. So frankly, I think he probably is slightly aware he's in a game. But like I said, whether or not Undertale is a game or not is kind of left ambiguous, so I don't know.
Fox's Twitter page and is talking to the Twitter users and trying to get them to play Undertale. In fact, Flowey even like in the game itself acknowledges the existence of YouTube. Like, it's really bizarre. It all started because I was curious.
Oh yeah,
Curious
I
what would
mentioned
happen
it
if
here,
I killed
okay.
them. I don't like this, I told myself. I'm just doing this because I have to know what happens. Ha ha ha. What an excuse. You of all people know how liberating it is to act this way. At least we're better than the sickos that stand around and watch it happen. Those pathetic people that want to see it but are too weak to do it themselves. I bet someone like that is watching right now, aren't they? So yeah, even if like the tweets from Gaster and from Flowey are not canon to the story itself, Flowey still seems to acknowledge the idea of like social media platforms. So I don't think it's the most unbelievable.
To be honest, versus being monitored by cameras and people who are watching, yeah, but the people who are that's like alphies, right? And it's implied that like the people watching want to do what Frisk is doing, but are not like strong enough to do it themselves, which would obviously only apply. That wouldn't really apply to alphies. I don't see why alphies would want to kill everyone. That would only apply to like a curious player who wants to know what happens in the genocide route, but doesn't want to do it themselves. So I think that, I guess you could interpret this line in many ways, but one of the interpretations could just be that Flowey is acknowledging the existence of YouTube.
theory possible that somehow this character learned how to use Twitter, although the idea of them learning how to become self-aware and immediately going to Twitter of all places is kind of hilarious. You know, I doubt their plan worked very well to lure people into this game, considering that most Twitter users lack basic reading comprehension. So, oh, and I completely forgot to mention, like, Flowey will directly acknowledge the player's existence in the post-True Pacifist ending dialogue. So here it is, and it is cut up because it's a long monologue, so here's the best parts. Seems as if everyone is perfectly happy. Monsters have returned to the surface, peace and prosperity will rule across the land, there's nothing left to worry about here. Well, there is one thing. That's right, I'm talking about you. You still have the power to erase everything. If you so choose, everyone will be ripped from this timeline and sent back before all this ever happened. So please, just let them go. Let Frisk be happy.
Like I said, I guess it could be Flowey just generally referring to people who like to watch people who are fascinated by dark subjects and like to watch people do things like this, like kill people and stuff, but aren't able to do it themselves. I guess you could just be referring generally to those types of people, but I feel like this is definitely referring to YouTube. I definitely think that Toby's like intention when writing this line was to like make a nod towards YouTube, right? It was definitely to reference the idea of YouTube and social media existing. So, like, yeah, it's a fourth wall break. That's what I'm thinking of.
So yeah, right here, he's talking to us, the player. He's not talking to Frisk, so clearly a distinction is being made between the player and Frisk. So could a similar thing be happening in Deltarune? Like, probably, honestly, because they're written by the same people. There's clear foreshadowing indicating that this is also happening in Deltarune, so this whole monologue is just insane. I can't believe no one ever talks about it. So yeah, that's basically the theory in a nutshell. I think this theory is probably the strongest theory on the list just because there's a lot of hints in the dialogue itself that this may be the case. I think that this one has the highest chance of being intentional by Toby Fox. So even though the game it's too early to predict any major twists in the games, I would still give this theory like a 60% chance of being true. Now let's move on to theory 2.
Oh yeah, I forgot. For whatever reason, for this video, I was assigning like arbitrary percentage chances to the theories. Like, oh, this theory is 60%. There's a 60% chance that this theory is going to be true. Which, by the way, I would definitely give this theory more than a 60%. I would give it like an 80%, but I think I was just trying to be fair. Like, yeah, I think that's a kind of a weird thing that I did. I don't know why I decided to do it that way, but whatever.
The soul belongs to Frisk. So this theory is a bit of a sub-theory of the theory that Deltarune is what happens after a genocide run. So this theory comes from Chara's ending monologue. Now we have reached an absolute. There is no.
I wonder, I don't think surprisingly, I don't think my theories aged that badly. Death Note Death Note LMAO. Wait, what about the Death Note?
Nothing left for us here. Let us erase this pointless.
Oh, L from Death Note. Duh. What am I thinking?
Then move on to the next. So Toby Fox said in like one of his FAQs that Deltarune is an alternate universe to Undertale. I don't know if he used those exact words, alternate universe, but it's implied in his statement that they're in separate universes. So could Deltarune be this world that Chara and Frisk move on to after destroying Undertales? This may explain why Kris is some like weird mixture of Frisk and Chara. I mean, the similarity between these threes is so strong that it has to be intentional. But you know, of course, there's the elephant in the room that Toby Fox said that Deltarune is not a sequel.
What am I thinking of? Oh yeah, now I know what you're talking about. Where L is like, there's a 5% chance that this person is Kira. I don't know why it took me so long to make that connection. Yeah, I think I don't know why I did it like that. I think I was kind of being like L. I don't know what I was thinking of. Because these percentage chances are completely arbitrary and have no like, there's no logic behind them. I don't know, they're just based on vibes.
Deltarune is just, you know, something you can play after Undertale, but the stories are separate. But, you know, where's the fun in this focusing on, like, facts and logic? Like, let's have a bit of fun here and think outside the box. What evidence do we have that this soul belongs to Frisk? Well, Frisk's soul is red, just like this one, which sounds like kind of a dumb reason. But, I mean, it appears that a human soul can be, like, any color possible.
You should fix where you misgendered Kris. Who cares that I misgendered Kris once in the middle of the video? I mean, seriously. Especially when I use the correct pronouns, like, for the rest of the video. Like, I don't know, this fanbase's obsession with calling fictional characters by the right pronouns is weird. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll do it. I'm not trying to, like, be disrespectful to transgender people in real life, but, like, who cares that I misgendered Kris once in the middle of the video?
There's no particular line in the lore that says a human soul can only be one of 7 colors. So I assume it could be any color possible, which there's an infinite number of colors, so it's very interesting that Frisk has the exact same color soul as this soul. Now you could counter this point by pointing out that Kara also has a red soul, like the exact same color as the soul, but I think there's some interesting things going on between these three, so this is still a weird coincidence. So the second piece of evidence that this red soul could be Frisk's soul is the fact that you can sell your soul to Kara at the end of a genocide route. Specifically, if you open the game after completing the genocide route, you can have this conversation with Kara. Perhaps we can reach a compromise.
I don't want to see Kara or Frisk even touching Deltarune. Yeah, I kind of hope they're not involved with Deltarune at all. I don't think Kara's gonna be in this game. I don't know if they're I think in this video I make the theory that Kara was the one who interrupted Gaster, but these days I don't know if I believe that anymore. I don't think Kara is heavily involved in this game. That would be weird, honestly.
You still have something I want. Give it to me, and I will bring this world back. Then it is agreed. You will give me your soul? Then it is done. Now, as interesting as this all is, there is like a 0% chance this theory is true, considering the fact that Toby Fox said that Undertale and Deltarune are separate worlds, that Undertale isn't connected to Deltarune. But there is a nuance to a statement that most people ignore. If you've completed Undertale, the ending and world is how you left it. If everyone is happy there, the people in the Undertale world will still be happy. So please don't worry about those characters in that world. It will remain untouched. Notice how all he's saying is that your save file will remain untouched. So if you played a pacifist route and you got the true pacifist ending, then that ending still stands. If the characters of Undertale are happy, then they're still happy. But what happens if you didn't do a pacifist run and instead did a genocide run? If, hypothetically, the genocide run does lead to Deltarune's story, then this wouldn't actually affect the pacifist route because that route exists in a completely different timeline, right? Since, Undertale is supposed to be some sort of multiverse, every ending to Undertale is canon. It's just whatever ending your save file is currently in is the final ending for that world. So if your final ending is the genocide route, then, maybe this will lead to Deltarune's story. And if your ending is a pacifist route, then that ending is still the same. It has nothing to do with Deltarune.
Oh, hold on. I think Kris is just older DR Frisk, but Kara is likely dead in DR. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Kris is literally just Frisk, who I guess goes by a different name because they had a slightly different life. I mean, if we learn how Kris talks, it could be Kris that interrupts Gaster. Yeah, I guess it could be.
So I don't think that this...
Yeah, I don't think Kara has a place in Deltarune. I think that's too many characters. That complicates things way too much. It's a fun theory, but I don't think Kara's in this game at all.
This line itself necessarily disproves the theory, but the next part of this line certainly does. I don't know what you call this game. It's just a game you can play after you complete
If Kara is in this game, they're like a minor side character. I heard a theory that Kara is Asgore, not Asgore, is Asriel's college roommate. I wouldn't be surprised if it's something like that, something where they show up but they're not a major character. It's yeah. I definitely don't think they're interrupting Gaster or play a huge part in the story.
Want to. So this disproves the theory because if this theory was correct, then Deltarune would just be a sequel to Undertale. It wouldn't be some weird, unusual thing. It wouldn't be optional content that you can complete after beating Undertale. It's a sequel. Just like how The Empire Strikes Back isn't optional viewing material to A New Hope, like all of the Disney properties are.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Necessary Star Wars hate. I love how I just derailed the entire video to make fun of Star Wars. Incredibly necessary Star Wars sequel hate.
To watch if you're invested in A New Hope's story. So because of this line, I'm giving this theory a 0% chance of being true. So now let's move on to theory 3. The soul belongs to Kara. So this theory is similar to the previous one in that it's predicated on the sequel theory being true, which I just debunked. So going over this theory is kind of pointless, but I'm gonna do it anyway because, it's fun. I do think that there are hints that Kara is somewhere in Deltarune, whether or not they're a major character or just a minor side character like Gaster. I do think they're somewhere in Deltarune. So this theory has
I think in this, at this time, I thought that Kara did interrupt Gaster. But these days, I don't think that anymore. I'm not really sure about it. I think I also, in the Kara video, in the Kara's the narrator video, I might have made a similar point. I'm not really sure. I don't really remember.
Timeline to the previous theory. You complete a genocide run, Kara destroys Undertale's world and moves on to the next one. It's just that instead of taking Frisk's soul, they take their own soul to the next world.
And can you explain Asriel because of the weird boss monster stuff? What do you mean? Explain.
So there is some evidence that Kara is possessing Kris, mostly because Kris seems to have the exact same personality as Kara, which is an interesting coincidence and is clearly intentional. So maybe this is supposed to suggest that the person possessing Kris is Kara. You may be saying, well, the majority of the similarities between
Pomfins. You're gonna trigger Noah, because Noah has 3 videos debunking that why Kris isn't the stand-in for Kara. I mean, obviously, Kris is very similar to Kara. They have lots of obvious similarities between them, but I definitely don't think that Kris is literally Kara or something.
Kris and Kara are
Noha, you two should fight.
You know, their love of chocolate or their obsession with knives, which seems to have existed prior to chapter 1, like it's just aspects of their character. But that is not the case. There is evidence that they have been possessed for longer than just the morning of chapter 1. There are countless lines of dialogue talking about how Kris has been different lately, so more than just a couple of days. You may say, well, the sequence of events clearly implies that after the character creation sequence ends, the Red Soul possesses Kris, but I think we're just—
Does Kris like chocolate more than does Kris like pie more than chocolate? I feel like Kris really likes chocolate. Because, like, they scarf down like, Alfie's chocolate, and they also do, like, they do seem pretty eager to eat, Torio's pie. Also, I don't know if you can really say Frisk likes pie. I mean, Frisk eats Torio's pie because she makes it for them, but can you really say that they, like it a ton? I don't know. They say it's their favorite food when? Oh, right, in chapter 3, Kris does say pie is their favorite food, so you're right, they do like it more than chocolate, but can you say that Frisk likes the pie, or do they just eat the pie? Like, I don't know.
Being tricked by Toby Fox. He wants us to believe that the soul possessed Kris the morning of chapter 1, when really the possession has been happening for maybe weeks.
No, you're right. Kris does like pie more than chocolate.
People in Kris's life to notice that they're different. So where the heck is Kris? Oh, Kris does this sometimes. They have not been up to anything strange. Haha, no, they're normal. Well, that is relieving. I have just been a little concerned lately. Just lately? Kris, recently there's been something different about them. Why hasn't anyone else noticed it? So yeah, this dialogue clearly indicates that Kris was possessed at least for maybe a couple of weeks, long enough for people to notice that they're different. So maybe the similarities between Kris and Kara are some sort of indication that Kris is possessed by Kara. I mean, Kara clearly has the ability to possess people. Like, the whole plot of the genocide rap was the fact that Kara possessed Kris, so maybe they did the same thing to Kris, you know? Now, there's some evidence in the character creation sequence that the Red Soul belongs to Kara, and it has to do with the fact that at the end of that sequence, the narrator is seemingly cut off by some other person. So in the Japanese localization of Deltarune, the speaking style of the narrator is distinctly different from the speaking style of this other person who cuts the narrator off. And people have studied the speaking style of this other person, and it appears to be Kara. Now, I'm gonna try my best to explain this, but just know that I don't speak Japanese, so if I get anything wrong, I'm sorry. I'm also not the one who came up with these ideas. The earliest mention I could find of this theory is from this person on Tumblr, although I heard this theory first from Half-Bred Chaos. So I'll link the Tumblr post and the Half-Bred Chaos video. So Japanese has 3 writing systems.
Oh, they actually cough to into us that it's pie? Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know that. That's actually really interesting. I'd have to look at that again.
Katakana and kanji. So they're sort of like Japanese's alphabet. Kanji is considered more difficult than hiragana and katakana, so most Japanese games just don't use kanji. Undertale and Deltarune are no different. So the characters in Undertale don't use kanji at all, to my understanding, and the characters in Deltarune sometimes use kanji, but it's rare. It's mostly hiragana and katakana. Kara and the narrator are—
What do you mean, why are they helping us? Well, they probably don't want us to die. If we guess the wrong answer, won't we get hurt and, like, possibly die? So that's probably why. Yeah, we're working for the same goal at that point, so they probably would want to help us.
Characters because they both use a lot of kanji. The narrator speaks exclusively in katakana and kanji, omitting hiragana entirely, and Kara speaks in a mixture of all 3 writing styles, with them tending to favor kanji and hiragana. So not only is this weird from Deltarune and Undertale's perspective, but in the real world, it's also considered unusual to use as much kanji as they do. For most of the character creation sequence, the narrator speaks in his normal way, using exclusively katakana and kanji. But during the black screen text, suddenly they're now using hiragana and kanji, the exact same speaking style that Kara and only Kara uses. Could this be a situation of the narrator having a particular plan for the Red Soul, and Kara, who is the Red Soul, throwing a wrench in his plan, interrupting him and escaping? The biggest question right now is, if Kris was possessed sometime before chapter 1, why are we being tricked into thinking they were possessed the morning of chapter 1? Well, it could be to obscure the plot twist that Kara is possessing Kris. This isn't the first time Toby Fox has tricked us in the beginning of one of his games. At the beginning of Undertale, we were asked to name the fallen human, clearly assuming that we were naming the person we're controlling, but it's later revealed that we named the first fallen human Kara. So just because things appear a certain way doesn't mean it's true. It's possible that this sequence is a flashback and it happened well before chapter 1. We just don't know. Therefore, it's possible that Kara is the Red Soul and possessed Kris well before chapter 1. The similarities between Kris and Kara, as well as Kris's strange behavior, could be due to Kara. Now let's talk about the Snowgrave route. Throughout it, Kris badgers and intimidates Noelle to get her to do what they want. They're obsessed with making Noelle—
I mean, S and T rank unlocks the mantle route, something Kris actively doesn't want us to do. Is there any evidence that Kris doesn't want us to do it? I don't think there's any evidence of that. Where's the evidence that they don't want us to do? Firstly, how would they know that S rank unlocks the weird route? They wouldn't know that at that point, of course. Since you're right, it was round 1 of the first, like, board, so they wouldn't know what the consequences of getting S rank are. They were probably just thinking, if we win this round, things will go a lot more smoothly for us, you know? I watched Golden Anomaly's video recently and it was great. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that. I have to watch that. There's a lot of theory videos that I need to watch that I haven't been watching. It's just when you make theory videos all day, you just kind of want to like take a break from it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I do need to watch that video. Anyway. Also, was it T rank? I'm pretty sure it was Z rank. It was Z rank.
Stronger by grinding and killing everything in the area. Noelle comments on how out of character Kris's actions are, clearly indicating that the soul is the one that's making them act this way. This behavior reminds me of a certain someone, but I just can't put my finger on it. It couldn't possibly be Kara, the person who possessed someone in the past and made them commit mass murder, the person obsessed with power, control, and violence. No.
When is the iceberg video coming out? I'm not sure. Eventually. I promise it will happen eventually, but firstly, I think I went overboard when writing it. I'm gonna have to cut out a bunch of content from it because otherwise it's gonna be too long. But yeah, I'm working on more recent videos to like help the channel grow, but when things settle down, I'll finish the iceberg video.
So yeah, that's the theory in a nutshell, and well, I think this is like a creative theory, and maybe there's some evidence that Kara is involved in the story somehow. Theory in a nutshell, and well, I think this is like a creative theory.
I love this theory is creative. Okay, that's kind of funny.
And maybe there's some evidence that Kara is involved.
I'm literally glazing my own jokes at this point.
In the story somehow, it just downright contradicts what Toby Fox says, and Toby Fox is
this
the author,
stream is
so,
still going on.
He's
Yep.
not interested in telling this sort of story, then we just have
We're
to
gonna
accept
keep
it,
going.
Right? So I'm giving this theory a 0% chance of being true. Now let's move on to theory 4. The soul belongs to Des. Wait a minute. Look at this graph. Only 9.
Oh my god. Look at this graph.
90% of you are subscribed to my YouTube channel.
That was so abrupt though.
If you enjoy semi-regular Deltarune
Guys, was anyone convinced to subscribe because of that?
theory content, please subscribe to my channel, please. They have my family. Sorry, let's move on. So for those of you who don't know, Des is Noelle's sister, and it was revealed in the Spamtim sweepstake that she's missing. There's also a huge theory that the unused dialogue
Look at this graph. I'm gonna have to bring that back. Look at this graph.
found in the game's files is Des speaking wherever she is, wherever she's being held, that's her speaking. And the idea with this theory is that the narrator was the one who caused her disappearance, and he did it so that
Sometimes you realize how funny you are. Guys, am I funny? I don't think I am. And I'm not saying this to fish for compliments. I'm actually curious. Do you guys think I'm funny?
And that these unused lines of dialogue aren't her just being missing and being held somewhere. It's her freaking out because, you know, she's just a disembodied soul. She doesn't have any eyes or ears or fingers, so she wouldn't feel or see anything. It would just be like being in an empty void. So the idea is that's what these unused lines of dialogue are referring to, just her panicking. Now, if you know Undertale's lore, this seems to not make any sense because this soul is red. Now, human souls can have different colors, but monster souls, at least in Undertale, they were all white. They didn't have distinct colors. So at first it seems that this theory is dead on arrival, but not quite. Firstly, Undertale and
Well, thank you. Funniest DR YouTuber. That's a pretty prestigious title. I'm gonna have to keep that up. I'm gonna have to step up my game.
Deltarune are two separate universes, so it's possible that the rules work slightly differently. Like, for example, in Undertale, monsters can use magic, but in Deltarune, monsters seemingly can't, or at least they lost the ability. Maybe magic went extinct or something like that. But there are clearly differences in the way that the rules work between Undertale and Deltarune. So it's possible that this soul color thing is another difference that separates Undertale from Deltarune. So for the sake of this theory, I'm just gonna assume that that's true. Now, if this theory is true, that would also imply that maybe the Gaster tweets are the narrator luring Des into the bunker to show her something. So
Do you think I should start openly glazing Gaster in my videos? I want to come out of the closet and reveal my Gaster sexual tendencies. Do you think I should start doing that and causing psychic damage to all of my viewers? You should include more brain rot for the community posts and streams. Gotcha. That's what we doing. I'm gonna start 100% glazing Gaster in all of my videos. You should get some Diddy references in. I don't know if people are gonna get it. They might actually cancel me if I bring in the Diddy references.
her soul? Oh gosh.
Make sure people know who Gaster really is. Should I make a video called W Diddy Gaster? The Diddy. Has Gaster been to Diddy parties? Deltarune theory? I'm thinking. I'm just cooking here.
Freudian slip, I just called them the Gaster tweets. Technically, we don't know that this person is Gaster. I mean, there's totally not overwhelming evidence that this person is Gaster or anything. So, they're the narrator tweets. That's basically the theory in a nutshell. I know this theory is much shorter, but there's so little that we know about Des and her disappearance that, you know, this is the most
Yo, that would be so fire. That would be so fire. April Fools. Why Gaster went to the Diddy parties? WD Giddy. WD Diddy. No, W. Diddy Gaster.
Yeah, sorry.
Jesus.
I actually like this theory. I think that Dess's disappearance is being set up as one of the biggest mysteries in this game, and the idea of us wondering what happened to Dess only for it to be revealed that we are Dess, technically, sounds like a great twist to me. I can't find much evidence contradicting this theory other than the fact that monster souls
The
were
Gaster situation is crazy. Yes.
established in Undertale to be white, not multicolored. But other than that, I think this is a decent theory, so I'll give it a 45% chance of being true.
I love how I didn't even pay attention to this theory. I think I was saying that Des was the soul. Well, that's obviously not true at this point. Either Des is the knight, or Des is stuck in the files. Like, there's no way in hell it's Des. Especially since monster souls don't, like... They don't seem to have colors. I think I did mention that. That Gaster... I mean that monster souls don't have colors, but yeah. Oh, Des ain't actually left-handed. You're right, like halfway through making that video, I was saying, oh, Des is left-handed, Des is left-handed. When I went and analyzed, I'm sorry, I meant not Des is left-handed, the knight is not left-handed, because if you analyze the knight's, like, fight, like, they clearly use their right hand. Like, look, knight, fight. And I noticed this while editing, but I just didn't want to mention it, because I realized it would be a bad idea. Like, hold on, look at this. Have a look at this. Have a look at this one specifically. Look, they're literally using their freaking right hand. What are we doing here? For some reason, I really felt like they were using their left hand. They are using their right hand for this entire attack. And this is like when they're using like their power moves, right? So yeah, they're probably left-handed, but there's less evidence than I thought. Like, yeah. They're probably ambidextrous. Which is another thing. Like, even if Des is left-handed, I did some research, and I'm pretty sure, like, I think most left-handed people still use, like, their right hand to use the mouse. Still, just like how, like, right-handed people will still use ASD, despite being right-handed. Most left-handed people use their right hand to use the mouse, so. Because, like, when you're doing tasks that involve both hands, like, obviously you'll be good at using both hands, right? Asriel, Noelle, and half the NPCs in the library are left-handed. Maybe this is just because, is Toby Fox left-handed? Maybe he just wants some left-handed representation. Oh, you mean like the PCs in the computer lab have the mice on the left? Beware of the girl who speaks in left hands. Wait, hold on. We gotta look that up then. Deltarune, computer lab. Let's verify this. Nah, you're right. Although these ones are right-handed. And these ones are left-handed. I think that's just because, like, they were mirroring the sprites, so maybe this doesn't mean anything. I think they just took the sprites and they mirrored it the other way. That's probably all it is. All there is to it. Whereas I think the mouse in Dess's room is more intentional. Hold on. Des room, Deltarune. Like, I feel like that was more carefully placed than this, whereas this one they were just mirroring sprites, if you know what I mean. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
Now let's move on to Theory 5. The soul belongs to Kris. So something that always confused me about this game.
This one is definitely wrong. I think at the time, there was maybe a bit of room to believe that the soul is Kris's soul, but, yeah, this one doesn't make much sense. I think I just included it for, like, completion's sake, if that makes sense.
Is if the red soul is separate from Kris, like this is not their soul, this is some sort of malevolent entity that's possessing them, then what happened to Kris's actual soul? Like,
Des keeping Asriel's retainer and nail clippings is weird as fuck. Yeah, she's like totally in love with Asriel. There's no doubt about it. Like, what the fuck?
Where did it go? So this theory attempts to explain that. So the red soul is Kris's soul. So when the soul is in the body, Kris is in control. But maybe some other entity is possessing Kris. I mean, there's clearly a lot of evidence that they're being possessed, but it isn't through the soul. It's through some other method. And that when Kris rips out the soul...
Cute? I don't know about cute. That's a little creepy. I mean, their relationship would probably be cute, but I don't know. She's like Meredith... What's her name again? What's the girl's name in Miraculous Ladybug? I forget her name, but she's like that character. What actually is her name? Why can't I remember? Miraculous Ladybug. What was the name of the main character in that show? Why can't I remember now? Marinette. She's like Marinette. She's like Marinette and Miraculous Ladybug. If you haven't seen that show, don't watch it actually. It's pretty bad, but I used to be a fan of it back in the day. I think they both take it way too far. I think Noelle and Des are both weird with their crushes. Yeah, probably. Maybe it's in their genes.
Kris doing it. It's this other entity taking control, severing Kris's connection to the body so that they can do what they want with the body without Kris resisting this. I like to call this the reverse possession theory because it's the reverse of what we think is actually going on. Kris controls the soul, but there's another entity possessing Kris. So when the soul isn't in their body, then they aren't in control. That's the idea of this theory. Now, who is this other entity?
Okay, her having his shirt isn't that bad.
Now, I know what you're.
It's not that bad that she has his shirt. What if they were like dating or something in the past? Like, girls take their boyfriend's shirts all the time. The holidays are generational freaksters, true. Wasn't Rudy super forward when he wanted to like date her mom? Like, didn't he just walk up to her and be like, you sexy as fuck. Hey hot stuff, wanna date? Like, I feel he was like that.
Are demons even a thing in this universe? Like, this is coming a little out of left field. But Caddy's dialogue does suggest that the occult exists in this universe. Taught her
disappeared because she's the only straight person in hometown, true.
Protection spells, showed her occult findings. There also are mentions of demons in Undertale. Firstly, Kara refers to themselves as a demon, and there are even these weird variables in the code called demon.
Y'all, do you think she was dating, or do you think they were dating, or do you think she just had like a crush on him? Because clearly the fact that, if Des is the knight, the fact that the knight's theme had like references Asriel's theme would indicate that they were either dating or close, right? Asriel and Des got banished for being too hetero, just a crush. It might be a crush. I don't know. Why do I feel like the NPCs would mention that Asriel used to date Des? I feel like they would mention that. If they were dating, I think Asriel would have left sooner in the Tenna cutscene. What? Well, why would Asriel leave? That's Asriel's house. He lives there, so. Either dating or super close. I can see forgetting retainer after sleeping over. Yeah, maybe we're misjudging the situation and she has his retainer because he forgot it there or something.
Demon B, Demon C, and Demon X. Here's the screenshot. Greetings. You have made yourself completely clear. Understood. I, your humble servant, will follow you to the utmost. So you can even see that these useless strings that are hidden within the code of Undertale, they seem to be written in the style of Kara, which would further support this notion that Kara is a demon, and that demons exist in this universe. So going back to Kris and demon summoning, there is some evidence that they are—
True, didn't Asriel like kiss Bratty, was it? The alligator girl? Yeah, I think, was that Bratty or Caddy? No, that was definitely Bratty. He definitely kissed, I'm pretty sure Bratty said that they kissed for the first time, right? Asriel did have a love letter to Bratty in his pocket, did he? I don't remember that. Took me way too long that your dash recharges between rooms as part of Celeste. Yeah, that's a cool one.
Interested in summoning a demon, and it's mostly because of the pop-up enemies. Like, seriously, there's some deep pop-up lore. Like, maybe I'll make a video on it one day, but here's one of the lines you can get if you click on a pop-up as Kris. You unconsciously click on a pop-up about demon summoning classes for teens. So typically with these pop-ups, characters will click on pop-ups that they're interested in, and it'll usually say something to the effect on you unconsciously.
I've not played Celeste yet. You should play it. It's fun, but it will make you rage. Or maybe that's a me thing. Maybe I just have serious anger issues, but that game can make me rage. But it is a fun game.
Yada yada yada. So if they are unconsciously clicking on pop-ups of demon summoning classes, then they must really be interested in this subject. So my theory is, what if Kris successfully summoned a demon, and this demon is Chara, and they get possessed by Chara? And when Kris rips out the soul and does—
So Saroba, yeah, I swear, that game be making me rage like Saroba. Although Saroba was the hardest I've ever raged at a video game before. Like, that shit was fucking me up. Guys, do you think on stream I should fight Saroba? Like, I should give Saroba another chance, but this time, like, actually buy armor. I don't think I was buying armor. I don't think I was buying armor, and that might be why it was so hard, but, like, bro. I think I need to get closure on Saroba. I mean, She was legitimately my own personal Diddy, and I think I need justice. So, do you think I should give her the justice she deserves? Take her to Pound Town, on stream one day. Play neutral Undertale Yellow first. You can kill all the characters you don't like. I might just have to do that, cause like I don't know. She was pissing me off. I was playing Undertale Yellow Genocide just yesterday to beat up Saroba based.
It's actually not Kris, it's Kara.
Take her to what? Yeah, take her to Pound Town. You heard me correctly. Why are you still streaming? I'm sorry. Because I don't stop streaming until I have watched all the videos.
I mean, just look at what will happen once you rip out the soul. Like, just compare the ending scene of Chapter 1 to the ending scene of a soulless pacifist route where Kara has possessed Frisk. Like, they're identical. Almost like Kris is being possessed by Kara in this moment. Like, So that's the theory in a nutshell, and as interesting as this theory is, it makes zero sense once you actually play the game, because Kris will act out of character really only when the soul is inside them. Like, they'll go and visit Rudy in the hospital. They'll act significantly more social than they normally are. All these instances where they act out of character, the soul is in control, which would imply that the soul isn't their soul, right? So this theory doesn't entirely make any sense, but there is another version of this theory that can still explain these details. So here's the second theory I came up with that can still allow this red soul to belong to Kris. So the same arguments from before—
My eyes grow heavy like Kris in church every time Undertale Yellow is brought up. Why? Why? Celeste gameplay is based? It truly is. I think I might have to bring it back. When I've like overdone the chapter 3 and 4 gameplay, I might just have to bring back Celeste gameplay.
Still apply. Kris is interested in demon summoning. One day they successfully summon a demon, but instead of summoning Kara, they summon Gaster. Like, I know, Gaster isn't technically a demon, he's a monster, but there are some strong parallels between him and the devil. The first of them being his strong association with 666. So the fun value you have to generate to encounter him is 666. All of his data mine stats are 666s. Oh, and have you guys ever heard of that urban legend where if you play certain songs backwards, you can hear like demonic messages playing in reverse?
You are now under my control. Your mind is mine.
Well, there's a Gaster example of this happening in I guess the soundtrack, even though it's a sound effect, not really part of the soundtrack. So if you play Muse_Smile backwards and—
This video is good, I just don't find this a super interesting topic. It's not your fault, but a video that needed to be made by you, at least, yeah. I understand not all of this is interesting to everyone, but I'm glad you still supported my channel, either way. Imagine Modern Warfare 3 gameplay while talking about Deltarune theories. That would be kind of cool. Gaster 6, Chara 9, 6 9? True.
For those of you who don't know, that sound file is the file that plays during entry 17. So if you play that file backwards and you slow it down, you can actually hear Gaster's theme playing in the background. I have no idea if this is supposed to be like an intentional parallel to the devil or, you know, just a coincidence, but I think it's interesting anyway. So, what if Kris sold their soul to the devil, aka Gaster? This would explain how Gaster, the narrator, has the red soul in his possession. It's even implied that Kris was tricked into this situation, which the devil does all the time, you know, tricking people. The sequence's ending dialogue may even explain why Kris did this in the first place. Like, maybe Kris didn't like who they were and wanted to be someone different, so maybe they made a deal to sell their soul to Gaster, and Gaster would make them a new body in exchange for their soul. But of course, Gaster only wants Kris's soul and has no—
I have a few Deltarune video ideas. Now I'm considering COD B-roll. Lol. Yeah, you should do that. That would make you stand out. That would make you stand out. Go for it.
intention of holding up his end of the bargain, so he pulls the rug out from under them and says, "Your answers, your wonderful creation."
Bill Cipher x Jevil Toxic Yaoi. I wonder if I were to Google Bill Cipher x Jevil, how much porn would I find? Not for any reason. I'm just doing this for research reasons. It's not because of any reason. Let's see. Bill Cipher x Jevil. Man, my search history is so cooked. Surprisingly, this is all pretty appropriate. I'm shocked. Yeah, actually not a ton. Save search on, please. No, I'm doing it on another tab. I'm doing it on another monitor, I mean.
Will now be discarded. No one can choose who they are.
I'm surprised there doesn't seem to be a lot of people shipping the two. I'm surprised. They are pretty similar to each other.
Your name is Kris. As much as I like this theory, it's probably not true just because Gaster will ask for the name of the vessel's creator. And if this theory is true, then the vessel's creator's name is Kris, right? But if you answer with Kris, Gaster will say, "You're about to meet someone very, very wonderful." So how is Kris gonna meet themselves? Like, clearly, this whole line makes the entire theory fall apart. So as interesting as this theory is, I think that there's a 10% chance of this one being true. So now let's move on to theory 6. The soul belongs to a character we've never met before. Honestly, for this theory, I don't have much to say because it's too broad to give any real details. I mean, objectively, this theory is one of the most probable ones just because it's very flexible and hasn't been contradicted by
By the way, the whole sacrifice talk, I don't even know what to make of it. I don't know what to make of the sacrifice talk about, like the person on the phone wanting to sacrifice, like, Undyne. I guess that person is Carol. Like, bro, Carol is a fucking menace. She's a menace. But yeah, I don't know what to make of that. I would have to do more research. I think that might be what my next theory video is going to be about, like, what all this sacrifice talk is about. Yeah, I would have to do more stuff into that. Funny enough, I think Spooky Dude's explanation is great. About the sacrifice stuff? It was a necessary sacrifice, more like it was necessary.
In the story it proves it right either, but you get the point. It's too vague, and this theory is also pretty boring. Like, I honestly hope this
Have you seen the Kris / theory? It fits into that. I'm definitely gonna watch that as soon as this stream is over. I'm gonna be watching that next.
I feel like there are far more exciting options for who the Red Soul can be. It would just be kind of a waste if it's a character we've never met before. Unless we get to know this character well before the twist happens, then maybe it might be shocking. Although I don't know how you would get to know the character since they're just like a disembodied soul. I can't give it any less than, like, I don't know, a 40% because there's no evidence that contradicts this theory. So I'm feeling a light 35% for this theory, maybe even a light 40%. So now let's move on to theory 7. The soul is a machine. This theory is based on the fact that in the game's files, the Red Soul is...
Okay, so this is basically like device theory. Have you seen the Kris / theory? It fits into this. It's so peak. Yeah, I'm excited to see it. You people better not be, like, glazing it. It better not be overrated, but I'll definitely watch it.
The device, which
I don't think I'll watch it on stream, because I don't know. I don't feel very good about, like, reacting to people's content on stream. I'm just gonna watch it in my own time.
Soul isn't a soul at all, and is instead some sort of synthetic object created for a specific purpose, and this purpose appears to be controlling Kris. But I think it goes deeper than that. What if this object is meant to be a vessel for the player to control? So it's similar to the original player theory, but it gets rid of that weird aspect where somehow this fictional character has access to our actual soul. Like, the red thing we're controlling isn't literally our soul, it's just some sort of machine that we're using, which would make this red soul like a vessel of some sort. Clearly, this narrator person has an interest in creating vessels that can house determination, which brings me back to the determination experiments from Undertale. So yeah, clearly trying to create a vessel to house determination is a concept that exists in this universe, and is something that would be studied in, like, science and experiments or whatever. And remember that Gaster was a royal scientist, and since Gaster is, like, obviously the narrator, maybe he also has an interest in doing this, maybe just for science sake. It's just out of curiosity to see if he could do it. I mean, we know he probably would be able to create a vessel since he was brilliant and apparently way smarter than Alphys, and Alphys was also able to find a vessel to house determination. It was Flowey. So what if he created this machine to house the player's determination and their will and desire and allow us to control Kris? Honestly, that's the theory in a nutshell. It's pretty lacking in evidence. It's mostly just this random file name, which, even though this seems damning at first, I guess the device in question could just be referring to the gunner maker in general, not just the soul, because it seems like all of the files related to the character creation sequence have this device label attached to them. It's not just the soul and the soul sprite that has this label attached to it. I definitely think there's something interesting going on here, and we're eventually gonna figure out what this device is. But yeah, that's the theory in a nutshell. Even though there's not, like, that much evidence supporting it, I'd say it's, like, fairly strong because it is, like, pretty similar to the player theory, which also has a decent amount of evidence for it. So I'm gonna give it, like, a 50% chance of being true. But it would only be true if it's followed by, like, the player being the one controlling this machine.
Alright, what are y'all talking about? Yeah, I think the codes are more who has access rather than who's being sacrificed. So, like, Asgore, Undyne, the mayor. Yeah, I wonder why is the mayor trying to sacrifice Undyne when it seems like she purposely, like, hired Undyne because I guess she felt like she would be a better police officer or would be more easy to deal with. It is weird that she's trying to sacrifice the police, but...
Oh, that's the end of the theories. Now let's rank them. It should be on screen right now. So, what did we even learn from this endeavor? That the soul is red, I guess. The only theory on here that I gave favorable odds to is the player theory, which is the most milquetoast safe theory out there, apart from the unnamed character theory. Listen, as fun as theory crafting is, it's really an exercise in how much can I blow this random file name out of proportion so I can get upvotes and views. We all have to admit that we don't know something, and I have no idea what this thing is. No one will, until Toby Fox decides to tell us. He's not going to leave something in the files that will accidentally spoil the twist to this game. So, I would say, if I had to put my money on which one is true, I would probably just go with the player theory, since that seems to have the most foreshadowing in the actual game itself. I don't have to resort to speculation since there are actual lines of dialogue that may indicate the player is the one controlling Kris. So yeah, that is the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And I'm sorry to my regular subscribers for not posting often. My life is just very busy. I have another video in development.
Bro, this is so random. Why did I choose to do, like, the bouncing Discord? I mean, the bouncing, like,
I hope you all are having a good day. Thank you for watching my video.
box thing. That's so, like, random. I mean, I don't get the hate for this vid. It's pretty normal and agreeable. Yeah, I don't get it either, personally, but I don't know. People be weird sometimes. Alright. What would you rate that theory on a scale of 1 to 10? Because we're gonna watch the next one. Is redacted Gaster? I think this is a somewhat controversial theory. Oh man, it didn't hit the corner? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's do this one next. Whoopsie daisy. Hold on. Let's go here. And I'm putting this on 2 times speed at this point, because we've been streaming for like 5 hours, and yeah, we need to get going. Are we watching the Amori vid? I'm sorry, I can't. Too many theories in it, to rate overall. Stream audio and video audio mismatched in volume. It's bothering me. It's late. Hold on. How loud am I talking compared to the audio of the video? I actually have no idea. Should I turn up the volume on my computer? Anyway, let's watch, and we're putting this on double the speed because yeah, we gotta keep going.
Welcome. Undertale is an interesting little game. Behind its lovable characters and funny emotional writing lies many secrets, obscure lines of dialogue, mysterious NPCs, secret rooms, and a complicated labyrinth of branching paths. The community has done a great job of documenting the game's secrets and providing convincing theories for each of its many anomalies, but some mysteries remain unsolved to this day.
How does this sound? Is this one louder? Is this video loud? Yeah, the video. I mean the volume for all of my videos are kind of inconsistent.
8 years after the game was released. Mysteries like, why did Kara climb the mountain? What was the machine in Sans' basement? Whose writings were on the blueprints? Where do Sans and Papyrus come from? What was Papyrus' special attack gonna be? Who hired Muffet to kill us? But one of the greatest mysteries of all time is, who is W.D. Gaster? Sure, there's a lot of information about him online, but we really know nothing about him.
This theory is entirely Undertale based, so we won't have much contradicting it. Should we skip this theory and just like move on? I feel like this one is probably fine. Should we skip this theory and move on to the next one? Because like, I don't know. I don't got all day to do this. Maybe we'll watch this at the end if there's time, but I think I'm gonna skip. I'm just gonna move to why does Sans bleed? Why does Sans bleed? My most viewed video, but probably gonna be overtaken by this video in a little bit. I agree with this. The blood one is very controversial now. True, the section where I talk about like monsters bleeding, I think, yeah, I ended up being completely wrong on that one. Anyway, let's watch.
Welcome. Why does Sans bleed? If you've ever wondered that before, today's your lucky day. I mean, it's not as if anyone has ever tackled this subject before. So, I have 5 100% original, do not steal theories as to why he bleeds. We're gonna weigh the evidence for each of them and finally solve this long-standing mystery. I've used quite a few Tumblr posts for the—
Yo, the intro to this video is kind of fire. I can definitely see why this video got so many views. It's fine. Deltarune fans need more Undertale in their diet. So many people denying all the connection between the two games. Asgore could have added, but didn't.
Research of this video, the links to all of them will be in the description below. And special shout out to Home for Stuff. Their post on why Sans bleeds is very good.
I can't wait for all of the videos being like, all of the comments being like, actually, Sans doesn't. I'll say bled and. Oh, wait, did he? There's gonna be like a ton of comments being like, ha, monsters do bleed. They do bleed. And it's like, okay, they bleed. You got me. Oh yeah, some people get so angry if you say pacifist when you're talking about Deltarune, even though Tenna and Jackington literally die if you don't play pacifist. Wait, really? That's so, like, random. No, Rouse did not bleed? Okay, so this is just someone spreading misinformation online then.
Stealing all their arguments, so make sure to check them out. The first theory is the most obvious, and it's that Sans bleeds real blood. At first glance, this theory seems impossible. It's well established in Undertale that monsters are made of magic and don't have blood. While monsters are mostly made of magic, human beings are mostly made of water. But there are 2 ways for this theory to still be true. 1, Sans has blood because he's from Deltarune, a world where monsters have blood. 2, Sans has blood because he is—
Yo, I forgot I used Monkey Ball music in this. Should I bring back Monkey Ball music? I was like listening to the Monkey Ball soundtrack at the time, so that's why I included it.
Monster at all. Let's start with number 1. Sans has blood because he's from Deltarune. There are hints throughout the game that Sans isn't from Undertale.
What does 1 mean? Oh, 1. Sans. Okay, I get what you mean.
World. I'm sure most of you are aware of these hints. So
yeah, I think at this point it's kind of confirmed that Sans is from Deltarune because of the whole like it's raining, the place where it rained thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're gonna say pacifist people say no, no, no. This game isn't like Undertale. There is no pacifist route. Your choices don't matter.
Things quick. The first hint comes at the beginning of the game. When you first enter Snowdin, if you talk to the shopkeeper, she'll have this to say about the Skeleton Brothers. If you're bored—
Which by the way, I'm not even convinced that your choices don't matter. I don't understand why people take like what Susie says in chapter 1 at face value. Like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think your choices matter? I feel like, I don't know. Last video had a bass boosted podcast filter on the voice that sounded good and clear. Yeah, I gotta keep doing that.
You can sit outside and watch those wacky skeletons do their thing. There's 2 of them, brothers I think. They just showed up one day and asserted themselves. So not only are Sans and Papyrus not from the area, but it seems they randomly and abruptly moved to Snowdin. I wonder why they moved in so quickly. During a Q&A for Papyrus, someone asked him what his life was like before he moved to Snowdin. Well, there was green grass and, hey, shower's free. Finally, Sans, finish the question for me. Sure, the question finished. Wow, he only got a question out and it already reveals so much. Green grass. The only place in the entire underground with green grass is Asgore's garden and those 2 grass patches in the ruins. Though I'm not sure the green stuff in Asgore's garden is grass or just like flower stems or something. Considering the fact that Papyrus doesn't recognize Toriel, he definitely never lived in the ruins. And it also wouldn't make sense for him to live in Asgore's castle. But you know someplace that does have a lot of green grass? Hometown. Well, technically the grass is more yellowish than green, but that's because it's fall. fall, I find it incredibly odd how quickly Sans interrupts Papyrus, almost like he's trying to stop him from saying too much. I mean, if they used to live somewhere mundane in the underground like the city, why would that be so shocking? Why does Sans imbibe
Our choices already matter more than they do in 90% of games. Exactly, because in most games, we're so Undertale brained that we think that it's normal for games to have these like branching paths and like multiple endings. 90% of games have one ending, one path. It doesn't matter how you play. So yeah, I agree. Already, there's more branching paths and more variations in this game, Deltarune, than there is in 90% of games. Plus, I'm not even sure that there is gonna be one ending. I feel like the Steam page kind of like hints that there might be more endings, because like when it says there's one ending, there's like a question mark next to it. So I think we're supposed to question that claim. I feel like there are more than one there's more than one ending. That's just me though.
and Toby act like this is some big mystery. Could it be that Sans and Papyrus are from Deltarune, and that revealing that fact would spoil Deltarune's story? Maybe, maybe not. At the very least, it seems Sans and Papyrus aren't from the underground. This fact is further supported by Sans' dialogue during his boss fight. Look, I gave up trying to go back a long time ago, and getting to the surface doesn't appeal anymore either. Where exactly was he trying to get back to? Is it the place he used to live in before he had to abruptly move to Snowden? It's clearly not somewhere in the underground, because if it was, why wouldn't he just move back? The place in question is—
And you're right, guys. This would only apply to Sans. Sans would be the only person from Deltarune, because Papyrus definitely is from Undertale. Since Papyrus, he turns to dust, he doesn't bleed, so he's definitely from Undertale.
It's clearly out of reach. It's also likely somewhere he was forcefully displaced from, which would explain why he suddenly showed up in Snowden. But where is he from? Well, what if he's from a parallel universe? This may seem a bit out of left field, but Sans has very strong connections to like parallel universes and alternate timelines and time travel and all this wacky stuff. Firstly, he reads quantum physics books in his spare time. A famous theory in quantum physics is the many worlds interpretation. It's a theory that postulates that there are many worlds that exist in parallel to our own. It seems that Sans put his quantum physics knowledge to good use, because he seems to know how to manipulate—
Wow, I'm just a walking nerd emoji in this part of the video. I'm just like explaining the many worlds interpretation. Like, I don't think I need to explain that. I think most of us are familiar with alternate universes, but okay.
Space and time. He does weird things with his attack, which I'm not sure if you would consider this like time rewind.
Gerson turned into dust, it says so in the book in the library. Yeah, that is confusing, because it seems like monsters still turn into dust, but I guess they can bleed in certain contexts, so I guess maybe Papyrus still could be from Deltarune, he just doesn't bleed for whatever reason. I don't know.
Rewinding or like reality manipulation kind of reminds me of time rewinding. It kind of reminds me of time rewinding because it's sort of like the floppy attacks. Anyway, some tomfoolery is afoot. He has this inexplicable ability to teleport. He also seems to be aware of game mechanics, which is not something that every character is aware of. He also—
Susie could be a human and monster hybrid. That would be kind of crazy, but
includes knowing about saving and loading several times throughout the game, like when he makes a tongue-in-cheek joke about us never dying, clearly aware that we have died before and just reloaded our save. Saving and loading is basically just time traveling, which means that he knows time traveling is a thing. He even accuses us of being a time traveler. And then there's all the time travel talk in his actual boss fight, which I'll talk about later. The reason I bring this up is to show that he has intimate knowledge of not only alternate timelines but parallel universes. Could it be that he knows so much about this topic because he himself is from a parallel universe? Could he be brushing up on his quantum physics so that he can figure out how to get back home to his parallel universe?
I still feel like this section of the video adds up mostly. I feel like this video is gonna age pretty well. Apart from the whole monsters don't bleed. Obviously, they do bleed. It's been confirmed at this point, but whatever. Implies that Sans also is, but doesn't explain why Papyrus doesn't bleed in the genocide route. Again, I think this is more about why Sans bleeds. I think you could... So it doesn't really matter why Papyrus doesn't bleed or not. I mean, he could just be from Undertale for all we know.
This theory is further supported by the contents of his basement. After verifying that Frisk is a time traveler, he gives him access to his basement. Inside the basement are blueprints written in illegible handwriting and a broken machine. In one of the drawers, there's a picture of Sans with people we don't recognize. On the back of it, it says, "Don't forget." Could this be a picture of him in the fun game from Deltarune that he's trying to remember? Or more like he's trying to stop himself from forgetting? It seems like him and the fun game will become closer in future chapters. He even asks Kris to hang out with his brother, Papyrus. And coincidentally, "Don't forget" is also the main theme of Deltarune. And then there's the machine itself. It's broken. And according to Toby Fox, it can never be fixed. Is it possible that this broken machine is the reason Sans has such a fatalistic attitude? Is it possible that he used this machine to travel to Undertale's world but got stranded after it broke? And did he lose all hope after realizing no one can fix it? Is this why he's lazy and can't find many reasons to give life his all? The final piece of evidence comes from the river person, who tells us to beware of the man that came from the other world. Considering all the evidence I just went over, I think you can guess who this is referring to. Okay, so I just went on a huge ass explanation of why Sans is from Deltarune. The reason I'm bringing this up is because there's evidence that monsters in Deltarune have blood, which is different from the monsters in Undertale. So if Sans is from Deltarune, it explains why he bleeds despite none of the other monsters bleeding when we kill them. There are a couple lines that prove this. One of them comes from Susie, who says everybody bleeds, right? Another comes from the IC guy, who says the pizza sauce is boiling red, burning like my blood yearns for battle. This castle's white wizard relegated me to this healing chamber, but my blood is boiling for battle. Also, there's an unused sprite in the game's files of Susie with a bloody knee, I think, or is it a bloody hand? I can't really tell. Anyway, she's bleeding, which is, pretty much concrete evidence that monsters can bleed in this timeline when they can't in Undertale. But things are more complicated than that, because there are also lines in Deltarune that make it clear monsters don't have blood. Ooh, are you the human that lives at the top of town? Wow, my mommy told me about you. Does it hurt to be made—
I don't understand the Muffet controversy. Like, it was obviously Middleton who spoke to her. Like, there's no debate. I think it's written in kind of a confusing way. I feel like Muffet was like kind of shoehorned into the plot, so it is a little awkward. But yeah, it was definitely Middleton. But the only problem I have with that whole thing was, like, literally seconds later, if Mettaton supposedly wants to kill us, seconds after this fight, we interact with Mettaton and he has an opportunity to kill us, yet he still lets us go. It still seems like he's playing along with Alphys and letting us live. And it's like, why would he do that if he wants us dead? You could say that it's because he doesn't want to, like, upset Alphys, but, like, I don't know, it doesn't seem like he really cares about, like, Alphys' feelings, and if he really wanted us dead, he would just do it, right? So I think that's just because Muffet is kind of placed in an... she's shoehorned in, so, I don't know, it's kind of awkward. Muffet hires us to kill people a lot. Mettaton hires us to kill people a lot. I think you mean Mettaton hires a lot of people to kill us, yeah. When we get into the ruins, basically all of the people who attack us are, what, mercenaries that he hired? I really do not think Muffet is that important. Yeah, I mean, she's definitely not important. And I think it is supposed to be just Mettaton. I just think it's kind of confusing, because she's shoehorned into the plot.
Of blood? Now, I've heard some people say that this kid doesn't know what he's talking about. This is just some dumb child, okay? So you can't take anything they say seriously. Firstly, from a writing perspective, isn't that, like, insanely confusing?
Yeah, and this part of the video is this part of the game is so sloppy. I don't know. You're not going to convince me this isn't sloppy writing.
To just say that monsters don't have blood, but secretly they actually do, and this child is just confused because they're just confused, and you're just supposed to read their mind and know this. Like, it just seems like a very confused...
Rules card type of shoehorn. Yeah, it's because Muffet was a Kickstarter character, and someone paid, like, a bunch of money to put the character in, so Toby Fox had to just kind of, like, shoehorn her in and just hope it works out.
Writing decision. Also, I remember being a little kid and I knew, like, very, very basic things about myself, like if I was made of blood, right? So why would I ask someone, does it hurt to be made of blood? Like, obviously not. I'm made of blood too. I don't know. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back. There are other confusing blood-related lines, like how Lancer seems to know that Lightners have blood, because my guys are about to smash him with blood. Lots of blood. Splooshing blood. Very gross and bad. Like, why does he know what blood is? Did his dad tell him about it? I mean, I get the impression the king did talk to...
Yeah, like, that is also weird. Why does Lancer know what blood is? Can someone explain that? Because Darkners don't have blood. So what going on here? What's going on here? Sans saying that XP was execution points was very cringe to me, LMAO. Maybe. I don't know, I feel like it was... Maybe it's because I played Undertale for the first time when I was 12, but I was like, damn, that hits hard, man.
The knight who is a Lightner, so maybe the knight told him Lightners have blood and then he told his son, but it's just confusing. I think
Lancer synced up with Susie for real? Hype moments in Aura, maybe someone got a paper cut from the Lancer card? Man,
what's really happening here is there's just a little bit of sloppy writing. Like, I think Toby Fox made a mistake and thoughtlessly included some blood-related figures of speech in Deltarune's dialogue without really considering the implications this would have on the world, because my blood is boiling and everybody bleeds are common sayings. The IC and Lancer lines are clearly jokes, and the Susie line is just her being edgy, so it's possible Toby just wrote these lines for the sake of comedy and didn't really expect people to take them that seriously. I mean, yes, he is a good writer. This seems pretty sloppy, but he's a human being who makes mistakes. These are just, like, throwaway lines, so it may not mean anything. Also, to address the unused sprite, it's, you know, unused and therefore not canon, and you can say, well, why did he make the sprite in the first place if monsters can't bleed? Did he forgore? I mean, possibly. Maybe that's why it wasn't included in the final game, because this is...
Oh my god, the Forgore, that's great. That's a great meme. Lancer has extensive knowledge of human anatomy. Does he? Maybe someone got a... Oh yeah, does he know a lot about humans? I mean, maybe.
Time he forgore a minor world-building detail, more on that later. With all that being said, the nature of monsters and blood is very unclear, and it kind of seems like monsters don't have blood in either Deltarune or Undertale, which would mean Sans wouldn't bleed, regardless of what world he's from. So this theory...
Darkners do bleed because Gerson tells Susie he got a paper cut. What context did he say he got a paper cut? Because remember that Gerson did used to be a Lightner. Like, I assume he still has the memories of Gerson the Lightner, right? So he could have just been referring to a paper cut he got in the past, right? Gerson is a special Darkner? That's also true. After the Jack and... Okay, so he got a paper cut after... Well, just because he got a paper cut doesn't mean he was bleeding. Yeah, that doesn't mean he was bleeding.
Theory is likely false. Then again, it is possible my interpretation of the dialogue is wrong, so I'm not gonna dismiss this theory outright, but it's not the most convincing theory, just because there are just some confusion on if monsters really do have blood, or if this is just a writing mistake. So until future chapters come out and there's more clarification, I'm not going to promote this theory. So now...
Well, I guess now that future chapters have come out and it's been confirmed that monsters in this universe do bleed, I think it is confirmed that Sans must be from Deltarune. Although I still feel like maybe the ketchup theory might be true too. I don't know.
Now, let's move on to reason 2. Sans bleeds because he's not a monster at all. This may be giving you flashbacks to the Sans is Nest theory, but I don't think we should just wholesale dismiss an idea because it seems silly at first. That being said, there are a lot of hurdles this theory has to jump through before it can even be considered. The first being, Sans sure doesn't look like a human, but it's possible that Sans is like a dead human who was resurrected with the power of determination, sort of like a zombie, which would explain his undead appearance.
Okay, I have a crackpot theory that Onion San is the angel. Discuss. Kaiju theory was the most valid theory before these chapters? Yeah, I definitely think so.
Determination does let you defy death. There's even a theory that Kris is also dead and persists due to sheer determination. But if Sans is a human, then like where is his human soul? At the end of the pacifist route, when Flowey gains control of everyone's souls, he doesn't mention anything about Sans having a human soul. Recall that Flowey and Azriel's objective is to steal Frisk's soul so he can gain godlike abilities and reset the timeline. If Sans had a human soul, why wouldn't he just use his and forget about Frisk? Did he forget? A possible explanation for this is Sans lost his human soul when he died and exists as like an undead soulless creature, kind of similar to Chara, but this can't be true either simply because Sans can become a lost soul, which implies Flowey stole his soul to begin with. This theory so far is profoundly weak, but another problem is if Sans is a human, then what is Papyrus? Is he also a human? They are brothers after all. If he is a human, why doesn't he know what the sun is? Why is he unable to recognize other humans? Why does he not have a human soul?
You're right, Sans is Steven after not surviving. Sans is Steven Universe, guys.
And why doesn't he bleed when we kill him? Also, if Sans is undead,
That's another good April Fool's video. Sans is Steven Universe, not a joke, not April Fool's. 5,000 exclamation points.
why does he have blood at all? Like, if he's a full-blown skeleton, surely by now the blood's all been dried up. In conclusion, Sans is a monster, and if monsters don't have blood, blood theory is not true. So, let's move on to the next theory. This theory states that Sans bleeds because of the bone marrow in his bones. He is, after all, a skeleton. This theory seems kind of promising, but it can be easily debunked. The entire purpose of bone marrow is to make blood, and as I've already proven, monsters don't have blood, so having bone marrow would serve no purpose. Of course, it's always possible that my interpretation of Deltarune's dialogue is wrong, and monsters do have blood, at least monsters from Deltarune have blood, so they would have bone marrow technically, but if Sans is from Deltarune and has blood, then the red stuff is blood, right? Not just bone marrow. So blood theory would be true, not bone marrow theory. So regardless of what's happening, bone marrow theory would not be the best explanation for what's going on, so I'm dismissing it. Next is determination theory. This is a classic. This theory states that before confronting us, Sans injected himself with liquid determination. When we slash open his chest, the liquid determination is literally seeping out of him. The reason it looks red is because determination is red. It's believed he got this liquid determination from Alphys, who uses liquid determination in her experiments.
Sans is obviously Penguin Zero. True. True, he has like the deep sounding voice like Charlie. Steven got cancer from the chemotherapy and it turned him into Sans. True. The chemotherapy does a number on your body. This determination theory is a bit better now. Because Susie's eyes go red when she makes the Dark World. Wait, it does? I actually wasn't paying attention to that. That's kind of crazy.
There are a lot of connections between Sans and Alphys, and I believe he probably did work with her on scientific matters.
The human kid situation is crazy. Sans is pyrocynical.
Was an official employee of the labs or not, I think he was involved with Alphys to some extent. He may have even been one of the people Gaster refers to in Entry 17. The first hint that the two work together is the way Sans and Alphys interact with each other at the end of the pacifist route. We're gonna be able to watch anime online? Of course, Undyne. What do you think we've been fighting for all along? Yeah, whoops, Jinx, I knew you were gonna make that joke. Wait, Alphys, I didn't know you knew Sans. Well, doesn't everybody? They joke around like they're old friends. Alphys seems uncomfortable when Papyrus asks if they know each other, so Sans steps in and brushes out the question, like usual. Why are they being so secretive about their friendship? Could it be that she knows about his situation, something he wants to keep secret? I think it's weird that these two are friends. Like, how exactly did they meet when Sans lives in Snowdin and Alphys lives all the way in Hotland, and she doesn't really go outside that often except to go to the trash zone, and could it be that Sans got stranded in Snowdin, so he went to the current royal scientist for help fixing his machine? Could that be how they met? After all, the writing on the machine's blueprint is described as illegible, and we know that Sans' handwriting is readable because of the note he leaves in his room. The narration makes no mention of his handwriting being illegible, but you know whose handwriting is illegible? Alphys. Her handwriting is described as chicken scratch, and when she leaves us a note about the true labs, the narration says we're barely able to make up.
Guys, which camp are you on? Are the blueprints in Sans' basement, are they written by Alphys or Gaster? Which side are you on? You know the Bloods versus Crips meme. Which side are you on? Gaster wrote the blueprints or Alphys wrote the blueprints? What are we thinking here? Gaster is behind everything. Weird theory. Kris is the knight of Chapter 3's world, so all the build-up and red herring to them being the knight is true. They are a different kind of knight from the Roaring Knight, but still. Well, obviously they made the Dark World, but it seems like the knight is not a title. It's a specific person. Gaster TBH, the blueprints being in Wingdings is pure cinema. I mean, we have zero evidence for both of them. Well, I wouldn't say there's zero evidence. There's some evidence for both of them. Gaster's behind everything, especially the kids at the Walmart. Alright, so let's continue watching.
About what she says. I've heard a lot of people say that Gaster wrote the blueprints, since the illegible handwriting could be Wingdings. I'm not saying that this is impossible, but for the sake of this theory, I'm just gonna assume it's Alphys. Another piece of evidence that Sans and Alphys might have worked together comes from his boss fight. Our reports show a massive anomaly in the space-time continuum. Timelines jumping left and right, stopping and starting, until suddenly everything ends. That's your fault, isn't it? What does he mean by our reports? Could he be referring to the lab reports he got from Alphys? Let me ask you something. How can Sans, like, detect anomalies in the space-time continuum without, like, specialized equipment? Specialized equipment from, say, a lab? Kinda sounds like him and Alphys were trying to figure out how to stop this from rampaging through the underground. They probably noticed how powerful we were, so they analyzed our abilities. Maybe in the genocide route, Sans also suspected we were a time traveler, so Alphys ran a couple reports on the timeline to confirm this.
Damn, we don't have any Alphys supporters in this chat. Everyone thinks it's Gaster. Come on, let's get some Alfie's love in
The
here.
interesting line in this boss fight is this. You're very determined, aren't you? You'll never give up, even if there's absolutely no benefit to persevering whatsoever. But
What
now,
if Sans' Basim was the thrash machine? True. Does Asgore know how strong Sans is? I don't think anyone knows how strong Sans is. I wouldn't be surprised if Undyne is maybe aware a little bit. I think Undyne might be a little bit aware of Sans' abilities because Sans does work for her. So I guess that would mean Asgore knows a little bit about it, but I think Sans is the type of person to like kind of hide his true abilities.
you've reached the end. There's nothing left for you now. So, in my personal opinion, the most determined thing you can do here is completely give up. Maybe I'm reading too much into things, but why does he use the term determination? Like, yes,
There we go, that's where all the Alfie support is. Come on.
term is used by the narration a lot, but it's not really something characters say out loud except in very specific circumstances, like the true lab entries. In fact, I counted, and determination is only said out loud like 17 times, which is, not that much. The term determination was coined by Alfie, so the fact that Sans uses that language is very interesting. Remember that determination is not just like a personality trait, it's also a substance that can give people supernatural abilities like the ability to save and load and the ability to persist after death. My theory is,
I love how I say determination is only said like 17 times, as if that isn't like a large amount of times, but whatever.
after we started slaughtering monsters, Sans and Alfie's, and I guess also Metaton.
I guess since there are like thousands of lines of dialogue, maybe that isn't a lot of times, but I don't know.
Meeting. They all wanted to know how a single human child could kill so many monsters, including Undyne the Undying. They ran some reports and found anomalies in the timeline. Sans shared that he suspected we were a time traveler, since we're always acting like we know what's about to happen. Alfie's realized we may have this ability because
I hope you get payoff from Sans, from him saying, "I know your type, very determined, aren't you?" Like, who is he talking about? He's probably talking about the player. I wouldn't be surprised if like he like fights the player, or at least encounters or figures out that Kris is being possessed by the player or something like that.
of determination. The reports also indicated that the timeline was about to end, and they figured it was because of us. So they made a plan. Alphys would try to evacuate as many people as possible, Metaton would try to slow us down when we got to Hotland, and if it came to it, Sans would confront us. She gave Sans some liquid determination, which she had from previous experiments. She did this because without it, Sans wouldn't stand a chance against someone as determined as us. Sans knew he couldn't stop us, even if he killed us, because we would just reset the timeline. So he would try to make us lose determination and give up. He did this by killing us over and over again. When that didn't work, he tried to wait things out, hoping we would get bored and give up. But, as we know, that didn't work. We killed him, and in his dying moments, the liquid determination seeped out of his wounds. Fanfiction time over. As much as I like this theory, there are some problems with it. Knowing how dangerous liquid determination was, what Alphys really
I mean, I probably didn't use the word determination 17 times outside the context of Undertale and Deltarune.
give it to Sans. She knew that a monster's body couldn't handle large amounts of determination and would break down. So wouldn't giving him determination make him weaker? I guess it's possible Sans took the good stuff without Alphys' permission, but that still doesn't explain why he didn't melt, since injecting determination into monsters tends to do that. Maybe he was careful with the amount he injected, but there are still other problems with this theory. You think after literally injecting
I
yourself
hate
with
this theory, lol. Yeah, it's definitely not determination, because he would have definitely melted, so... Yeah, there's no way it's determination.
you would, be determined, but Sans' dialogue suggests otherwise. We'll just end up right back here, without any memory of it, right? To be blunt, it makes it hard to give it my all. Another problem with this theory is we know monsters won't bleed, even if they're highly determined. First, there's Undyne, who was so determined in her boss fight, she literally starts to melt, just like the amalgamates. And she doesn't bleed at any time during her boss fight. You could counter this by saying she hadn't injected herself with determination, she was just determined, but determination is
Yeah, I definitely don't believe in the determination theory. Your Metaton hate is unjust. He goes along with Alfie's bullshit for longer than I would have, which shows he's a good friend. He tries to stop us more than anyone other than Undyne in the Geno. Nah. He's a selfish asshole the entire time. Valid Metaton hate. I mean, I don't hate him that much. I hate him a little. I should have directed my hate towards Muffet. That is the character I hate the most. For some reason, she's so many people's favorite characters, I don't get it. Like... She's even worse than Metaton.
determination. It doesn't matter if it's naturally occurring or made in a lab. Surely it should have the same color, right? And it should cause the same reactions on the body. There's also Flowey, who was literally injected with determination and never bleeds. I guess you could argue that the determination dried up or something, but he clearly still has it, since he's still alive and was at one point the most determined creature in the underground. Another problem with this theory is that the shade of red of the soul, which is supposed to be the same color as determination, doesn't have the same hex code as the blood. But you know what does have the same hex code as the blood? Ketchup. We in the business call that foreshadowing. It's also possible that determination isn't red at all. In fact, there's loads more evidence that it's yellow. Let me explain why by going on another long rambling tangent. Shout out to No Chocolate. They're the goat, so make sure to check out their theories on determination. In fact, just read all their blogs. Do it. But finish this video first. So it's canon that red represents determination because our soul is red and we're supposed to be super determined. But determination is written in yellow several times throughout the game. The save points are a similar shade of yellow. So is Flowey, who was injected with determination. Determination is the power that lets you save, and whenever you save, the text turns yellow. Now I should point out that yellow is used to highlight important text throughout the game. It's a stylistic choice, so it may not be meant to connect determination to the color yellow. Also, the color yellow is already kind of associated with justice.
Bro, I think this video is surprisingly like it holds up pretty well, all things considered.
So it'd be strange if it was also associated with determination. Though to be fair, I always thought it was weird that people lump in determination with bravery, justice, integrity, kindness, perseverance, and patience, since determination is more like a force of nature than a personality trait. I don't know, can kindness give you superpowers? Anyway, I'm veering so far off track right now. The point is, there's far more evidence that determination is yellow than there is that it's red. So even if Sans injected himself with it, it's quite possible that his blood would have been yellow, not red. Tangent over. Let's get back to determination theory. The final thing that tears this theory apart is the fact that Sans dies, even after he injects himself with determination. You may say, well, of course he died. Like, you literally slashed his chest in half. Of course he's gonna die. I mean, determination will make you stronger, not immortal. And the crueler your intentions are, the easier it is to kill a monster. So, this doesn't really mean anything. Except determination.
Susie's eyes go red when creating a dark fountain. Apparently it does. I have not confirmed this, but I'll believe you.
literally does make you immortal, so why does he die? You may say, well, who says he died? We never saw him die on screen, and we never heard the little noise that plays when you kill a monster. What? For some reason I was reading this all over Reddit, and it's like, it's not true. It's blatantly false. Like, you do hear, you do.
Yeah, that's another thing. Why are the people on Reddit so stupid? Why are they constantly lying? They say, we don't see Sans dying on screen, and we don't hear the little noise that plays when people die, so he totally didn't die, when literally you can hear him turn to dust. And you can visually see our level going up. Like, bro, why are the people on Reddit so stupid? Yeah, people say you can't hear the dust all the time. You can, LMAO. Yeah, I don't get it. I hate this too because it undermines Sans' entire character. What do you mean, like the determination theory?
You do hear the sound. You do hear it. And also, that sound doesn't just play when you kill a monster. It plays at the end of every encounter. Also, you gain levels when you kill him, right? So that means he's dead. I'm sorry. I'm going a little insane because it's inconceivable to me why people are... Reddit, going on Reddit and seeing the people on that website, it genuinely makes me lose faith in humanity. I mean, when it comes to something as silly as Deltarune, it's whatever, but these people vote. They talk about politics. These people have the right to vote, and they're this stupid. Reddit, when I tell them I have never seen them before being bored, which means they don't exist, Drew. So you gain levels when you kill him, right? So that means he's dead. I'm sorry, I'm going a little insane because it's inconceivable to me why people are constantly saying this on Reddit. It's false information. Have these people even played the game before? Like, sorry. It was just annoying me so much. Anyway, it's possible he didn't inject himself with enough determination to defy death, and it's also possible that he lost determination when, it started seeping out of him, so that may be why he died. So I won't say this theory is impossible, it just has, like, a lot of problems with it, and I don't think it's really that likely. Now, let's move on to the next theory. But before we do that, if you're a fan of Undertale, don't skip. If you're a fan of
Kris Kara people being able to vote makes me cry on a daily basis. Based.
Undertale, you should check out the rest of my channel. All I make is theories on Undertale.
Wait, whoa, look how small I was back then.
But before we do that, if you're a fan of Undertale, don't click.
Look, I only had 4,000 subscribers. Look how much we've grown in a year. We posted this video in March 17th, so it's been like a month and a few months. 1 year and a few months. Reddit Stinky type 1 if you agree. Yes, everyone type 1. And thank you for the donation, Soshi. Let's give that a heart. Here, everyone type 1 if you agree. Alright, let's keep going. But yeah, I'm so surprised at how much this channel has grown over just a single year. I'm so grateful for all of the love this channel has gotten. Here, let me give a heart emoji to express my gratitude. Grown like the allegations aimed at Gaster's estate. Alright, let's keep going.
Don't skip. If you're a fan of
Oh, I get what you mean. Like the allegations aimed at Gaster's estate, true.
Undertale, you should check out the rest of my channel. All I make is theories on Undertale and Deltarune. Try out one of
And look how much how many views my videos have gotten since then. Like, I'm so proud. This used to have 23,000 views. I think it has 70,000 views now. I'm just like...
Try out one of my videos. If you end up liking it, consider subscribing. I don't post that often, so I won't clog up your feed. Alright, shameless plug over. Let's just get back to the theories. This theory is a classic.
I love how I'm using the fact that I barely post. I post like every 6 months as like a plus. Like, oh, if you subscribe to me, I won't clog up your feed because I barely post. I post like every year. I'd rather the stupidity of Reddit comments than the pure toxicity of YouTube replies. I've had way worse replies there, TBH. I mean, the people on YouTube can be stupid, but there's something about the people who inhabit Reddit where they think they have like this superiority complex. They think they're smarter, better, more moral people. I don't know. Their attitude is really what gets on my nerves. It's not even just that they're stupid.
I'll remember reading this theory on like Tumblr or Reddit or YouTube comment sections back.
It's that they're stupid, but they're so stupid that they don't realize how stupid they are. They actually think they're smart.
Back in 2015, this theory suggests that Sans' blood is actually ketchup that he drank before the boss fight. Sans.
Not to mention they have an addiction to karma. Like, these people be deadass bringing up how much karma people have. And it's like, karma is a completely useless currency. Like, you don't get any money posting on Reddit. You don't make any money from being a power user on Reddit or getting a lot of karma. So like, why do you use it as like a selling point? Like, as much as I think it's obnoxious, I could understand someone bragging about a subscriber count because you can make money from YouTube. Why are these people acting like having karma means anything? So lame.
has very strong connections to ketchup. Actually sounds kind of dumb now that I say it out loud, like Sans has very strong ties to Gaster and ketchup.
I once met a 10-year-old Undertale fan. He was like, how do you portray a stereotypical He was like, how you portray a stereotypical toxic Undertale fan. Yep.
But he does. He works with ketchup. He drinks ketchup straight from the bottle. On our date, he offers us ketchup.
I know. I hate it when they say thanks for the Reddit gold, kind stranger. Like, these people are such NPCs. They just parrot what each other say. It's like when you're like listening to music on YouTube, and you hear like a bajillion people saying, "Anyone watching in 2025?" Like, y'all are some NPCs, straight up.
Like, the dude likes ketchup, and at first glance, these connections may seem like jokes, but are they really? Could it be foreshadowing?
Reminds me of a Moist video. Oh my god, does Moist Critical have the same opinion on Redditors as me? If so, he's based. I heard someone on Reddit say Susie is evil and worse than Flowey? That is crazy. Low tier self, dead ass.
I mentioned before, the shade of red that the ketchup uses is the same hex code as the blood. So, is the blood ketchup? If the blood is ketchup, why does Sans, like, do this? Like, why would he do this? Well, remember that his primary goal during his boss fight is to stop us through any means necessary. He knows that killing us won't stop us for good because we'll just reload our save file and try again. So he wants to make us give up. You'll get bored here if you haven't.
I swear, Reddit does get me into that low tier god, like, mindset where you're just like, you serve zero purpose in life. How do you get to that conclusion? Which conclusion? The low tier self conclusion?
And then you'll finally quit. He kills us over and over again, makes our life as difficult as possible, stalls for as much time as possible, bargains with us, tricks us, guilt trips us, appeals to our humanity, anything to make us lose determination. This ketchup thing is just his last ditch effort to make us feel guilty so that we stop. And he knows it probably won't work, but he's gonna try anyway. I think this is most obvious when you actually kill him. I'm going to grill these.
People who comment, what am I watching? Or I'm on this side of YouTube again. Or on weird videos are the biggest NPCs. True. It is true that they are so unemployed. Yeah, Redditors are like the most unemployed people on the world. Why do Redditors gotta say the most insulting shit when you disagree slightly? Because they're unemployed losers who base their self-worth on Reddit karma.
Papyrus, do you want anything? Like, damn, that shit is gut-punching. It did bring a tear to my eye the first time I saw it. But let's be real here, he doesn't have dementia, he knows Papyrus is dead, he's just playing things up, trying to make us feel guilty so that we quit. And that's the theory in a nutshell. This theory does have some problems, so let's go over them. The biggest problem with this theory is the way monster food works, because it doesn't work in the same way human food works. To a human, monster food would be very interesting. As soon as you eat it, it converts perfectly into energy. This line implies that monster food doesn't take 6 hours to
Oh, the
digest like
Susie
food does.
evil thing. Yeah, I agree. I don't see how you get to the conclusion that Susie is evil. What evidence did they have that Susie is evil? That she's a bully? Being a high school bully doesn't make you a bad person. As much as the people on Reddit like to morally grandstand and act like, oh, if you're a bully, if you're a cheater, if you're bad in the moment, that means you're irredeemable. If you do something bad in your life, you're irredeemable trash who should be thrown away. That's not how it works. Someone who's a bully in high school is not a bad person, especially since she clearly had like a bad home life and also changed her ways. I don't know. They must have been bullied in high school. Yeah, like they act like there'll be like all of these like posts on like Reddit of people like, oh, I set my high school bully's house on fire, and everyone in the comments will be like, yeah, he deserved it because he called you fat in high school in 2008. It's like, y'all, being a bully in high school doesn't mean you're like an evil person. Susie's evil and worse than Flowey is the most insane, idiotic thing I've heard. Yeah, especially since Flowey has, like, killed multiple people.
You know, as soon as you eat it, it turns into energy. So even if Sans drank the ketchup, it wouldn't stick around in his body, it would just be instantly digested. So to account for this flaw, I'm gonna revise the theory slightly. Maybe Sans didn't drink the ketchup, maybe instead he slathered it on his chest. Ooh, slathered. Maybe I shouldn't have used that word, I don't like the way it came out, but you get what I mean. It would fit into the idea that this is a ruse, a purposeful attempt to guilt trip us, right? Another problem with the theory is the hex codes. So at first glance, the fact that ketchup and blood have the same hex code may sound like strong evidence, but this hex code is like the default red in MS Paint, so it's probably just a coincidence that they're the same color. I mean, this is not FNAF, so hex codes have never been that important. Also, the hex code of the...
They said she killed all the puzzle people and that she's a serial killer, but she doesn't kill them, she beats them up. Like, I swear, the people who give, like, the stupidest takes on Deltarune just, like, haven't played the game.
Soul is literally just red. Like, it's just the default red, the perfect red. So the fact that the soul and, I guess by extension, determination is not the same color as the blood, that doesn't mean anything, right? I don't think these hex codes are really that important. Alright, so other than the flaws I just...
There's a story from a Redditor's wife where she talks about how her husband thinks being a Reddit mod is a job and is annoyed, and she got warned for harassing the moderation. I did hear about that. I think one of the moderators was like, I'm seeing a lot of bigoted comments in this comment section. Moderation is one of the most important jobs that someone can have in society. Like, bro thinks he's like a firefighter or something. The most important job in society? Bro thinks he's a freaking police officer or something. Moderation is a real job. Like, what the hell? That's crazy work. Actually, it's max red, not default red. True.
Fox brought up, there aren't many other flaws with this theory, other than I guess it sounds silly at first, like, really? It's fucking ketchup? But once you start to think about it, it kind of makes sense. Like, when I started researching for this video, I was like, it is not fucking ketchup, this is the worst theory ever. But now that I've actually, like, looked at all the evidence, I kind of believe it. So that is ketchup theory. Now, before I move on to the next theory, I want to quickly bring up, like, another theory that's very similar to this one. It's a theory that the blood is illusion magic. The same motive would apply. Sans is doing this to guilt trip us. This theory isn't held down by the monster food problem I brought up, but it also doesn't have any of the ketchup-related connections to Sans. Also, I don't think Sans uses illusion magic. I could be wrong on that, but I've played this game dozens and dozens of times, and I cannot recall a single instance of him using illusion magic.
No, he doesn't use illusion magic. This is another, like, theory I saw on Reddit that a lot of people were saying, and it's like, what the fuck? Some people on there think that saying Kris is the Deltarune AU Frisk is bigoted. How? How is that bigoted?
So yeah, I definitely think ketchup theory is stronger, so let's move on to the next theory. This one is self-explanatory. It's all one.
Which group are you being bigoted against by saying that?
One big plot hole. The reason Sans bleeds is because Toby Fox thought it'd be dramatic. That's it. It's not because he's a human or because he's from Deltarune. It's not ketchup. It's not determination. It's just the climactic killing blow at the end of a difficult boss fight. That's it. You know, this theory is impossible to disprove since there are no clear answers as to why Sans bleeds, right? But I just find this theory lame as hell. I mean, there are plot holes in Undertale, like the fact that the books say humans can't do magic, even though the intro shows them casting a magical spell to keep the monsters locked away, or how Frisk passes through the barrier at the end of the neutral route despite never absorbing Asgore's soul. Like, do you know how many times characters in this game say you must absorb Asgore's soul to pass through the barrier? Like, I guess Toby forgot. Plot holes happen sometimes. I still think this game is very good. Okay, I wouldn't devote my channel to this game if I thought it was bad. But I don't know. I just find the plot hole theory to be, you know, lame and boring. I can't disprove it, but I pretend I do not see. My money's on ketchup theory being true. Alrighty then, this is the end of the video, but what do you guys think? Do you think the blood is ketchup or something else? Make sure to leave all your thoughts and theories in the comments below, and make sure to like and subscribe. I mean, come on, I beat Sans twice for this video. If that doesn't deserve a like and sub, I don't know what does.
Alright, whoops, what happened here? Oh, I think I accidentally pressed... Whatever. We're basically done. Alright, how would you rate that video on a scale of 1 to 10? I just created a goal because I need money. And the reward for reaching the goal is you get another goal. How does that sound, y'all? Does that sound good? I've seen that they say that saying Kris is either a DR Frisk or DR Chara is another form of denying their identity or something. How? Don't all three go by gender-neutral pronouns? So how does that deny their identity? That's so stupid. I swear to God. People just get angry and say Kris is Kris to imply that I'm taking away that I'm taking away from their identity. I don't get it. Anyway, let's move on to predicting all Dark Worlds. Let's go.
Deltarune's future chapters.
It's not about non-binary identity. What they said is it's just about their agency and who they are, right? But like, how is that bigoted? If you believe that it removes their agency, you're free to think that. But why are you acting like the person who thinks that is like morally, like why do you think you're morally superior to that person? I feel like the people on Reddit love to moralize everything. They're just obsessed with that sort of thing. I don't know. Yeah, it's not bigoted at all. Like, I think people use the word bigot so much they forget what it means. In order to be bigoted, you have to express some sort of hatred or something, some sort of negative feelings towards this particular group of people to be bigoted, right? So, I don't know.
These are some of the most highly anticipated video game releases in recent memory. Hey, I said one of them. Welcome. Deltarune's future chapters are some of the most highly anticipated video game releases in recent memory. Hey, I said one of, okay? And with anticipation comes speculation. Speculation of...
Is that true? Is Deltarune one of the most highly I mean, it was highly anticipated in our small community, but is it highly anticipated in general? I mean, it's something not more highly anticipated than like GTA 6 or whatever. I don't remember what other releases people were excited about at that time period. Unfortunately, words' meanings are chosen by the people using them. I would say so. I would say so, no. I wouldn't say so, no. Okay, I see what you mean. I've never met a person in my life who's played Deltarune, yeah. I mean, maybe on the internet. I know a lot of people, I know Deltarune is like a popular game. I'm sure a lot of people have played it and are like excited for it, but I don't know. I still think YouTube comments are worse.
On release dates, gameplay features and plot details, and most importantly for this video, speculation about the game's setting. Where will each future...
It reached top downloads on Steam the day Chapter 3 and 4 released. Yeah, that is true. I mean, Deltarune is a very popular game, so I don't know.
Take place in, and what will its theme be? Quite a few people have taken a stab at answering this question, and I thought I'd throw my hat into the ring. In this video, I will analyze each of the known Dark Worlds, looking for foreshadowing and common themes. Then, using the power of facts and logic, I will predict each future Dark World. Don't believe me? Well, keep watching this video and I'll prove it to you. I want to shout out Pretendo and Half-Red Chaos for their videos on the subject. It was a good jumping off point for my research. The links to both of them will be in the description below. Also, while I was gathering footage for this video, I saw this video by Black Chestnut. Now, when I saw the thumbnail, I thought, oh no, please don't tell me this is happening. I clicked on their video, and sure enough, my fears are realized. This person just straight up made the exact same theory as me, which I swear was not intentional. I did not watch this video before writing this video script. In fact, I'd come up with this theory like way before I started doing YouTube, and it's just been sitting in my noggin, taking up space. The fact that two people independently came to the same conclusion is pretty wild.
Yeah, that's another thing. Deltarune did crash Steam's payment processing when it dropped. Yeah, I if you watch my stream, you'll see me like freaking out because I'm like, oh my god, don't tell me they like their servers are down and I won't be able to buy Deltarune. Plagiarism. Yeah, it was unintentional plagiarism. I didn't mean to. I was like, great, someone literally made the same theory as me. That's fucking great.
And probably means this theory is true, but I would feel really bad if I just made this video without mentioning Black Chestnut's video, since they basically say the same thing. So go check out their video. The link is in the description. They deserve all the credit. I'm really, really sorry to Black Chestnut. this is just a disaster. But anyway, let's get into the video. Before we can make any predictions, let's look at all the information we know for sure about the future chapters. The first thing that needs to be addressed is how much we can rely on foreshadowing. According to the Deltarune 2020 status update, which was released before Chapter 2, the entire game has been outlined and most of the scenes have been scripted. So since the entire story has already been planned out, this means Toby can start sprinkling breadcrumbs throughout the game to foreshadow future events. So for this theory, I will be heavily relying on foreshadowing. A major event that has been foreshadowed so far is the Roaring. So we're introduced to the concept of the Roaring at the end of Chapter 2. Basically, if enough Dark Worlds are created, a post-apocalyptic event called the Roaring will happen and destroy the world. Now, there's a concept in writing known as Chekhov's gun. It's a writing principle that states every element in your story should be relevant to the plot, and if it isn't, it should be cut. A good example of Chekhov's gun is Chekhov's gun. One must never place a rifle on stage if it isn't going to go off. Going back to Deltarune, a whole ass 80-second dramatic sequence is like dedicated to explaining what the Roaring is. I mean, a whole song is made for it and everything. This means that it will likely play a part in the story later on.
Oh right, I forgot about the music choices I made in this video. For some reason I was like, let's forget about Deltarune music. Let's do like regular songs. So I like looked up like SMEX like SM64 remixes of songs. I think this is a Radiohead song playing right now. Yeah, I think I had just discovered those types of remixes and I was like, you know, I should probably use those in my videos because it probably won't get copyright claims because they're like remixes. And sure enough, this video hasn't gotten copyright claims. We hear about Chekhov's gun like 40 times a month in film classes. I feel bad for you. By the way, what do you... Yeah, I noticed some Radiohead songs in some of your vids. Yeah, Radiohead is like my favorite band ever. By the way, Noha, what are you majoring in?
On. Specifically, I think it's being set up that the Roaring will eventually happen. For one thing, the whole conflict is centered around the Roaring. The main antagonist is called the Roaring Knight, meaning they clearly want to cause it, and the heroes don't, so the Knight opens a dark world, the heroes close it. That's basically the driving conflict of the whole story. But as the story nears its end, something needs to happen to raise the stakes to its peak. After all, in a typical 3-act structure, the character's lowest point, their rock bottom, will happen right before the climax, and it spells out the beginning of the final act of the story. And what spells out rock bottom more than the literal end of the world? It just makes too much sense. So since the Roaring will be near the end of the story, it follows that one of the final dark worlds is going to be a little wacky, a little wild, you know, catastrophic enough to cause the Roaring. So that's basically my first prediction. One of the last dark worlds will be opened in, say, a public place, like, you know, at the festival people keep talking about, and it'll like engulf the whole town and cause the Roaring. I say one of because I don't think the last dark world will be in public at all. In fact, I think it'll be buried deep underground. That's right. I think the last dark world will be in the bunker. Once again, I'd like to bring up Chekhov's gun because the inside of
English college is different. It's more like the last 2 years of high school. Well, do you like specialize in a particular like subject?
the bunker is being set up as one of the greatest mysteries in this game. Why does it make the scary entry 17 noise? Is its room number being 17 a coincidence? And what is entry 17's experiment about anyway? The darkness keeps growing, shadows cutting deeper. Is this indicating that Gaster's final experiment is about a dark world? And what's with all the secretive talk about darkness anyway? Unused lines saying it's dark, it's so dark.
What you call college is university here? I think university and college are used synonymously in the US. Okay, so you're in like the last... Oh. Wait, so how long is university in the UK? Is it 2 years?
Here, Spamton talking about how it's still dark, so dark. That weird webpage on the Spamton sweepstake talking about, but what if it could get darker than dark? Are all these hints pointing to there being a darkness in the bunker? A darkness that keeps growing? A darkness that's darker than dark?
Okay, I was completely correct on this. I was 100,000% correct that there's a dark world in the bunker. I mean, a lot of people were correct on this. This is a pretty common theory, but I'm gonna claim credit for that.
Oh, what part does Gaster play in all this? Why is he talking about the Deltarune prophecy and wingdings on Deltarune's official website? Why is his leitmotif contained in the song that plays during the Goner Maker sequence? And why is that song called Another Hymn in the Files? Is this a callback to a Steam and Undertale being called Hymn in the Files? Is this all hinting to him being the narrator of the Goner Maker sequence?
Sixth form A-levels is sort of like AP subjects in the US. Have you done your A-levels yet then?
And speaking of Goners, why does the
college is
so
2
similar to
years.
Kid and the Gaster followers? Why does this sequence happen at all?
I do film and media here. That's cool. That's cool.
Answers are going to be discarded. Chekhov's gun rears its head again. Maybe the sequence exists because it's being set up. We're eventually going to control the vessel. Maybe after Kris, say, gets sick of us and rips us out for good. Speaking of Kris, why do they seem to have trauma associated with the bunker? Could it have anything to do with the unfortunate, shall I say, predicament they find themselves in? I just dumped a shitload of questions on you. Questions I can answer for now, but I believe that the never-ending puzzle that is Deltarune's narrative has a solution, and that solution is hidden within the bunker, which will remain locked until Chapter 7. But when those doors do open, we will be given our answers and be forced to face the final obstacle of this game, our greatest challenge. I don't know what it is, but I know it will happen, and that is my first prediction for this video.
Okay, so I feel like I kind of imply that the doors will open in Chapter 6 when they open like as early as Chapter 3, but I still feel like we're gonna confront whatever is in the bunker like near the end of the story, if not literally Chapter 7. So I still feel like that holds up. Why is the background gameplay Mag's Big Showdown? Because we're talking about like future chapters, and I wanted to like do a Chapter 3 themed like B-roll footage. I'm on a 3rd year because all of my high school grades got marked wrong. They said it was the worst marking they've ever seen, so I had to do a year's worth of courses I didn't have to do. It sucked. Yeah, that does suck. Sorry about that.
Little off topic there, so let's get back to the original topic. What information about the future chapters do we know for sure? Well, we know for sure that Chapter 3's Dark World will be TV themed since, you know, I know, not the most convincing argument, but don't worry, I'll address this later on in the video. Let's just pretend that it's not in debate what Chapter 3's Dark World theme will be, and let's just say that it is TV themed in TV themed below, alright? We also know
Yeah, so I was wrong about that. I should have known that it was gonna be video game themed too.
Chapter 3 will take place over a single night. This is because in the 2022 Deltarune status update, Toby released a song for Home Day's theme, and it's labeled with this statement: after the dark night, the sun shines brightly. The dark night in question is clearly in reference to the events of Chapter 3. We also know that church services will be held the day following Chapter 3 because of Rudy's dialogue where he talks about wanting to go to church tomorrow. This is important because if there is going to be a church Dark World, it makes the most amount of sense for it to happen on that day. So right after Chapter 3 in Chapter 4. Another thing we can infer from the publicly available information is that Chapter 5 will end in a bang. This is because Chapter 5 was originally intended to be released with Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. And the question one has to ask is why? Why not just release them individually? Sure, Toby Fox said Chapter 3 wasn't very story heavy, but why not release it with Chapter 4 and just forget about Chapter 5? Why did he seem
I don't know what he meant it wasn't story heavy. I feel like it was highly story heavy. Like what is bro yapping about exactly? The Roaring Knight literally shows up at the end of Chapter 3. Like bro was straight up lying. I mean, I know like for most of the chapter it's just like having fun, right? But to say it's not story heavy is simply untrue.
That said, I'm releasing these three together, only changing his plans when it became
bro was false advertising.
That Chapter 5 would take too long to develop. Could it be that he wants to end things off
Not
with a bang
story heavy, my ass.
before there's a long break between releases? I don't think it's like roaring levels of big, but it'd have to be exciting enough to keep people talking until the next release. Admittedly, this is all very speculative on my part, but I still think it's a possibility. There's one last thing I need to mention before we get into things. It's widely believed by most people in the fandom that there will only be 7 chapters in total for Deltarune, and this is because the chapter select screen shows 7 chapters in total. But things are much more complicated than that. Firstly, Toby has never publicly confirmed how many chapters there will be in total, and so far he's only ever mentioned the development of like chapters 3 through 5, and hasn't really talked about chapters 6 and 7. Also, in the game's files, there are chapter logos going all the way up to 10. So like, what's going on here? Are there actually going to be 10 chapters to this game? Well, I can't give any definite answers at this point because it's just too early in development to tell what's going on here. Toby has never gone out and said how many chapters he wants this game to have, which implies he wants to keep it secret for now. But if he wants to keep it secret, it seems very out of character for him to just leave these unused logos in the files. Usually he's pretty good about like clearing the files out of assets from future chapters because he doesn't want to spoil the story, right? So it's very out of character for him to just leave in these files, basically revealing how many chapters there's going to be when that's never been publicly talked about, right? So it's possible that he was just experimenting with things and doesn't intend to actually have 10 chapters, which is why he didn't bother removing any of these files. But then again, I don't know why he would be experimenting with the logos in this way if he doesn't intend there to be 10 chapters. Like, it's all very confusing here. I don't know what's going on. It's just too
I
early.
think he's saying that the chapter itself doesn't have much unique story and only has the larger story of the game. I mean, it has its own self-contained story and some important details for the larger plot. So I don't know if I would agree with that.
Early to tell. And it is possible that even if Toby actually does want to have 10 chapters, he may decide that working on Deltarune for the next 20 years isn't something he wants to do, so he just releases 7 chapters anyway. But since we don't know for sure, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make one theory that assumes there's going to be 7 chapters, and then I'll tweak that theory and make another theory that assumes there's going to be 10 chapters. Alright, now that we've laid out all the known facts, let's start the analysis
I mean,
section
I do agree that most of Chapter 3 was, like, fun and games, I guess.
this video. In order to predict the future Dark Worlds, we'll have to examine previous Dark Worlds for patterns. As the saying goes, once is happenstance, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a pattern. Luckily for us, we have 3 Dark Worlds to work with: the Card Kingdom Dark World, the Cyber City Dark World, and the TV Dark World. But Sophia, you may be saying, what about the Castle Town? The reason why Castle Town isn't being considered here is because it doesn't have a theme at all. You see, each dark fountain creates a different world, a world whose darkness reflect the will of its fountain. But though these darkness can exist in their own worlds, they may not belong if they go to another. Castle Town's grand fountain is made of pure darkness. As long as it stays flowing, any darkner can live there. So it's kind of implied that the reason why any darkner from any world can exist in Castle Town is 1, because Castle Town is made of pure darkness, and 2, because Castle Town doesn't have a theme. Castle Town not having a theme and Castle Town being made of pure darkness is like linked in some.
I think that's still true. I think that still holds up. I love the Zelda knockoff that's all over Chapter 3. I bet Chapter 3 will be looked back on as having crazy foreshadowing. Chapter 3 has almost no characters other than Tenna, and Archaea has much less events in Chapter 2.
Some way. Like maybe the reason why the Cyber City Dark World and the
Chapter 3 Mantle Quest would have been so much cooler if it was like a creepy N64 style Zelda game. Yeah, kind of. That would be
Card
kind
Kingdom
of
Dark
cool.
World have themes at all is because their dark fountains aren't made of pure darkness. Like, if they're not made of pure darkness, that implies that they have some sort of impurity. So maybe the impurities are the will of the fountain or the influences on the room causing these dark fountains to have themes. Basically, what I'm trying to say is Castle Town doesn't have a theme because it's made of pure darkness. Therefore, if we're trying to analyze patterns in the Dark World's themes, there's really no point in including Castle Town because it doesn't have a theme, right? So it has no useful information. So
Like
that's why I'm
Majora's
excluding Castle
Mask
Town from
type
these
vibes? Yeah, that would be
asking
cool.
right now is, why would there be a common theme shared between the Dark Worlds at all? Wouldn't the theme be random? Wouldn't it just be based on what room the Dark World happens to be in? Why would there be a pattern? And, you know, maybe from an in-universe perspective, there is no real reason why each Dark World would have a common theme. But from a writing perspective, there's usually overarching themes that exist throughout a story, right? That's just a common thing. So maybe for aesthetic purposes and thematic purposes, all of the Dark Worlds have some sort of common theme. And just by
another thing people were complaining about is they were saying, actually, oh wait, hold on, maybe I should let my point fall be.
in the known Dark Worlds, I have so far been able to identify a common theme throughout all of them. So let's talk about that. So the Card Kingdom has a board game theme, the Cyber City has an internet theme, and the TV world, of course, has a TV theme. Now, what do board games, TV, and the internet all have in common? Is it that they're forms of escapism? Sure, I guess you can say that, but I think you can be a little more specific than that. What these things all have in common is that they're all forms of entertainment. And that, my friends,
people were having issue with that, where they were like, actually the common theme is escapism, not entertainment. Literally 5 seconds ago I say that they are forms of escapism, but I feel like we can be a bit more specific than escapism. They're specifically entertainment, which is a form of escapism. But these people were acting like it couldn't be that. Plus, I'm pretty sure... See, look at this. I think escapism is a better qualifier than entertainment, purely because religion is more escapism than entertainment. Like, hold on, pause. Let's pause for a second. Firstly, what evidence do you have that Chapter 4's Dark World is going to be purely religion themed when I go through all of this evidence to prove that it's going to be book themed as well? You're using the fact that it's religion themed as like evidence that my theory is wrong, when that is also a theory. Like, why are we using theories with no evidence to disprove other theories? Like, I was totally correct to say that it was going to be book themed slightly. Yeah, the music for the Mantle Quest created the vibe. Why be specific when we can be vague? Because we should try to be, if we're specific, we're more correct, right?
It's an internet theme, and the TV world, of course, has a TV theme. Now, what do board games, TV, and the internet all have in common? Is it that they're forms of escapism? Sure, I guess you can say that, but I think you can be a little more specific than that. What these things all have in common is that they're all forms of entertainment, and that, my friends, is a theme that I think every future Dark World will share. All except one. I think there will be one more Dark World that's similar to Castletown, one that's made of pure darkness and doesn't really have a theme, and that's the Dark World that's contained within the bunker, mostly because of these 4 quotes that I already talked about, which kind of implies that there's a pure darkness or a darkness that...
Some of the newest ones were like, well, this is wrong. But they weren't, but I wasn't completely wrong. I feel like I was right in many ways.
Darker than dark inside the bunker. I think that's what's being set up, obviously. So yeah, the bunker will...
Church's book and music theme? Yeah, you're right. It actually was music themed too, and I did mention the possibility of it being music themed as well. So it was book themed, music themed, and also... But I feel like it wasn't even that religion themed, actually. I think it was more book and music themed. Am I wrong on that? Am I wrong on that? I feel like it had a huge emphasis on books and like pianos and things like that.
Not have a theme. So that's my second prediction, I guess. Alright, so every other Dark World will have an entertainment theme. So let's list out every form of entertainment there is, and see if any of them make for good Dark Worlds. So, for forms of entertainment...
So my theory that it's gonna be entertainment themed is actually correct so far, so...
We have toys, music, board games, books, movies, TV shows, theater, sports, news, radio, video games, amusement parks, and the internet. I'm gonna move the known Dark World themes to the top of the list, and I'll label them with their corresponding chapters. And yes, I did merge board games with toys because there are toys in Chapter 1, and I think we can all agree that board games are technically toys, like you played.
Music, books and music, yes, I think religion as well, simply by the prophecy. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff about the prophecy. But I think it's more, it leans more towards books and music, though the prophecy is a huge, like, component to it. But, like, I feel like there has to be more to their religion than just their prophecy, right? That would be like if there was a Christian Dark World where, like, the only bit of Christian lore was, like, the Hail Mary prayer or something like that. And that was, like, the only text that was ever in the Dark World. To be fair, Chapter 3 and 4 and 2 all had music stuff. These games are just very musical. True. I guess you could argue there's a bit of a musical theme in Chapter 2, especially since, like, music sharing over the internet is a huge thing.
Board games, you're supposed to, like, imagine a made-up scenario and, like, play with board games. You know what I mean. We've all played toys, we've all played board games before. They are very similar to each other. Anyway, I'm just gonna remove toys from this graphic for no reason. It's totally not because I photoshopped several versions of this list that only mentions board games and not toys, because I forgot about toys. And I totally didn't notice my mistake as I was editing the video, and I'm too lazy to remake these images. Nope, that did not happen. So, let's move on. Looking at this list, you may have noticed something.
Yo, this video was such a pain in the ass to make because I had to, like, Photoshop all this stuff, and I had to, like, make this little animation where these, like...
Sports in the news is just TV, so...
Like, this took forever to make.
I'm gonna merge these 3 together. I guess this is my third prediction because I don't think sports is anywhere in the Chapter 3 marketing. Maybe I'll have to relook through it, but I'm pretty sure sports are not in any of the marketing. So there you go. You may have noticed something else. Movies are far too similar to TV shows.
Was sports in Chapter 3? I forgot. I'm trying to think. Were they? I don't think they were. No, I don't think sports were in Chapter 3, so I guess I was wrong on that. I saw a lot of Sweet Cap and Cake Cake. What do you think? I'm kind of, like, indifferent to it. I'm indifferent to the Sweet Cap and Cakes. I don't think they're, like, that great or anything.
To the point where I don't think there would be much of a difference between a TV Dark World and a movie Dark World. I think in order for each chapter to be strong, there needs to be a very distinctive style between each Dark World, and I just don't really see that happening if movies and TV shows have separate Dark Worlds. To me, it's just kind of a waste of a chapter, so I will be merging movies with TV shows. And yes, I am aware that movies and TV shows are not the same thing. They are 2 different media for Dark Worlds.
Yeah, and I was right about that. I mean, I wouldn't say it's specifically movie or TV show themed. No sports in Chapter 3, TV, video games, and weather. Yeah.
So I will be merging movies with TV.
Which, by the way, I didn't include weather as a theme because, like, weather is not entertainment. Like, I don't think anyone is watching the Weather Channel for entertainment.
And yes, I am aware that movies and TV shows are
although I did include news.
Movies and TV shows have separate Dark Worlds. To me, it's just kind of a waste of a chapter, so I will be merging movies.
I did say news, which I guess the Weather Channel is a form of journalism.
with TV shows. And yes, I am aware that movies and TV shows are not the same thing. They are two different mediums of art, but like, come on, name a single genre that hasn't been successfully adapted into both movies and TV shows. Also, movies are played on TV all the time. In fact, Kris and Susie were literally watching a movie before they fell asleep, so I think it's pretty obvious that movies will be included in chapter 3. So yeah, I'm merging movies with TV shows. Alright, let's talk about radio. Who the fuck listens to it anymore? I mean, most people listen to music on like YouTube or Spotify or Amazon Music, and if you want to hear someone talk about current events like a radio show host would, you can just listen to a podcast or watch YouTube. In fact, most radio shows release their talking segments on podcasting platforms. Basically, what I'm trying to say here is radio hasn't exactly been culturally relevant for a while now, especially not in the younger generation, which is Deltarune's target audience. So I highly doubt there's gonna be a radio-themed Dark World. So I'm just gonna take it off the list. Although, now that I think about it, it must really suck to be a radio show host these days. People like Howard Stern used to be so big back in the
I don't think there was ever any radio. I think I was gonna say that maybe the secret boss would be like themed around radios, which ended up being completely wrong. So
2000s, but look at him now. He's completely washed up. The only time he's in the headlines is when he's like taking pot shots at like Podcaster.
I mean, people don't watch news as entertainment either. Well, that's not true. People watch the news for entertainment all the time. I mean, just look at old people. All they do is watch news all day and like gawk at like all of the bad news. Like, oh my god, this politician said this. I can't believe he said that. Or this person got murdered. Oh my god. Like, I feel like people do watch and read the news to be entertained. I mean, they act like it's to be informed, but like no one gives a shit about that. They just watch it to be entertained and to have their beliefs confirmed by the news, basically. Howard seems like such a grouch now. Yo, he's like miserable.
Or podcasting in general.
He's a podcast. You're pretending to be a broadcaster. Take the podcast and throw it out the window.
He seems
like he's such like a bitter human being. I don't know.
Pretty jealous. And if I'm being honest, I can't exactly blame him. If my job was rendered completely obsolete, I'd also be resentful of the people who replaced me. And honestly, I'd be resentful in general of people who still have careers simply because they happen to choose the right profession at the right time. Lucky bastards. If I didn't know any better, I might go a little insane. Anyway, on a completely unrelated note, I think a washed up unemployed former radio show host makes for a decent secret boss. It would fit into the pattern of these bosses being sort of like outcasts of society. It would also fit into the theme of the secret bosses knowing who the previous secret boss is, because maybe this boss is like jealous of Spamton because his career is internet based and the internet made radio irrelevant. I'm just spitballing here.
I think I was slightly right about that, because instead of it being a radio show host being like jealous towards the internet, it was Tenna who was jealous. You know what? I actually was a little bit right, because Tenna spent the entire time feeling insecure because TV isn't really a thing. He's old-fashioned. No one really watches it anymore. He's clearly jealous of Spamton because Spamton is internet-based and that's more like popular nowadays. So I feel like I was a little bit correct on that. I kind of want to get some more traditional secret bosses rather than characters we already know. As much as I like the Knight and Gerson, yeah, I wish we had traditional secret bosses, but whatever.
I doubt this will be the secret boss just because a washed up radio show host is a little too similar to Spamton, who's a washed up salesman. But if
instead of being a washed up radio host, it's a washed up TV host. That's what Tenna basically is. So I was kind of right in a way.
He is going to be included in these games at all. It'll be in chapter 3, which focuses on forms of public broadcasting like TV. So I'm just gonna merge it with TV. And while I'm at it, I'll just merge theater with TV as well. I wouldn't say theater isn't culturally relevant because it obviously is. There are still many.
I mean, I don't think theater was really used. I guess you could argue that Susie Zilla has a bit of theater elements. Hold on, let me look. Susie Zilla. Like, could you maybe argue that, like, it is kind of theater-esque? I mean, there's, like, a stage, there are props. I feel like you could argue maybe this is, similar to theater. But, whatever. Maybe I'm just coping. You go through curtains to do the cowboy stuff, that too. So yeah, I guess I was right. There is an element of theater to it.
Critically and financially successful theater productions coming out to this day. But come on, when was the last time you went to see a fucking play?
I'm also very shocked that Disney didn't copyright strike this video. That's quite shocking, but whatever.
I just think that theater is a little too niche and a bit too archaic of a subject to base an entire Dark World on. So if theater does make an appearance in these games, it would be briefly in chapter 3. After all, movies and TV shows do find their roots in theater. Hell, so does radio. Also, I do remember seeing old plays on TV as a kid, so it might still fit into the TV theme. So there. It may seem at this point that chapter 3 is a little too stacked in ideas, but it actually isn't unusual for these games. After all, chapter 1 isn't just about like board games in general. It touches on specific examples like chess and checkers, various card games, various tabletop games, jacks, whatever the hell these things are, Legos, I think, and many, many more. Chapter 2 isn't just about the internet. It's about computers, software, hardware, malware, task managers, errors, social media, search engines, advertisements, TOS contracts, online video games, online music, emails, and much, much more. So yeah, every game covers a variety of topics in their theme, even if it's just briefly. So I still stand by my chapter 3 predictions, but it does look like an eyesore, so let me just change that. So now all we're left with is music, books, amusement parks, and video games. Music, the most beautiful of all the art forms, and the least likely to have its own Dark World. Firstly, music as a concept is already kind of covered by the Sweet Cap and Cakes. I also
Oof, I was wrong. I was wrong to say that it was less likely. I mean, I guess I was right to say that like there wouldn't be a Dark World that's purely musical themed, right? That's not a strong enough theme to last on its own. But I was wrong to say that there's not going to be a Dark World that doesn't have a musical theme, because you could argue Chapter 2's Dark World has a musical theme, and also Chapter 4's Dark World clearly has a musical theme. Beatles mentioned, yep.
Dark World would look like. Maybe it would like draw.
Again, incredibly shocked that none of these, like, I never got copyright strikes for, like, using this.
Inspiration from music videos, but no, music is not a visual medium, so I'm kind of just having a hard time.
I also used the humble one, okay.
Imagining what a music themed Dark World would be like. It would just be kind of weird, honestly. Also, music is already well represented by Deltarune's banger soundtrack, so I just
and not the Rickroll. Look at that.
don't really see the need for
Y'all just got Rickrolled on a freaking, like, Deltarune theory video.
Dark World, so I'm gonna remove it from the list. Books, food for your mind, and just some food for thought. Why did Toby Fox decide to make Gerson an author? Like, sure, it fits his character, but is that the only reason? Is it possible that this fact is gonna be plot relevant later on? You know, like there's a lot of dialogue talking about the Lord of the Hammer series. Is this foreshadowing?
Rhythm game because Guitar Hero was an inescapable video game, yeah. Yeah, I think the Guitar Hero section is more video game themed than like music themed.
It'll feature in a book-themed Dark World. Now, you may be saying, aren't books a little too similar to movies and TV shows? But I would argue not. For obvious reasons, I mean, reading a book is entirely different from watching a movie and TV show. And also, certain genres are much more popular in books and movies, like sci-fi and fantasy. Because, you know, typically sci-fi and fantasy, these movies and TV shows usually have, like, absurdly high budgets, and budgetary constraints aren't really a thing in books. So I would still argue that a book-themed Dark World would be a very different experience from a TV theme.
Yeah, I guess I was right. I guess I was right. Look at that. I can say that I was actually right about something.
Or movie-themed Dark World. You could have a lot of book-specific jokes and references. So yeah, I still think this is a possibility. So if there is going to be a book-themed Dark World, where would it be? The obvious choice would be the library, but there's already been a Dark World in the library, and it would just kind of be boring if there was another Dark World in the same location, so I'm not going to consider the library. But what about the church? Going back to Gerson, he's an author who married a librarian and who wrote his books as bedtime stories for his children. It follows that these children will grow up to be big book lovers, and conveniently enough, one of his children, Father Alvin, works in the church. The church seems to be a pretty obvious place for a Dark World. I mean, like, for some reason the inside is being kept secret. I wonder why. So yeah, I think it's being set up that there's going to be a Dark World in the church. So what if it's a book-themed Dark World? I know that a lot of churches will usually have like an office for the priest, so maybe Father Alvin has a library in his office. I imagine that this hypothetical library would have a wide variety.
That's another thing. Where is the library? Is it in? I actually don't remember. Now that I think about it, hold on. Deltarune church layout. Let me see. I forget where the books are. I think is it in Father Alvin's like office? I don't remember. Whatever, it's not showing up here. Yeah, I think they were in his office. Was I wrong on that? Yeah, his office has books, but remember, it's there's also hymnals. So I was right. I know there was a bookshelf, I believe, in the lobby too. So I guess I was right about that too.
Non-fiction and religious texts, which would form the basis of a book-themed Dark World. Like maybe we get a sci-fi and fantasy section, a history book section, and then we get like a religion section. Like
I was wrong on that. I think it's mostly religion and like I guess fantasy themed. I think it's religion and fantasy themed. I guess you could argue there's a historical element to it.
It's fun to me, and as I discussed before, a church Dark World would take place
4 minutes left for the goal. Come on, guys. Spare change. Spare change.
Like chapter 4, so that's gonna be my final prediction. Chapter 4.
And about hymnals too, which does fit into the musical theme as well. Hymnals are a form of music, so yeah, I guess that would fit into the musical theme.
Dark World will be book themed and located in the church. So let's update the list. Alright, so next we have video games. I know it sounds kind of weird, like Deltarune, the video game, is gonna have a video game themed Dark World. And yes, I am aware that video games
or homeless. Guys, you better donate or else I'll be homeless in 10 years. You don't want me to go homeless in 1,000 years, do you? Help a sister out. I don't like super chat platform fees. A single cent. Just a single cent. Hold on. Whoopsie daisy. Alright, so let's keep
covered
going.
In chapter 2 technically, but come on, Deltarune does meta shit like this all the time, and I think there's a lot of ground that can be covered by a video game themed Dark World. Kris, Susie, Noelle, Birdly, all the major characters so far have been gamers, and a big part of these games, including Undertale, has been deconstructing common tropes in video games and blah blah blah. Insert pretentious video game bullshit here. Like, sorry if I seem to have a bit of contempt for this idea. It's just I have PTSD from a certain
It would be so weird Deltarune the video game having a video game themed chapter, but it was true. It was true. I mean, it was admittedly weird, but like I think I said in the video that like that would totally work because like Deltarune does meta shit like this all the time.
A group of people defending a certain movie trilogy. Now whenever I hear meta storytelling and subversion, it just sets up my fight or flight response. Okay.
More Star Wars hate coming. Yes. Necessary Star Wars hate.
Dark World that deconstructs video games in the same way Undertale does sounds like a great idea. Hell, a video game themed Dark World that deconstructs Undertale, kind of like how Deltarune is doing, also sounds like a great idea. So I'm really feeling this idea.
Do you guys think my Star Wars hate is too much, or do you think I need to include it more? Because words cannot describe how much hate I have for the sequel trilogy and all of the Disney properties, like all of the Disney Star Wars stuff.
idea. I predict that this will be Chapter 6's Dark World. Now, wait a minute, why did we skip Chapter 5? Well, going back to what I said earlier, I believe I'm really feeling this idea. I predict that this will be...
I was completely wrong. And I was also wrong about Chapter 5, because I think in this video I said that Chapter 5 was gonna be, like, Dark World exclusive, which it wasn't, unfortunately.
Chapter 6's Dark World? Now, wait a minute, why did we skip Chapter 5? Well, going back to what I said earlier, I believe Chapter 5 is gonna end off on a bang. And based on the marketing material...
I think it's fair, more Star Wars hate and more Breaking Bad love. Yes, I will do it.
That's been releasing some of the status updates. It shows Kris and Susie exploring town, hanging out in various locations in town. So what I think is gonna happen is there's gonna be a break in the story where for a majority of Chapter 5, it's just gonna be us like exploring town and having fun. And there's not gonna be a Dark World at all. And as the chapter nears its end, Kris and Susie decide to visit Rudy and Noelle in the hospital. They go to the hospital, open the hospital door, and boom, it's a Dark World in Rudy's hospital room. They jump inside to save their friend and cut to black. We're gonna have to wait until Chapter 6 to figure out what happens next. Now, why would this hypothetical Dark World be video game themed? Well, you know how Noelle always brings in Dragon Blazers, the video game, to play with her father? Yeah, that's why it's video.
I actually think that was a valid theory. I still think it might be true. Maybe we'll get like another Dark World that has like a video game theme to it. Because clearly like it's been established that some Dark Worlds will share themes. Like Chapter 1 and Chapter 3 share Chapter 1 and Chapter 4 share a musical theme. I guess you could argue Chapter 3 also has a musical theme. Do you prefer Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul? I prefer the plot in Breaking Bad, but free characters in Better Call Saul. I prefer Better Call Saul. I think it's better. I think I had more fun watching Breaking Bad because the pace is faster, but yeah, I think Better Call Saul is a better show because of the character work and stuff like that.
Video game themed. Now you may be saying, well, since the way Chapter 5 is going to be released has been changed, like it's not going to be released with Chapter 3 and 4, could things change substantially from here? Well, no, because as Toby Fox says, the game has kind of already been planned out and work has already kind of been done for Chapter 5. It's probably going to be a little bit difficult to drastically change Chapter 5's plot to include the video game themed Dark World in Chapter 5. Also, he could still maintain this like cliffhanger effect he wants to do by simply releasing Chapter 5 by itself. So I thoroughly believe in this prediction. Just to recap, Chapter 5 is going to be a Light World only chapter.
Lalo is the best villain. Base.
Chapter 6 will be the video game themed chapter. So let me add that to the list. So the last item we have on our list is amusement parks. We know from the mayor's secretary that there's going to be a festival in town soon. Susie also asked who we would like to bring to the...
I still stand by the amusement park theme. So I guess, I think Chapter 5 takes place on the festival. So yeah, I guess Chapter 5 would be amusement park themed. I still stand by that prediction. I think I'm going to be proven correct.
Festival at the end of Chapter 2, so it's clearly being set up that this festival is going to happen near the end of the story. If I had to guess, it would be around like Chapter 6 or 7. Now when I hear festival, I think of one of those like traveling carnivals, maybe combined with like a parade. So if there's going to be a festival Dark World, it would probably have like a creepy carnival theme or something, which sounds pretty interesting to me. So since this Dark World will be opened in public, it would likely engulf the entire town and cause the roaring, which would in turn cause the climax of the story. And
I kind of want a Flower King comic book themed Dark World, but it's not going to be that formulaic. It's going to be just one thing. We could get more than one Dark World in a chapter. I think it's inevitable. Actually, yeah.
Usually happens around the end of the story, which means that this whole amusement park Dark World.
I think in light of the secret Asgore scene where it implies that he's planning on opening a Dark World, I think it's confirmed there is gonna be a Flower King Dark World, and the fact that like there's just a random comic book in like Asgore's house, I think that confirms that it's gonna have a comic book theme, which I'm not complaining about. I think that's pretty cool.
Would have to happen at the very end of the story. So, like I said, around Chapter 6 or 7. I'm assuming there's going to be a calm before the storm where, like, the characters are hanging out at the festival and there's, like, character-driven drama. If you've seen my desk video before, you know that I think there's going to be some family drama between the Dreamers and the Holidays, and I think that this drama will be resolved near the end of the story. So since the mayor, like, planned the festival, maybe this family drama will reach its peak at the festival.
Asgore will be eating a shitty TV dinner and will just drop his fork and open a Dark World. Okay.
When, you know, Asriel is coming home from college.
Friend inside me in Chapter 5, keep coping. What if Cowboy VHS from his canceled favorite TV show or their Friend Inside Me lives on?
Where like everyone involved in this family drama has a
I enjoy your hopefulness.
reason to be in the same place.
I think it's respectable.
And the conflict is resolving itself. Boom, another dark fountain. But this time things are different. This Dark World isn't just confined to a single room. It's outside and it's spreading. What I'm imagining in my head is the knight starts opening dark fountains in public like a maniac. Like maybe they even open like multiple dark fountains around town. And this
I still think this is gonna happen, by the way.
Engulfs the whole town and causes the roaring, and oh my god, things are so crazy, it's so Dover. And then that's kind of what we do for the entirety of like Chapter 6 or Chapter 7. You know, we're running around town frantically trying to close all the dark fountains. Like, it sounds like extremely chaotic and interesting. I predict that this is gonna happen in Chapter 7, and you may be saying, well, isn't the bunker gonna be in Chapter 7? But I kind of doubt the bunker is gonna be big enough to sustain an entire chapter. Who knows, maybe the bunker's huge, but usually bunkers aren't like that big, right? So I don't think a bunker Dark World will be that big either. So
I would also have to agree with this too. I think the bunker, it's not gonna be a fully explorable area. I wouldn't be surprised if the bunker is just like an arena where you have the final boss fight and that's all there is to it. But I don't know, that's just
I'm kind of getting the impression that we're gonna spend most of the time in the amusement park themed Dark World, and then when we overcome that challenge, we'll go into the bunker and have the final boss, and then the game ends, right? So basically, my final prediction for this section of the video is that Chapter 7 is gonna be mostly amusement park themed, and then near the end, it's gonna be bunker themed, I guess. So let me add that to the list. Alright, so these are my final Dark World predictions, provided of course that there's only gonna be 7 chapters. Now I need to tweak these predictions to account for if there's 10 chapters, but before we do that, if you're enjoying this video so far, and don't forget to click off, or this guy will wake you up in the morning with a kiss on the lips. If you're enjoying this video so far, consider checking out the rest of my channel. All I make is Deltarune and Undertale theory content. If you end up liking my video,
Guys, did any of you click off this video and get kissed on the lips by the certified lover boy himself?
make sure to like and subscribe. And if you really like me, you should totally join my membership program. For only $1 a month, you get custom emojis, badges, and you get your name read out loud by me at the end of every video. Alright, my daily e-baking session is over. Let's get back to the video. So now let's remake the theory to account for if there's 10 chapters. I still think that the book Dark World will happen in chapter 4, then there will be a break in chapter 5, followed by the video game Dark World in chapter 6. The amusement park Dark World will still happen at the end of the story. So in this case, it would be in like the chapter 9, chapter 10 area of the story. So as you can see, we need to fill 3 extra chapters with content. Since we have extra time, we'll stretch the bunker Dark World to take the entirety of chapter 10, and we'll push the amusement park Dark World back to chapter 9. I also feel like this is a good opportunity to have a Dark World that takes 2 chapters to complete, since the amusement park Dark World will be the most difficult to deal with since it would engulf the entire town. I think that would be the one to take 2 chapters to beat. So this leaves 1 spot left that we need to fill with an entirely new Dark World. Flower King seems like a good location for a Dark World, and as for its theme, this may seem a bit obvious. It will be like gardening themed or jungle themed. But wait a minute, jungles and gardening don't fit into the theme of entertainment. But you know what does fit into the theme of entertainment? The random
I know there was a BBL Drizzy jump scare. Sorry guys for the BBL Drizzy jump scare.
that's just sitting on Asgore's TV. Didn't think Asgore was a comic book guy, but okay. If I had to guess what this comic book Dark World would be like, I think it'll be similar to the comic book sequence in Off, which conveniently enough, Toby is a huge fan of Off and cites it as inspiration in the Undertale art book. In fact, there are quite a few things about Off that are very similar to Deltarune and Undertale. As for what chapter this Dark World will take place in, I've arbitrarily chosen chapter 7, kind of by process of elimination. Chapter 7 is the only vacant chapter left, but I don't know, I feel like it also makes sense story-wise. Asgore and Toriel talk about having a family meeting to discuss what they're gonna do when Asriel comes home from college, and it seems like Asriel is gonna come home near the very end of the story, which means that this meeting would have to happen sometime before that. So like, if he's coming home in chapter 9 or chapter 10, that means this family meeting would have to happen in like chapter 7, right? And it would make sense for a Flower King
on everyone's soul. I bet I bet friend inside me on chapter 5. Okay, well, you're just gonna kill everyone then. I see how it is.
Dark World to happen when the family has a reason to meet up in the Flower King. So there. And yes, I understand that comic books technically fall under the book category, but come on, this and this are not the same thing. Comic books are not real books. Sorry. So I think a comic book Dark World would be very different from
Ooh,
a
I
Dark
just
World.
said comic books are real books. That's a controversial take. I'm sure someone in the comments was mad at me.
So let me update the list. Alrighty then, we have my final predictions. Now let's just take a second to admire the craftsmanship of these lists. Let's just sit back and absorb all the 100% logical, empirically proven facts I just spat. Yeah, so you may have noticed something. The entire theory is predicated on entertainment being the common theme, but like the theme I established for chapter 2 and chapter 3 are kind of shaky. So one, addressing chapter 3, right? If it's TV themed, then sure, it's entertainment themed, but we don't know for sure it's going to be exclusively TV themed. It could be TV in living room themed. It could be TV in kitchen themed. It even
Bro, I was right. I was right. It wasn't exclusively TV themed, but like I didn't. I should have just seen it was gonna be video game themed. What is wrong with me?
Like it could be like yard themed, because technically like Kris did open the door, right? And the darkness is spilling out into the yard. So maybe the yard will have an influence on the Dark World too. So there's just a lot of stuff we don't really know.
Picture books are not real books. I said
chapter
it.
3, and I don't really have a way to solve this problem, right? I cannot conclusively prove to you that chapter 3 is going to be TV Dark World. I can only point to all the marketing surrounding chapter 3 that exclusively shows TV themed stuff. So if I had to guess, in my personal opinion, I think that chapter 3 will be exclusively TV themed, but I acknowledge I can't 100% prove that. So this is just a flaw in the theory.
Yeah, I was right. I was wrong. I mean, I was wrong.
Theme arguably isn't the internet. You could make the argument that it's computer themed, and since computers aren't exclusively.
Why does she sound demure on this one? What does that mean? Demure. Reserved, modest, shy. That's so like random. If Where's Waldo counts as a book, I think comics do too. Does Where's Waldo counts as a book? I would hardly consider it a book. It's a picture book. It's not like the same thing as like Lord of the Rings.
Theme falters.
Regardless of if you think comic books are real books, obviously they're a different medium from like, I guess like Lord of the Rings or like books without pictures. Like even if you say they're books, they're comic books. They're like a slightly different medium, a slightly different method of storytelling.
Because you know, in chapter 2,
exactly. How do audio listeners play Where's Waldo?
We see things like the task manager. We see mice and plugs. Like, what does all that have to do with the internet, right? I mean, this seems to be just like generic computer stuff, right? But since all of the stuff in chapter 2 is kind of related to software and hardware, I think it still technically does fit into the internet thing, because software, right? Like the video games or the music or, you know, all the other stuff that's talked about, like the computer viruses, right? All that stuff can be downloaded on the internet, and that's how most people download these files on their computers. Like, this isn't the 90s anymore. We don't really buy CDs from stores and download them on our computers. Most people download their files from the internet. So you can argue that all of the software references in this game are still internet-based references. And as for the hardware references, this is a bit more complicated to explain, but the internet is not purely digital, right? All the internet internet is it's a complicated web of routers and servers and computers all communicating with each other, right? And these things are all hardware. So you can't really divorce the internet from hardware like mice and plugs and stuff like that, right? So I would still argue that the theme is the internet. But I do admit, even with this explanation, there are still some other problems with it, like how the internet is technically down when the fountain is created. So is it really internet themed? Again, that's another kind of weak point in the theory. I would still argue chapter 2 is internet themed and therefore entertainment themed. But I know that if I don't mention this, a million people are going to comment about it. Probably still have commented about it because they haven't watched this far in the video. But yeah, looking at the two versions of the list I made, if I had to guess which version is more accurate, I would pick the one with 7 chapters as opposed to 10 because I highly doubt there's going to be 10 chapters. I mean, I really hope there's not going to be 10 chapters. And if there is, I totally won't start cyberbullying Toby Fox for wasting my goddamn time for so long. No, that totally won't happen. That's a joke, I swear.
Do we all agree? Do we all agree to start cyberbullying Toby Fox if he deadass is like, yeah, there's gonna be 10 chapters in this game? Like, that would be crazy.
I would be kind of annoyed if there were 10 chapters, even though I love these games. Like, really? If there's gonna be 10 chapters, I'm literally gonna be like 30 years old and
Woody in chapter 10? No.
married with children by the time this game is over. So yeah, I'm putting my money on the 7 chapter theory being true. This is the end of the video, but what do you guys think?
It's on site? Yeah, exactly.
Do you think my theory is correct and the common theme is the internet, or do you think it's something else? Make sure to leave all your thoughts and theories in the comments below. And if you enjoyed the video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you to my wonderful members, Mellow Mackie, PF247, Rem, Silly Willy Billy Silly, and No Username. You guys are all amazing, and I'm really
Yeah, thank you to my members. Put W's in the chat for all of my members. Both current and past. Alright. Which one am I at right now? Y'all, I think we might have to finish this on a different day. How about we or should we just keep going? Should I keep going and just finish it all? I think we should just finish it all. You know what? Yeah, I'll just finish it all. I think it's this one next. Let's get going.
about family members.
Let's go. W's to the many past members who were lost in the war. Yes, W's in the chat. Put F's in the chat to pay your respects. All right, let's keep going.
Welcome. The Knight, the Roaring Knight. They're one of the most mysterious characters in this game. Everyone in town could be a suspect. Is it Kris? Is it Gaster? Is it Papyrus? Despite being one of Toby's favorite characters, he's conveniently missing from the story. Sans implies we're gonna meet him around the time Asgore comes home, which would be near the end of the story. And conveniently enough, the end of a story is the perfect time to have a big plot twist, to have the main villain's identity revealed. So, in this video, I will present all the evidence that points to Papyrus being the Knight. Then I will explain the implications this
I just
will have on the story.
casually spoiled the twist for like Spider-Man 1 or whatever movie that was.
I want to shout out Insanely ADD and Sock Muppet for their videos on the subject because I will be stealing all of their arguments. Now, let's get right into the theory. In order for someone to be the Knight, they must have the means, motive, and opportunity to do so. Means is if the person was physically capable of committing the crime. Motive is the person's reason for committing the crime. And opportunity is if the person had an opportunity to commit the crime. Let's start out with means. Does Papyrus have the means to be the Knight? Well, according to Queen, any Lightner with enough determination can create a dark world. Papyrus is a Lightner, so check. And
I still feel like this is like a clever theory. Like, I don't know. I think some of the arguments I made in this video were kind of cool. Even if I'm highly doubtful at this point that Papyrus is the Knight. I think it's definitely someone in the Holiday family.
Undertale, Papyrus is determined to do anything he puts his mind to. So assuming he has a reason to be the Knight, I definitely think he could be determined enough to get the job done. So means has been satisfied. Next we have motive. I'm actually going to hold off on talking about motive because it's going to take a significantly longer amount of time to explain it, so I'm just going to move on to opportunity. Did he have the opportunity to create these dark worlds? Let's start with Castletown. This dark world was created before the events of chapter 1. And since we don't know what Papyrus
Have you noticed that the Knight has a papyrus center, like in the chest? I did notice that they kind of have like a skeletal vibe. Like they're like they have like this slim hourglass figure. Hold on, let me look up the Knight again. Roaring Knight Deltarune. Like they got that hourglass figure. Guys, smash or pass? Guys, hear me out. Guys, hear me out. Would you smash or pass? Smash or pass? Smash, exactly. Yeah, I guess he does kind of have like that, like this could be the ribcage, and hold on, let me look up Papyrus. Papyrus under 10. Yeah, you're right. He does have kind of a similar body shape. Anyway, I mean, I think this is too pointy, but you know what I mean. Let's go back here, though. He financially has different battle bods. Crack Theory, Crack, Carol, Slime, Rudy.
During that time, he definitely could have created it. As for why he chose the supplies closet at school, I have a few ideas. He could have learned about it from Sans, who had spoken to Alphys beforehand. He may have also chosen it because it's secluded, but another
Wait, Smash after long roleplay Aura Farm session? True.
possibility is that
Yes. I promise I wasn't at any of the freak-offs, guys. I promise. I'm innocent, okay?
someone told him specifically to open a dark world in that room. More on that later. So overall, I think he could have
Do you think Papyrus is at the freak-offs?
easily opened the Castletown.
I don't know.
So let's move on to Card Kingdom. Since the Card Kingdom is so similar to Castletown, they were both opened in similar locations and were opened before Chapter 1. I'm applying the same logic to Castletown, transitive property go burr, which means Papyrus did have an opportunity to create it. Lastly, we have the Cyber City Dark World. This is going to be more complicated to prove because the time period in which this fountain was created is heavily debated in the fandom. Some people think it was made the night before Chapter 2, others think it was made right after Birdly and Noelle fell asleep in the library. I'm not going to argue which one is correct, I'm just going to consider both possibilities. If it was opened the night before, then Papyrus absolutely had the opportunity to make it. All he had to do was sneak outside his house.
Can we all agree Rule's card is very hot? Y'all. Y'all, what the fuck are we doing here? Really? Y'all need help. Oh, you mean the Roaring Knight? I thought you meant Rule's card. I was like, are you sure about that? I mean, the characters say that he's hot. I don't see it. I mean, his face is literally melting. Like, I would low-key smash. The Roaring Knight, yeah, definitely. Like, that aura. I want someone who can pick me up and bench press me. Like, that's the kind of energy I'm looking for. Rule's card is canonically hot, though. The people in this game must not have eyes. Because, like, how the hell can you call him hot? Like, I'm gonna have to call bullshit on that. So you want Undyne? Yeah, low-key, I would let Undyne smash.
And then sneak back home. If it was opened while Noelle and Birdly were sleeping, he also had the opportunity to open it. After all, the library was open to the public that afternoon, and all he had to do was go inside and quickly leave. Though this explanation does beg the question, how did he sneak into the library and not get noticed by Undyne? Well, it's simple. Papyrus is described as forgettable, so he could have easily blended in with the crowd, especially since Undyne seems a bit preoccupied. If that's not a good enough explanation for you, recall the flavor text that implies someone hid in the closet, so it's possible that Papyrus snuck into the closet before Undyne showed up at the intersection and then just like opened the dark world when he felt the time's right. As for why Papyrus decided to wait to open the dark world, I'll explain why later. Okay, so I just established that Papyrus does have the opportunity to be the knight. So now let's move on to motive. At first glance, it seems kind of hard to believe that Papyrus is the knight. In Undertale, Papyrus is a nice guy with a heart of gold, and since Deltarune character
Wait, why is his shop sprite black and white? None of the other Darkners have black and white shop sprites? Interesting.
are very similar to their Undertale counterparts, it follows that this version of Papyrus is also a nice guy. So the idea of Papyrus endangering not only the lives of children, but the entire world seems a bit out of character, if you ask me. Unless he doesn't understand what he's doing. What if someone is tricking him into doing this? He always was kind of gullible in Undertale, but I think it goes deeper than that.
Yeah, like, I wouldn't be surprised if... I guess it could make sense if, like, Papyrus doesn't understand the whole, like, the ramifications of his actions. Like, is it just me, or did I think that, like, I don't know, how would I say this nicely? That Papyrus was maybe on the spectrum or something like that? Like, I always got that vibe from him. Am I wrong? I feel like he's kind of a naive, childlike person, so... Rudy is not the knight, not sorry. He is the knight. I used to think it was Papyrus, kind of, but, like, I don't know. Nowadays, I'm leaning towards it being Rudy. But yeah, I don't know. Papyrus strikes me as a person who would be, like, really easy to manipulate. I think he might be on the spectrum or something like that. So he's just, like, an easy target.
I think that Papyrus is in a very emotionally vulnerable state in his life that makes him very easy to manipulate.
Or maybe not on the spectrum. Like, I don't know. He seems childlike. You know what I mean? There's something different about him.
Let me explain. In Undertale, Papyrus seems to be bombastic, extroverted, and outlandish, but beneath the surface lies a lot of vulnerabilities. He's lonely, his mailbox is always empty, he somehow has a negative amount of followers on the Undernet, and apart from Sans and Undyne, he doesn't seem to have that—
Well, you'll be wrong again? Okay, keep hating. Just wait. I was right about many things. Just wait and see, I'll be right about this too.
Many close friends, which is why when Frisk befriends him, he's so happy. He desperately wants friends and admiration. But what separates this version of Papyrus from Deltarune's Papyrus is the fact that he has a purpose, he has a goal. He wants to capture a human so that way he can join the Royal Guard and finally become popular. That's why he doesn't hide away in his room like Deltarune Papyrus does.
He isn't really gullible though? What do you mean? He's literally tricked by Flowey into like luring everyone in Deltarune. I mean, not in Deltarune, in Undertale to that room where like he steals their souls. He literally manipulates Papyrus and like pulls the strings like a puppet. Like he is absolutely easy to manipulate. You see how like childlike and easy he
Unfortunately,
is.
Deltarune Papyrus
I don't know.
doesn't have a goal or a purpose, so he doesn't really have a reason to, you know, get out of bed and do things. That's why he's so isolated and depressed. Now imagine that you're in his
Yeah, he gets played by Flowey low. Of course he's gullible. Yeah, y'all haven't been. That person saying that hasn't played the game clearly.
shoes. You're the sad, depressed, hopeless person, and then someone comes into your life. They earn your trust and they tell you, I have an important mission for you.
But that's literally Flowey. He befriended my man. You say he isn't gullible. I present you evidence of him being gullible, and your argument is that Flowey is manipulative? Yeah, that's my point. Manipulative people like Flowey look at Papyrus and they see an easy target because he's so gullible.
you. You're gonna be powerful and important. You're finally gonna get some respect from others, but you need to listen to me. They tell you that you are the Roaring Knight and that you're gonna save the world. They tell you how, when, and where to open dark worlds, and you listen to every single order they give you because you finally have a purpose. You're the Roaring Knight. So to address the name Roaring Knight, most people believe that the Roaring Knight wants to cause a
Flowey X Papyrus is very common. Of course it is.
roaring. After all, they themselves call themselves the Roaring Knight, which means that if Papyrus was a knight, doesn't that mean he knows what the roaring is, right? Not necessarily. Perhaps the Roaring Knight is just a title that was given to him by another person. If that is the case, he probably assumed it was some sort of cool nickname and didn't really think too deeply into it. I mean, come on. Even the Queen calls this person the Roaring Knight, despite not knowing what the roaring is either. So is it that unbelievable that Papyrus just calls himself the Roaring Knight but doesn't think too deeply about the title? I think not. Need more evidence? Well, how about the fact that Papyrus has a history of being manipulated by another person to do their bidding, specifically Flowey? Let me explain. So in Undertale, Papyrus and Flowey were friends. Sans talks about Flowey giving Papyrus advice, flattery, and predictions. During Flowey's monologue on the genocide route, he also talks about
look, I mentioned the whole Flowey manipulating Papyrus.
being friends, and so does the scrapped Undertale alarm clock app, but Flowey didn't befriend Papyrus out of the goodness of his heart. It seems like he had a plan for him from the beginning, a plan that he executed near the end of the pacifist route. So after you beat Flowey in the neutral route, he comes back to us and he says that if we want to get our happy ending, we need to befriend everyone. This again isn't something he's saying out of the goodness of his heart. He's up to something. He wants us to befriend everyone so he can get everyone in the same room and steal their souls. It starts with Papyrus insisting that we befriend Undyne. We show up at her house, seemingly unannounced, and then Papyrus jumps out the window to leave us alone with Undyne. After we befriend Undyne, Papyrus convinces her to ask us to deliver a love letter to Alphys. This letter, upon delivery, coaxes Alphys out of the lab and distracts her, so Flowey can sneak in and do his thing. We know that he snuck in because he tampered with the elevator and put a letter on Alphys' desk saying, "I know what you did." Meanwhile, as Alphys is on a date with us, we are conveniently interrupted by Papyrus and Undyne. Alphys confesses her feelings, blah blah blah. She goes to train with Papyrus for a little bit, but is abruptly sent home immediately after. Then we get a phone call from Papyrus, who tells us in a very awkward manner to go see Alphys. When we get there, we see that Alphys has unlocked the door to the true lab. We go inside and get trapped due to a power outage. What's interesting about this power outage is that it only affects the elevators. All the other electronics appear to be working just fine. As we make our way through the true lab, and as we're about to leave, we get a call from someone with Asriel's voice, who thanks us. We get into the elevator, and it takes us straight to the throne room. Flowey's roots block our exit, which forces us to go to Asgore. As we're talking to Asgore, Flowey seals the human souls. Toriel saves us from Asgore, and then it's revealed that all of our friends we made along the way are here, kumbaya. Then it's revealed that everyone was invited here by Papyrus, and that Papyrus was told to invite everyone by Flowey. And then from there, we all know what happens. He steals everyone's souls, and there's a huge boss fight, and oh my god, through the power of friendship, we defeat evil and free everyone from the barrier.
Did you know Papyrus is probably in Deltarune because the Deltarune game files has his talk sound in there? Yeah, I heard about that.
You know, but like, isn't that crazy that he's able to manipulate Papyrus to such an extent? I mean, clearly Papyrus wasn't like doing this on purpose or because he's like a bad person or a malicious person, but that just goes to show how easy he is to manipulate. So is it possible that he's also being manipulated by someone else into being the knight? I think so. But okay, if Papyrus is being manipulated, who is doing the manipulation? Well, I personally think it's the narrator of the character creation sequence, who I'll be referring to as just the narrator from now on. I believe this for many reasons. One of them being how similar he is to Flowey, someone else who manipulated Papyrus. They both take over someone's Twitter to advertise their games. They both
Okay, seriously though, how was Rudy the knight when the only piece of evidence is that the antlers and not even that he's the only one with antlers? Well, I gave more evidence than that, so I don't know, maybe you should just rewatch my video.
the first person you encounter in their games, they both
The fact that he has the knight's weapon in his bedroom, the fact that he has a strong motive to be the knight, the fact that he clearly wants to find his daughter, the fact that the knight's power could be making him sick. I give some evidence. I mean, all the evidence that points to Carol also points to Rudy, technically. So strong motive, yes it is. Strong motive is evidence. If you were accused of murder and the prosecution had a strong motive for you committing the murder, they would 100% bring up the strong motive as evidence that you committed the murder. Obviously, someone having a strong motive doesn't mean doesn't mean he's 100% the knight, right? But that is evidence. All evidence is facts that make something seem more likely. Is the fact that Rudy has a strong motive to be the knight, does that make it more or less likely that he's the knight? Obviously, it makes it more likely that he's the knight. Therefore, it is evidence.
pretend to be your friend before backstabbing you.
And yes, it's just speculation. It's a theory. What do you mean? All theories are speculation.
Interrupted by someone else whilst backstabbing you. They both have a bleak outlook on life that the audience.
In that case, Des has more evidence, just saying. Yeah, I acknowledge the evidence that it might be Des, but then I explain why I don't think it's Des. Just because a theory has more evidence doesn't mean it's necessarily true. Plus, I mean, wouldn't it be super boring if I just made a video about why Des is the knight? Like, come on, I'm trying to be more creative here. I think Rudy makes more sense from a writing perspective. I acknowledge it doesn't mean he is the knight. I just think it would be cool if he was. And, you know, just... Did you just come into my stream to fight with me? Like, that is crazy. You gotta chill out.
Supposed to disagree with. Both characters treat people as pawns to get their way, and after first encountering them, they both disappear into the shadows, but are always watching. Considering all the similarities, is it possible that they share another similarity? Is it possible that they both manipulate
Rudy would be horrible from a writing perspective, in my opinion. Okay, why? Why do you think that? I'm actually curious. Why do you think?
I think so. Another interesting similarity this theory creates is the fact that
because I think it would be a great idea. I think it would be super shocking. I think it would make sense. I think it would make his character more compelling and interesting. I think it would be a great plot twist. Now, that doesn't mean that means it's him. Just because something would be cool doesn't mean it's actually like what's gonna happen in the story. But please justify your opinion that it's bad writing.
Games would have two villains who use others to get their way. In Undertale, the two villains are Flowey and Chara, who manipulate Papyrus and Kris respectively, and in Deltarune, the two villains would be Papyrus and the narrator. The narrator manipulates Papyrus, and Papyrus inadvertently manipulates King and Queen. Another thing I want to mention, but couldn't find the right place to put it, is the narrator's reaction if we name ourselves Papyrus. Interesting.
What do you think about a fragment of Des or something using Rudy's body? I mean, maybe. Also, Kris and I had more evidence and we see how that went. Yeah, that is true. That's another good point. Again, just because something technically has more evidence for it doesn't mean it's necessarily true. It literally makes no sense with how he interacts with Kris. I don't believe he's fake. What do you mean? What about the way he interacts with Kris is fake? He's clearly close to Kris. He likes Kris, right? None of that is fake. And the Knight clearly is working for Kris and likes Kris as well. If you're talking about how he's ignoring that Kris is being possessed, I mean, of course he would ignore it. If he made it obvious that he knew that Kris was being possessed, that would make him look suspicious, which obviously Kris and I guess hypothetically Rudy would not want the red soul to know he's the Knight, or that he knows more than he seems.
This begs the question, if the narrator is manipulating Papyrus
I said, what do you mean? What exactly do you think? What exactly would he have to be faking if he was the Knight?
Being the Knight, why? He clearly wants to cause the roaring, since he'd be the only one to give Papyrus the Roaring Knight title, but why does he want to end the world? Well, to understand this question, we need to analyze the psyche of the narrator. He must determine who this person is. Now, considering how mysterious this person is, it's going to be kind of tricky to it's Gaster. I know, a very stunning and brave take on my part. I imagine most of you already believe the narrator is
Ultra Seal, what would he be pretending? How would he be pretending if he was the Knight?
Gaster, but I'll quickly go over the evidence. 1. Gaster's theme is called Him in Files.
Are you talking about him pretending to be sick? Well, he's not pretending to be sick. He is genuinely sick. He's not pretending about that. I never claimed he wasn't sick. But just because he's sick doesn't mean he's not technically capable of, like, being the Knight. He can clearly walk, and besides, the Knight uses magic the entire time, so he could still be using magic.
That plays during the character creation sequence is called Another Hymn in the Files. This implies that the narrator is another version of Gaster, or a shattered piece of Gaster. 2. Another hymn contains Gaster's leitmotif. 3. The narrator speaks like Gaster and uses a lot of the same phrases as him. 4. The narrator seems to have an interest in science, and Gaster is a scientist. More on that later. 5. The vessel looks like a Gaster follower / goner. And 6. The sequence is called the Goner Maker in the Files, which further connects the narrator with the Goners and therefore Gaster. As you can see, there's strong evidence that the narrator is Gaster. Another thing I want to point out is Gaster's connection to the prophecy. If you use
Y'all, don't tell me you're still arguing that the timeline makes sense if Kris is the Knight. Like, we're still on about this. It doesn't make any sense. He cops right in your face. I'm still wanting to know what you think he would be pretending to do, other than him pretending not to be the Knight, which, like, of course he wouldn't say he's the Knight in public. What exactly do you think he's pretending to do? That's not what I meant. I'm saying that the interactions have no suspicious connotations. Well, of course they don't have any suspicious connotations. Why would he act in a suspicious way if he was the Knight? He's probably just gonna be nice to Kris and pretend to be sick. He would just interact with Kris normally. What do you mean? Of course he's not gonna bring up the fact that he's the Knight when he knows that Kris is being possessed, probably. Rudy is suspiciously nice for someone married to Noelle. Compare with Carol, for example, which I don't agree with, but it makes more sense. So your evidence that he's not the Knight is that he doesn't act suspiciously? But that doesn't prove he's not the Knight.
On Deltarune's website, you'll see that there's a pitch black
I'm sorry, married to Carol, not married to Noelle.
Image called Him. If you turn up the explosion and dehaze the image, you get this sentence in
I meant to say married to Carol.
Heroes appear to banish the angels' heaven, end quote. All of this proves is that Gaster has been talking about the prophecy on Deltarune's official website all the way back in 2016, which is pretty crazy. It's clearly foreshadowing something. Specifically, I think Gaster knows about the prophecy and is using it to cause the roaring. Let me explain. The prophecy, as Rouse describes it, goes like this.
No, we need to address this now. I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. Just because his dialogue has those suspicious connotations doesn't mean he's, like, pretending. He's just, like, not mentioning that he's the Knight. Because he probably knows about, like, the soul. And doesn't want the soul to know. Because if in my video I claim that not only is Rudy the Knight, but he's working with Carol, right? And Carol clearly knows about the soul. So that it would follow that Rudy would also know about the soul, so he could just be pretending not to be the Knight for, like, the soul's sake.
Quote, for millennia, light and dark has lived in balance, but if this harmony were to shatter, a terrible
The only thing about Rudy Knight having flaws is Undyne? Yeah, probably.
calamity would occur. The sky would run black with terror, and the land will crack with fear. Then, her heart pounding, the earth will draw its final breath. Only then, shining with hope, 3 heroes appear at world edge. Only they can seal the fountains and banish the angels' heaven. Only then will balance be restored, and the world saved from destruction. Focus on the wording. The terrible calamity that's being described is clearly the roaring. Another weird thing about this prophecy is that it's very conditional. If this harmony were to shatter, not when this harmony were to shatter, which means it's not guaranteeing that the roaring will happen. The only thing it guarantees for sure is that if someone causes the roaring, then 3 heroes appear at world edge to banish the angels' heaven, and only they can banish the angels' heaven. So if I, say, for whatever reason wanted to cause the roaring and I knew about the prophecy, I would know that if I caused the roaring, I wasn't out of the woods yet because 3 heroes would appear and try to throw a wrench in my plan. So if I really wanted to cause the roaring and end the world, I would need to some way sabotage the hero's plan. Like, I don't know, maybe enslaving one of the 3 heroes and forcing them to do my bidding. But okay, this still doesn't answer the question. Why does Gaster want to cause the roaring? Well, I don't think it's for a very complex reason. One, Gaster is dead and appears to exist as some sort of incorporeal being, so I doubt he cares that the world was going to end since it doesn't affect him. Also, Gaster is a scientist. Even the narrator shows that childlike curiosity scientists have. What an interesting behavior. So I think he wants to cause the roaring because he's curious and wants to know what will happen. I think during his research, he stumbled upon the Deltarune prophecy, so he knows that if he wants to cause the roaring, he needs to deal with the prophecy and the 3 heroes. I also think he wants to know if the prophecy is real or if it's just bullshit, right? So that might be another reason why he's trying to cause the roaring. He's trying to see, hey, are the heroes going to show up and prove this prophecy?
Okay, how much more do I have to watch? Let me see. Y'all, do you want to keep watching this, or should we save this for tomorrow? How about we skip? We're almost done. How about we finish this video, and then we watch the Rudy video, and we can discuss that. I'm ready to debate. I mean, I don't care if you disagree with my theory. I'm not gonna be like offended by it. It doesn't matter if my theory is true or not. We're just doing this for fun. It's 2 a.m. I'm going. Oh, bye, Mango. Let's keep arguing until someone is screaming. Rude debate club. Yes. Like, I don't know. I'm getting bored of these old theories. Maybe it's just because I've like watched these videos dozens of times while making them. I kind of want to watch. I haven't watched this theory since I posted it. I just came here after watching the Rudy video. Should I just watch the Rudy video? Earlier I meant strong motive can be said for literally any other character. Well, that's not true. I wouldn't say that every character has a strong motive to become the knight. I mean, any character could technically be capable of being the knight. But to me, trying to find your daughter is a strong motive. But, like, I don't know. Go to the Rudy section? Yeah, I'll go to the Rudy section. We can discuss it because I go over, Carol and Des, because I feel like it would be weird if I didn't bring up Carol and Des. I don't know. But we'll go to Rudy. Yeah, we'll go to Rudy and we'll just watch that.
Well, it's Rudy. Couldn't he be the knight? Rudy would have like the same motivations to open up Dark Worlds as his wife, to find Des, and pretty much every bit of evidence that implicates Caro also implicates him, like the
Oh, I forgot to like this video. I gotta remember to like this video.
A katana on the foot of his bed. Again, totally not the knight's weapon, by the way. And is Rudy really just a sick, dying man? Or is there more to him? Could he have a dark...
And in my perspective, it's clear that the knight isn't a normal lightener or darkener. It seems like some sort of powerful hybrid. I mean, it could be, but, like, I don't know.
Side that he hides behind his friendliness and his illness. I admit I latched onto the Rudy is the knight theory on my first playthrough, purely based on vibes, but through the power of confirmation bias, I have found quite a few hints that point to old roots.
Wait, hold on. What is everyone saying? The Roaring Knight is this as the head, Papyrus is the body, Kris, blah, 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 blah. What? What is happening? Rudy's illness is also a name kept secret. It might be a special Dark World thing, yeah. Or, I mean, it is on name. Wait, what? Wait, whoa. Why is... Okay, I was about to say, like, what the fuck?
Being more than he seems. The first thing is his illness. At first, it seems like Rudy is completely...
Doesn't Rudy's antlers seem too similar to the Knights or the other holidays, or am I tripping? I just think... Hold on, I have it right here. I mean, they just look like regular old antlers. I mean, I feel like... Hold on, which one is it? I mean, they just look like antlers. I guess maybe they're a bit spikier in the Dark World, but whatever.
Bedbound, making it impossible for him to be the knight, except we see in chapter 4 that bro can definitely walk. And besides, the knight like floats the entire time anyway, so like it wouldn't even matter if he can walk or not, he could still definitely fight. Obviously he would get tired, which might explain why the knight kind of ended the battle a bit early, but regardless, I think Rudy is...
You think Des is the knight, but not fully in control, or even at all? Rudy mugs his wife. Okay. more physically capable than he appears to be. A thing that I always wondered about Rudy is what exactly is causing his illness? I mean, I guess he could just have cancer, but what if the magical powers he wields as a knight is making him sick? At first, this seems like a baseless claim, but there is some evidence that the knight's powers can make people sick. Case in point, Kris. Nah, obviously Tenna is the knight, bruv. True. Rudy's chin is very knight-like. Actually, hold on. Actually, let's... I did feel like the knight's face maybe looked a bit like Rudy. Hold on, let me look. Rudy, Deltarune. Why is this happening? Okay. I mean, it is kind of sharp, if you know what I mean, but like, I don't know. I agree that it doesn't look entirely like any of the what do you call it? The holidays. How come everyone else in the dark world resembles themselves but the knight doesn't look like anyone? Unclear. Although I don't know why I was arguing they couldn't be wearing armor, since clearly this would be like armor, no? I'm not sure exactly how the armor on the knight would work. Like, is it a skin-tight suit? Is it a mixture of both? I feel like these aren't just part of the helmet. These have to be like actual antlers, right? So, I don't know, it's confusing. Well, it can't be normal. It's weird. It can't be completely armor though, because like this chest part opens up, right? If this was metal armor, how would that work? It's something weird. It's weird. Anyway, let's I guess keep going. They get physically ill during the knight's boss fight, and this can't just be nervousness. I mean, well, let's see. It's Jockington. Look how skinny. Jockington literally grows the beard like it's the battle bod from Papyrus. I do agree that there is a strong resemblance between the knight and Papyrus, especially like this area. The big rib cage, the kind of like, you know, I mean, they're very skeletal-like. Clearly, the Roaring Knight needs to eat a few hamburgers. But, yeah. Knight is obviously a shapeshifter. Obviously a shapeshifter? I wouldn't say that. I mean, maybe they shapeshift. They do shapeshift into that ball, I guess. I feel like they're just using magic, though. I think a lot of this can just be explained by they're using magic. Just read these descriptions. You felt lightheaded. Your vision narrows. Your chest feels tight. You felt your chest twisting. You felt a migraine. Like, come on, you cannot tell me this is just nervousness. Like, this is definitely, like, I guess you could argue that Kris is just really, like, nervous and worried that we're gonna beat the knight. But I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. It's weird that how sick they get. It's weird how sick they get. LMAO, Chuck McGill hitting his head had me laughing for like a minute. Yes. Should I use this gif more often? Make people sick? Case in point. When I was writing this section of the video, I was like, I need to have the Chuck McGill gif for like 5 minutes. Kris, they get physically ill during the knight's boss fight. It's like, I need this. I need this in my life. I mean, just read these descriptions. Yeah, the chest thing looks like a flower. It does open up. Like this. I don't know what to make of that, though. I mean, would metal armor really do that? I mean, doesn't that imply that this is like their body? But like, it's so confusing. It is like so weird and confusing. I feel like this is just, you can just chalk this up to magic of some kind. Yeah. Let's move on. You felt lightheaded. Your vision narrows. Your chest feels tight. You felt your chest twisting. You felt a knight's appearance does seem pretty feminine. Well, we see from this game that this game is all about deconstructing gender stereotypes. I mean, Susie is pretty masculine. Rouse is pretty feminine. Like, I'm not saying that this couldn't be the knight. It's a very real possibility. I'm just saying the fact that the knight is kind of feminine, I don't think that's really strong evidence of anything. Migraine coming on. Your heartbeat becomes twisted. Like, bro needs life alert. These are like the textbook symptoms of a heart attack. And what's interesting is the fact that the knight notices that Kris is getting sick and reacts to it. Kris coughed. The knight slowly tilts its head. I agree that this point is weaker because it is a no-hit exclusive dialogue. It's probably Kris telling the knight to wrap it up. But I don't know. I don't know.
So the knight is getting concerned when Kris starts coughing, which is very interesting because coughing is the main symptom of Rudy's illness. So it's almost like the knight cares about Kris and doesn't want him to get sick.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's an observation. What's an observation? That the physical physique is feminine? Yeah, it's an observation. It sure is.
Like he is. Now, this line does appear later in the fight, so it's always possible that this is just Kris's way of signaling to the knight.
Tana looks like he's gonna shit himself for most of the fight.
Like, hey,
Kind of.
you're getting washed here?
Why is he hunched over like that?
Can we maybe wrap things up? But I don't know. I feel like both interpretations are valid, so I'm just gonna go with the interpretation that helps my theory. Now, another interesting detail about the knight's fight is the fact that Kris can hold their breath to make their soul go faster. Now, why would holding your breath, of all things, give Kris an
Well, he's losing his shit. That is true, he is crashing
advantage in
out.
the fight? What's the relevance? Well, this could be because Rudy is always out of breath. He's always having these like coughing fits, like his illness is in his lungs. And speaking of lungs, what's going on with the knight's lungs? Because when they power up for the first time, their body contorts in these weird shapes, especially the chest area. Just look how distorted it looks. But when the knight does its final attack, look at its chest. It has this weird spiral thing in it. Like, what in the world?
The knight has unmentioned Mediton parallels, does he? Oh yeah, you're right. Hold on, let me look up Mediton Neo again. Mediton Neo. Or no. Not Mediton Neo, Mediton EX, whatever the fuck it was. I do see kind of the vision. He does have a similar pose. Should have added a gif of Walter coughing and collapsing on the car wash. True.
True? So yeah, that's why I think Gaster wants to cause the roaring. So let's recap.
Wrong video.
World could this be? My theory is that this spiral is the source of the—
There's a pose he does at some point, not that one. Okay, hold on. Let's look it up. Which pose are you talking about? Where he's like T-posing, or are we talking about the knight here? Hold on, I gotta be careful. There's gonna be a lot of inappropriate. That was actually a bad idea. I probably just scrolled through like 10,000 pictures of porn without realizing it. So maybe I won't go there anymore. I need to turn back safe search. Look up Mediton EXE Knight. Hold on. Okay, pause. Mediton EXE Knight. I don't know, comparison. Yeah, I don't see anything. But I'll believe you on that. Let's move on. Freakathon, Google is not safe, true.
The knight's power. And since the source of the knight's power is in its chest, maybe that's why Rudy is so sick and why his health problems are related to his chest. I don't know, maybe this is just me tripping. Maybe I'm on to literally nothing, but I strongly feel like
the haters will say I'm on to literally nothing, but I swear I'm on to something here. I know it. I know I'm on to something here. I can feel it.
like Rudy is the best candidate for being the knight. I mean, can you imagine how shocking that would be? The intrigue, the drama, if Rudy was the knight? I know, it's
like, yeah, you're not gonna tell me that it would be bad writing if he was the knight. Like, come on, it would go so hard if he was the knight. You were onto nothing. Maybe this, maybe that. Okay, Ultra Steel, you can keep hating. Keep hating. You know what my haters can say? They can't say shit. That's right.
It's hard to believe that a nice guy like Rudy would be the knight, especially when the knight is so arrogant in their fight and seems to have a very antagonistic relationship with Susie, since Rudy seems to like Susie, but I don't know. He did threaten to kick her ass that one time, so who knows? Maybe the knight is like his bad boy alter ego or some shit.
Not gonna lie, Rudy is my favorite character, but if he is the knight, I'd be surprised. Exactly, you would be surprised. It would go so good.
Either way, I feel like, narratively, Rudy makes the most amount of sense to be the knight, because otherwise, he's pretty much a nothing character. Like, I guess he's sick and Noelle's—
I found it. Wait, you found it? What do you think? Which pose was it? Considering I literally had my jaw dropping like 3 minutes straight when I saw Tenna for the first time.
Dad,
Exactly. You look up Mediton Roaring Night pose. It's the first one. Okay. Mediton Roaring Night pose. There we go. You're right. It does look really similar. But I feel like that's just a coincidence. I don't know if that really means anything. Anyway.
So might die later, but I don't know. Whenever I make a video on why such and such person is the knight, I always ask myself, does this person—
Yeah, I agree, but the knight is a bit zesty. I feel like the knight could just be a zesty guy. Yeah, it's a zesty-ass game. Come on, guys.
character improve if they're the knight? Do they become more interesting and compelling if they're the knight? And I feel like with Rudy, that's a hard yes. You know, I should probably say that even if Rudy is the knight, that doesn't mean Carol is innocent. As Kris's phone call proves, she's heavily involved.
That's literally not what anyone says. Don't make shit of it. Okay, Ultra Steel, you need to calm down. You're getting a bit intense. It's a theory for a video game. You don't have to get so like emotionally attacked by it. Like, it doesn't actually matter who the knight is. It could easily be Des. It could be Rudy. Just like calm down.
In the decision making.
Also, what do you mean no one says that? Of course, that's what Death Knighters think. No?
On where the knight opens each dark world. And of course, the Death Conspiracy board is in his freaking bedroom. So yeah, if Rudy is the knight, he's definitely closely working with his wife. He's basically the bronze of the operation and Carol is the brains. Now, there's one last thing I want to bring up with this whole—
Okay, I think the Rudy part is over. Alright, you know, we'll continue watching these theories on another day. It's getting kind of late for me. I've been streaming for like 7 hours. Noha, should I make you a mod? Like, come on, guys. We gotta chill. We got to chill here, with the whole, like, theory thing. It doesn't actually matter who the knight is. It's a video game. It's not real. You don't have to get so personally attacked by it. Alright, I think I'm gonna end stream now. Thank you all for watching. We'll continue. I think we got pretty far in. We have a few more videos to watch. We'll watch those videos on a different day. Noha mod. Should I make you mod, Noha? I think I'm gonna make you mod. Alright. Can manage blocked words, chat live, capabilities of a standard moderator, can remove chat. I'll give you a standard moderator position. There, you're a moderator now. Alright, good night everyone. See ya later, alligator.